When he said it?
He never smiled.
Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. But one guy who has been smiling a lot is Durka. It feels like he's been really enjoying his time on Team Vitality, and he said that a lot of that comes down to Safe. A lot of that comes down to his new IGL, talking about how because Safe has played Duelist as well in the past, he gives him a lot of freedom, and he actually makes Durka's life even easier. Sadak, is this as an IGL, you know, we joke about like Durka go kill, but is that just the best strat?
I mean, I tried to do Sadak go kill and it didn't work, so yeah, it makes sense what he's saying. Maybe, I mean, having an IGL that actually understands what is being a duelist, it helps a lot, because at the time you have to create a strategy. Keeping that in mind is just create a huge gap for your duelist.
I'm going to be completely honest, Vitality is looking great, and one of the things that probably makes them look so good is that even though Safe is a new IGL, I don't think that he's facing the typical tasks an IGL has to face, as in, I don't think he micromanages anyone. Like, he's able to give the kind of freedom because it's such experienced players that know exactly what they need to do, that they can all just be on their own lane, and he can just focus on the macro structure of where he sees the weaknesses and where, you know, the plays can be made. So I understand that Dirk says this, and once Les feels 100% with the language, this team is going to be amazing.
The super team. The super team is coming together. But can Safe take on someone like Nats? Like you said, Nats seems like to be doing everything. We don't know 100% is Safe could also be doing everything, but how do you feel about this matchup?
I mean, I'm seeing here like two extremities. One guy is doing everything, the other guy is leaving everyone to do whatever they want, right? But I would say like having a proper balance has to be the key here. So let's say how the teams evolve up until finals, because finals is actually the place we see the best of each team, right? So if you're gonna see like Vitality have like a, let's say, good score throughout the team, so everyone is killing, everyone is feeling good, we know that that's the way to go, right?
It's about shooting back today. Honestly, today is about shooting back.
Yeah, today is also about that trophy on the stage. Every team has already locked for Masters Bangkok, but we are the last region even to crown a champion. So the time has come. Let's send it down to the stage and see our teams, Vitality and Liquid, and a trophy.
They know exactly where Nats is. It looks like the chances have run dry. Team Liquid, we have to say goodbye.
He's trying. 4 HP in a dream. They're hunting him down, and it is over.
We want to make history in 2025.
Welcome to the grand finals.
Beautiful. Pad attack in the corner is Kiko as well. Now Camel's already out. Kamik stuck up close, but the cover is there.
Just up towards that ledge is so unpredictable. Vitality. There's 2 more on the side. They have no idea. Turn around. Someone deal with him. And he's been caught in this corner a couple of times, but 10 HP. It's all he needs. Durka unleashes.
Who is gonna dominate this year? I think it will be Vitality. Or us. We'll see.
In just a few days, Vitality and Liquid will fly the nest to face the best teams that this world has to offer. But only one of them can leave as the best of EMEA. Only one of them can leave with this. Some called them a super team, But what we have here is a veritable superpower. After a dominant run through the upper bracket, Vitality are here for their title. He came to clutch, and he came to flex. Give it up for Trex! You even have to fear his fake-outs. Maestro of misdirection, Dargay! The Prince to Vitality's throne, safe! Boy, he does more than just support. Give it up for the Estonian executioner, Kicks! And last but not least, Brazil's final hope in Bangkok, Les! Challenger faced elimination 5 times, but refused to falter. Team Liquid are back for another EMEA trophy, this time with the mean, clean, killing machine, Camo! From fantastic fill-in to Teho Terror, Kamek! Well, he went from lurking to leading the pack, IGL Nuts! From the ashes of his former team, from super sub to superstar, Panatek! Somehow, the role swap made him even stronger. Wonder Kid Kiko! And the coaching staff, Faded and Lohan.
No matter what happens today, history will be made on this stage. In EMEA, we have the 2 best teams of our region, Team Liquid facing Team Vitality. And of course, a beautiful trophy on stage. We had you. I've seen the social media comments. We don't have the bucket this time around, don't worry. But let's talk about the maps here, of course. Vitality will get the double ban, and Kakuka is going to be Abyss after Pearl.
Wait, Abyss after Pearl? Yes, they decide to ban probably what's the best map for Team Liquid, but Team Liquid has decided to pick Haven onto Vitality as their first pick. I mean, I know that they've been preparing very well, but with such little time against that.
Yeah, and I think we have Minnie here with us. I don't know if Minnie's mic is open. I hope it is. But Minnie, now you've seen the 5 maps. From your perspective, do you feel like this is the best case scenario for either of these teams?
I think it's a good case for Vitality. The only issue in the grand scheme of things is they have to ban Pearl, which is Team Liquid's worst map technically. Well, one of their worst maps, so that's a bit unfortunate for Vitality, but I like the Abyss ban from Vitality. It's a bit surprising maybe because they won 13-1 last time, but Team Liquid look great on it.
Yeah, and Sada, you played against Vitality already. So what would you have wanted to avoid if you were Liquid?
Everything.
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 Okay,
No,
pick your poison. Pick your
I
poison.
think the weirdest comp we play against them has to be the Heaven one, because we knew kind of what to expect, but at the same time we've never faced it before. So if you're Liquid right now, and even if you do the entry stride and everything, like, you know Vitality is just gonna press W and kill you, you know? So there's not much entry stride you can do. You have to believe in your aim and that you can kill them and counter them, you know?
I hope that we go to distance. I love the fact also that Vitality as a second pick has gone for that Lotus, because we still haven't seen it from them. And after what we saw yesterday, I'm very happy that at least that is going to be a guarantee since it's the third map. But I would also absolutely love to see Fracture.
Yeah, me too, definitely from this side of Vitality. But I mean, very quickly before we talk about Split, I feel like picking Haven into this Vitality team is crazy. But let's take a look at agent select for Split. Kiko was on the duelist the last time we saw it. No changes. Mini Viper versus Viper. You don't see this very often on Split these days.
No, but I think that's the right approach. I think that's the strongest agent in that 5th slot, the kind of Sentinel slot. Right now, I don't think the Cypher is as strong currently. For me, it's going to be about whether Vitality are going to be able to abuse the Viper at middle on their attack sides, and if Liquid can get through that Viper utility on middle too on theirs.
Yeah, and Sadak, talk me through this. What do your mind go to?
I'm analyzing. I would say, yeah, I agree with Min. I think Viper on this map in particular, it's super strong still. Even with all the nerfs she's still super strong. And yeah, why would you want to play with Cypher? I mean, against Yoru and all those agents, it's kind of useless, to be honest.
Really important the pistols were yesterday for Team Liquid if they want to start, especially with this composition and starting from the attack. I think that it gave them a lot of momentum, and against a team like Vitality, having a good start, especially coming in as the dark horse, could be a game changer.
Yeah, and we heard it there from Mitch. Kiko, the role swap, not quite fully. He's gone back to the duelist instantly, but none of us are mad about this because Kiko has looked good on every agent he's played so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, even the Raze he's putting, like, people keep talking about the smokes and putting up numbers there, but the Raze has been close to, I don't know, like...
Better than some of the other duelists.
Yes.
Yeah, but can it be better than Durka? Here's the $1 million question. Sadak, you faced Durka already.
Bold buff. That's all I'm going to say. I think he's just amazing. He's just an amazing player all around. So him with Raze, Jesus Christ, man. It's going to be hard for Liquid. I can say that much.
Yeah, I just want to see Kix defending on A. I think that he was spectacular just doing it by himself, and I think it's going to be difficult when they go onto that side.
I mean, this is the thing. We've got a best of 5. This is going to be map 1. We saw it yesterday. Winning right off the bat, it does matter. Even though they have a lot of chances to close this out, having a nice win coming out of the bat means a lot, right, Sadak? In a best of 5 grand final, you want to start with momentum.
Yes, I think that's the most important for sure. If you start winning the first map, that's carry you over up into the second map, and then the third map is gonna be your map. So yeah, you can close it out.
No way, you know, no way they throw a lead, right? There's no
right?
chance. No team has ever done that.
I'm feeling kind of like bad energies right now. You know?
I'm sorry.
I wanna go.
I'm sorry. No, you're gonna be with us all day. They're gonna be with us all day. And the two people that will also be with us all day, bringing the good energy. Here's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Kickoff isn't for the weak. 12 teams enter with 2 lives, and once they're gone, you're out. Today, however, is all about the winners. Liquid may have stumbled early, but the Dark Horse has taken a treacherous path through countless opponents many believed to be greater than they, yet here they stand atop them all, ready to fight again. Their foe was born in a lab, bringing the rarest materials from across the globe to create a monster unseen before. Vitality blitzed every opponent they faced, but only one gets the title of champion. With a trophy on the line and the start of a new story for either org, let's get the grand final started!
Well, it certainly seems like the people in the studio are ready. The crowd, the fans, they're here to see these two teams, two former teammates down on that stage, each leading a club, one of them to victory. For Vitality, a defensive start on their own map. We're gonna see these barriers go up. Let me tell you, Tom, if we don't get 5 maps out of this series, everyone in here has been robbed.
Yeah, it really does feel that way already. An early stun set through, Nats put under pressure, but it is going to be a mid-take initially. Both sides starting off on, I believe, the side they feel stronger on. Hence, why Liquid have opted to go for that attack. Mid control seems to be where they battle for, and well, Durka's the man they face.
You can't downplay the importance of a good start. Those early rounds built up and a half. Fight for mid may determine how this one goes, with Patatek claiming a life and immediate dive into Vents. Trex is barely able to escape without a battle. A 5v4 as a result. Vitality scattered. They're in this two-man setup on each side of the map, isolated together.
Kamik's patience might just be rewarded, but doesn't land the shot. He's got the information though, and that B main pressure means that they can swing from above. I think he spotted safe as well, so that should be something they're wary of. With already a two-man advantage and an afterplant, this is looking good for Liquid.
As long as they know that there is still that player in main, and I agree, I believe they did spot them in hell. If they don't know by now, they never will. Great flash, and the follow-up, although labored, it got there in the end. Kicks and Trex, the final two. The support players, as they often are, underlooked. It's easy to do when you look at the roster that they're on. For Team Liquid, they won't be overlooking them. They'll be treating them with all the respect they need. Put to bed with an in-zone flawless. Hell of a start for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I like as well that we've sort of seen this team develop over what has been a very short space of time, a matter of weeks. Quite a few matches for them. They still played more than anybody by quite a margin. I believe even more than double the games of their opponent currently facing them.
They eliminated 5 teams.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's half a tournament almost.
It's pretty good. Again, that's more games than Vitality have played at all. But the thing I'm enjoying about this squad is you're seeing that synergy almost form between. In the early weeks, it was a mess. But that hasn't been the case in some of these later matches. Comfortable, confident in teammates, and well, yeah, good luck, Durka. He did get an orb, but not in the manner he wanted.
Still one sitting there, ready for the taking. Nats farming up a couple. He's taking down Trex, and the A site open for business. 2 players on pistols as well, so despite the fact that there's been no damage so far, even that kill that comes in onto Nats, it might not have the impact that they'd hope. The point is the weapon can be retrieved by one of those pistols. But with that smoke, now it can be retrieved by less instead of by one of the weaker armed Team Liquid players. That might help them, at least for some damage.
Seems like they're still wary of a potential flank in the middle. Almost, well, eventually Safe is going to get that battle, but, well, as you said, eventually it's clean enough. The player lost will only have lost a pistol. The rifles will be kept through to the next round, and they can even invest a little bit extra to try and do some damage in this round. I do wonder if we're going to see the Nat sniper.
On the board with some weaponry. Kiko's got a rifle, for example, and you definitely don't want to overlook that.
It's no flank either. This is very direct from this attack side. So they're going to have to rely on just holding the cross.
Team Liquid used their C's even to get that plant. They're now running very low in utility. In fact, practically nothing left. Patatek, perhaps with the Seekers, but what are you going to do with that on site? The fight here is going to rely on players like Kiko with the rifle dealing damage, with Patatek having recovered one, dropping Trex, and just like that, Vitality are running for the hills. Even then, they're being chased. Kiko catches one. That's his 3rd kill in this round. A bonus for Team Liquid. A huge bonus, in fact, as they're now sitting 3-0 in the lead. Looks like Durka will make it away at the very least, but not the start that Vitality were hoping for.
No, especially not when that was a 4v4 retake and you're looking at basically a team that I think had an HP advantage, basically had an everything advantage. Yep. Kiko was the low player. He wouldn't have guessed it with how he take those fights.
Well, that seemed a little lost there.
This is again, it's exactly what I'm talking about though. You're rating Liquid based on any past performances other than the last couple of days, and I feel like you're underselling what this team has been able to achieve. I don't think anybody had the elimination of Heretics on the cards.
Absolutely not.
My pick'em was looking good. I had them top 4. I thought, nah, not many people have this. And then I saw one guy had them getting to the final. So that guy's a genius. But we'll see how much further they can go. Durka with a single rifle. At times, that has been more than enough. But again, the early read from Liquid has actually been fantastic. They've walked into the weaker side almost every single round, and okay, maybe you had a chance if Durka was in the right place at the right time, but in a retake with no ults, that's going to be a bit harder.
Yeah, it's, maybe Durka will still get involved in the fights, but when the numbers start to whittle down, you start to think about where that rifle can go, and it might not go anywhere. Kiko on a tear, now just one away from the showstopper going down. He does not care. He's got his ult for the next round, and that's as big a win as you could like. Vitality will be going into their next full buy with a disadvantage from the barriers going up. 4-0 start. This is Vitality's map pick, and Team Liquid are the ones setting the pace.
I have to almost wonder, this is Kiko almost somewhat up against the guy that he replaced as well. Liquid made mass changes last year, went for a core of a team that ultimately didn't end up being a success. Safe at the same time was making it to champions. Hey, look at the scoreboard right now. Kiko is 7-1. Panitek's right there alongside him. This is the exact start that they were looking for on a map that clearly Vitality thought, okay, we've seen them play a couple of times. We've seen them have close games. We can beat them at it. 4-0 start.
It's lights out performance. Ults online for this one. Patatek, I think, coming out of the second round, he was pretty close to having his online, so no surprise that by now, Team Liquid coming in with that Nightfall, with that showstopper. Patatek, though, no notion of using the ultimate just yet. This is a risky play when he stepped into that smoke, but perhaps he'll have a reward when it fades.
There are two players battling. That, again, it's a spot of control that Vitality want to try and take away, but Panatek not getting anything immediately. They try him round the corner, and they are met with Durka. A double opener. Sure, the ults still stand, but how much can you really hope to do with them here?
Yeah, it will now be somewhere that you probably think about just saving them for the next. I do like the idea, using the mid pressure to try to distract the vent player, and you can sneak your way up, but the Viper wall very much showed them exactly what was coming their way. Showstopper's now put in after the one kill. Kiko thinks he can get the value for it, but they're just about slipping away.
Face your
Are they? He's actually held it all the way up to the top of the stairs. Found kicks. He's a heat-seeking missile. But right now, Vitality, well, they're looking cold, to be honest.
He's going all the way round. Like, this is such a crazy rotation. Kamek's trying to hold the line while he looks to come back in from behind. Even the delay used by the C's. This could be perfect from the side of Liquid. What is that from Kiko? That might be one of the best individual plays in terms of positioning I've ever seen. And then the C's as well on top of it. This team is playing perfectly.
Literally, I mean, Kamek was really sailed down the river Styx there. That guy was not having a good time, but his job was just to spot them. It starts with this, the wall. Durka reads it, that they're going to try to make that play. The mid-distraction doesn't work.
But he gets his kill, and then he runs all the way back around the map.
On the map, you can see him here, yeah. He's in vents, he's walking up, and the fact that once Kamek gets contact, that's when the C's goes in. Sure, Kamek's gonna die. It's strange as well when you're buying time, you see players fall back, use utility, and avoid fights. But here, they're really selling that they're not buying time for that flank. Just beautiful play. 5-0 as a result, and Vitality, well, that was a full buy. This one, it's not going to be quite so strong, quite so scary to the side of Liquid. A lot of stingers, and the real danger is you just don't want to come into this round blindly walking and battling for map control. You got to make sure you're scared of your corners. You're checking them all.
You have to look as well. Durka used his showstopper in that last round, so they've burnt up one of their big ults. It didn't come through. And the others are still, well, okay, Safe can use his From the Shadows at some point in this round if he wants to, but mostly that's just going to be down to information. Now, what I will say, in a lot of the early rounds, the read from Vitality was off. This time they're bang on.
Now they've got numbers. The question is, do Team Liquid sense that? Because this is a very different hold than what they've seen before. There's utility coming their way. Once they come into Heaven, they'll have contact. You would have thought. Durka step back, waiting for them to walk in. The flash is there. The result goes to Vitality's, or into Vitality's favor. They've also got a player coming in through vents, slowly but surely taking that space, ready for a close range fight, but not winning it. And now Team Liquid have an out, a way to take this spike to the site, yet they might be down to just 2 players by the time they get there. Kamek, he's isolated here. He finds one onto Durka. Okay.
All right.
Spidey senses were tingling. Camo's got another, and just like that, this round should be done. Trex can't quite deny that spike, and he won't find the kill either. 6-0 They ran into the stack that time, Tom, yet still, Team Liquid come out on top.
Yeah, I feel like they needed Safe to slow them at least a little bit. Like, he just gets domed. Like, I'm not going to sit there and, like, you can't do anything about that. I'm not going to be like, oh, Safe, you know, better. No, the guy was jumping and then headshot him while spraying bullets. Like, that's unlucky, but unfortunately, it seems like there's been a lot of moments that have been unlucky thus far. And well, even if there was a little bit, that too. Yeah, that too. I thought that was as BS as it was, but there you go. Timeout for Vitality.
Nah, he got cooked by the timing in Vents.
It's a 6-0 start. Last time we saw Vitality play this map, they were on defense. They won 11-1 on that defensive side. For those of you who aren't mathematicians, that's not possible this time.
6 is a bigger number than 1, yes. And off bat as well, Team Liquid showing this strong of a face. You have to think as well about the fact that this is quite a long series, Tom. We're looking at a BO5, and typically, those BO5s, you're going to see the first maps be a little more one-sided, and then you get to the middle grounds. Well, here, this is where it should be one-sided for Vitality, and it's not damning if Team Liquid win it. How many times have we seen in the EMEA a team lose their map pick but bounce back and win their opponents? BO5, you've even more room for error, room for movement than that. But it's terrifying if it's a dominant victory.
But the funny thing as well is one map I would say I'm utmost confident in Vitality in is that Haven. They've looked really good on it. It's been picked by Liquid. They've gone, we reckon we're better. And they have, again, they've looked very good themselves, but they are coming into this series massively confident. And well, already, that middle play, it's not been going well for Vitality so far. They've wanted that part of the map, and either I feel like they have got nothing for it, or they've lost a player like they have here.
Well, this time it seems that the difficulties they had in pushing into the A side up against the Stingers, so that they won't quite be replicated. Cosmic Divide is used to block out Heaven. Even that's going to keep Kicks off the site. There was only one player here to keep them back, and now he's out of the picture. Although he's stepping straight into screens where they have detected him, filled the space, shotgunned him down to 1. That is nasty. Well, 2 to be fair, but effective HP is the same. I like the idea from Durka. Deep nade, but the players are already close. Look, Team Liquid want the fight, and they'll win it convincingly. With a Viper's Pit blocking off the other side, where do you go if you're Vitality? A pick from Trex, but 2 HP on Kicks. They're never going to try to win this round, and in fact, that is why. A shot through the smoke to delete him. 7-0. When does it end?
Maybe at 13 at this rate. I don't think I've seen Liquid come this quick out the blocks and just completely decimating like they have in the last couple of days. It seems like some of the Vitality players may be coming in a little bit cold, but at the same time, it's like you're just witnessing a roster click at this stage, and it's almost how much longer until another pause, unless something changes over the next couple of moments. Again, Les has been having a nightmare. 0-7. His goal of controlling mid and sort of using his utility to shroud off angles for his teammates. Well, if he's losing early fights, it doesn't work. They're pushing on the outskirts, though, and that's Kamek down. That's a big pick to take.
Oh, huge. On that attacking side, they are going to struggle now. Viper Wall already placed. You're losing a lot of your ability to block off these angles. In fact, I see the orbs even being thrown, too. So now, you're really stuck. With a minute on the clock, I do like what they're doing. Pump brakes, wait for aggression, but at 7-0 down, if anyone on Vitality says, oh, this is my moment to push B main and see what's up, we need to call a pause and get a sub on the server. They're playing this wise. They need every single round they can get, and Vitality sit back, give no opportunities, and they'll force this smokeless comp to push into B. My goodness.
He's down. And he's selling a ruse. That's the only goal. Trying to get them to move to the other side of the map. Sure, Paditek's gone, but Les has actually done very well. Been able to hold that line, keep himself alive a little longer, and even takes out Nats while he does it. It's going to be left all onto Camo. A 1 versus 2 scenario with a Nightfall in hand. I really wouldn't mind to see the defenders use it at this point just to make sure he can't pull off any tricks.
You can see that bolt used in response, though. Camo, he's He's on site, decides to tank it, look for the fights up top, but that opens the door for Durka to sprint his way through. No sound cues for Camo, regardless of where he was. A three-piece for Durka. They invested a lot, but they gained a lot more than they had just a round ago.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those scenarios where it's worth it. I like the early aggression, like killing off one of those lurk players who's sort of been in the backline. It makes it a bit more awkward. They had to basically try and make a play around that Viper wall because you don't have any other sort of smokes that you can land.
Hey, we're back 7-5, and I swear to you, we do the same thing we did against that mate, guys.
Oh, big talk from Safe down there. And he's right. How many times have we seen these comebacks? At this exact scoreline as well, the 7-0, the 7-1, there's always a bounce back possible. Sometimes it's a fake comeback. With Vitality, they can get this started soon. Perhaps they'll have a chance. Durka's known to be here. Risky to stick around, and so he does back out. They'll concede the control, but scrambling on the defensive side to fill in the gaps. They've got mid blocked off with a Viper's Pit, but the B site already challenged. Yet the gate crash is used to fall back. They fake A, they fake B, they even get a rolling thunder on B. There's a Viper's Pit on mid, and all of that is ignored as Team Liquid simply walk into the A site.
He hasn't managed to deny Safe teleporting. That will at least allow the rotation a little bit sooner. But yeah, the double fake is sublime, and there's still another player lurking around those backlines. It's onto the 3 on site to try and hold on to things, but Camo has managed to make it right behind Les, knowing exactly where he is. That's one that could be dead to rights, and in fact, there's so many players just looking the wrong way. They are selling this idea again and again. And while Vitality have been fooled by the mastery of these Liquid strategies.
2 times now. We're 9 rounds in, 2 times. It was Kiko first. And this time it's Camo just walking up behind. Turns a winnable round.
Well, also his double fake is just fantastic. Like, the classic is to, hey, I'm going to run into the A site, and then we all hit B, and they send in another player with him so that they can take some space.
Yeah.
But in fact, he then double fakes it all the way back in the other direction, and the site is completely open.
He uses gate crash to start, then pops down a second gate crash, opens the ult on site, they hear it, he gate crashes out. It's so difficult to deal with, and of course, you're scrambling, screaming for support on that side of the map. The rotations are in, the site's open. Really just beautiful gameplay. And at this stage, 8-1 up, Team Liquid. Not up against a lot in terms of weaponry. There is a rifle on Durka, and a rotation heavily put into play for this B site. With a minute 10 on the clock, Team Liquid aren't in a hurry. The Viper wall going up and down on A. It's always going to cause problems for that defense.
Okay.
Well, they've certainly solved one issue.
Try and get the gun. That's the problem. Durka is basically the hero rifle. The B hit's still looking likely with the majority of players here for the defense. Opportunities for them to get something done, or maybe just one man. Durka with his second kill already, and in fact, all the pistols have come up as well. It's now left just onto Paddy, spike in hand, but everybody surrounding him. A huge pace save card thrifty for Vitality to get back into the map.
Yeah, a couple rounds being faked out, pushed and pulled, flanked as well. Eventually you just say, let's just sit here. Let's sit here and see if they come towards us. And it works out that time. They deny the initial aggression, but it comes back around to a mid-split. If it's that, Durka picking up first, they try to fill in that space. They keep walking into this guy. He's given all the opportunities, and as you're focused on dealing with him, so I see Camo there, he goes for the gate crash. I hadn't caught it in the moment, but I think he was nearsighted as well. So once he comes out of that, he can't even fire back. It's just stood a free target to take down.
Oh, we saw it on the desk earlier. Both Sue and Mini predicting Vitality because of Durka. Well, at the moment he has more kills than the rest of his team combined, but I don't know if that's going to be a happy way to look at things. A showstopper could be picked, but actually gets nothing. The nade, however, plus a shot from Kiko, keeps this one possible.
Yeah, it was a seized nade that started this off in vents, and then at least the close trade to bring it back, but a 2v3. The good thing is the defenders don't have a lot of control because they don't have a lot of players to get eyes on the map. So they go, walking towards B main. The timing here, oh, it's pixel perfect for Vitality, who've just a second ago If that swing came in, they've got 2 players dead on B, a 2v1 post plant, and Kicks probably saving. Instead, they managed to get players into main on a deep push, and even if they assume this to be an A hit, even if they're way out of position, once the plant comes in, they can take that 3v2. It's on Team Liquid to try to throw a spanner in the works, and it looks like that's exactly what Nats is going to attempt to do with a deeper push into the spawn.
Yeah, I like it though from Vitality. They're just going to group up. Right, it Kicks going back in the other direction, probably setting up some sort of utility. Still has a full belt to get them back in. They have a snake bite as well for the back corner, so Kamik probably won't be safe for long. Nats needs a kill, and he gets taken down immediately. This leaves one man standing versus the full force of this Vitality trio. Even just going to try and bait him into the fight, get him out of his corner, and well, he's managed to win that first battle. Has to try and isolate another using the cosmetic of the stun, but I don't think you can dodge that one too easily. A third for Vitality. The climb continues as they are now getting to a point where, okay, it's workable.
Yeah, it might not be the 7-5 that Safe was looking for a couple rounds ago, but you put 8-4 on the board, you win a pistol, we're right back into winning ways. The way this started out,
it's like a trick shot.
Couple picks in mid, couple dangers avoided, a showstopper put into play as well. They've left their opponents with a bit to work with, but at least thinned out that ult economy. Last round, 2 players on the side of Team Liquid close to ults. We could see them play for orbs early on, or we could see them look for that pick, but Durka, operator and a showstopper. This could be his round.
Wow. He's already had a couple, but now with this gun in hand, you best believe there's even more potential. And as said, this has been one of the major points of contention on this map so far, so understandable that you're going to put the big man himself. He's already spotted out one.
There.
Could be his demise, in fact. He's not going to be fooled. He's going to take down Camo immediately. And that's the opener that Vitality were looking for. Nats, though, well, almost got away with that one.
Yeah, Kicks just fired straight through the Viper's wall. Fish in a barrel, and this time he's caught what he was looking for. But look at the walkthrough on this B side. Kamik has already seized it. He's walking up. Vitality give up that space, fight for mid instead, and that could have been terrible. In fact, it still may be. Kamik now showing his hand that the B side is wide open, and that Team Liquid are soon to plant there. At 2 versus 2, they deny plant for a moment, and that will buy time for the flank to come around, but Kicks walking out with flash in his hand. That's a big mistake. And the fact that Durka doesn't immediately swing that, look for the trade, you have to start thinking, where did he go?
Yeah, I think that's almost what Kamik was doing originally. Looking for the shot, but Durka lands a crazy tap. Patatek still has his ultimate online. He's just going to use it to try and reveal his opponent, and well, he spotted him down to just a slither of HP. The Prowler's not going to deny it. Durka playing with no sound, has to just wait, has to be patient, has to hope that Patatek will give him a fight, give him a mistake as he gets it to half.
Impressive.
Goes back peeking, looking for a little bit more. Patatek gonna swing him and he will close it out. A 9-3 half, deserved to say the least for Liquid.
This is Vitality's map pick. They start on the defensive side, you said it, Tom. Both teams somewhere that they're comfortable, somewhere they can put up numbers, but it's Team Liquid starting this best of 5, looking like the stronger squad. They've taken it 9-3 in the first half of their opponent's map pick, but there is plenty more coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with half 2 after the break.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get back into your grand final for kickoff. Map number 1, Split. Vitality's map pick, but they are trailing.
That's a great sign.
9-3.
Great sign. Great sign.
Well, so far, Durka has been doing well. Triple the kills of the next player on his team, but that...
Oh, he's now got one less than all of them.
Not quite enough.
It is worrying. And they definitely need someone else to sort of step up to the plate. It's been quieter performances from some of the players we've come to rely on within this Vitality squad. Now they have to do it on the attack. This is where they can sort of centralize around Durka as that piece of the puzzle. Looking to lead the way. Now he's invested into the blast packs, into the shield, so you can expect contact to be taken. In fact, he's going up top.
Yeah, indeed. Nestled himself in. We see Kiko do this quite a lot. We see a lot of players do this. They should be ready, and they are indeed. Camo holding the line, taking Durka down, and the fight up towards heaven. Well, it didn't start well for Vitality, but they make this a manageable situation. Lesson safe, very low. Kix needs to hold on, and he's dropped immediately through the smoke. Everyone else falls. And with a defensive round victory here in the pistol, Safe was looking for 7-5. Well, it's 10-3 in favor of Team Liquid now. Vitality, they may just be going to map down in this BO5, their own choice. Clearly something that Liquid was ready for.
Enemy remaining.
Who was it who built the super team? Because I'm currently looking at like every single member of Liquid popping off. You got Camo, who was on Koi last year. We don't want to talk about that. You got Patatek, who was a sub. You got Kamek, who was in tier 2. Kiko and Nats were struggling in the last Liquid roster. How is this team this good? Like everybody, we're in just about the second half of map 1 and everybody has had a moment, if not more.
I mean, Kiko on fire on the duelist. Who could have seen that one coming? But even when he moves over to control.
Coach is a big brain for that one.
Thinking about this one. They've been looking at the numbers a little bit.
Maybe take him off smokes.
Now listen, honestly, just put him on whatever you want. He's been able to fill every role and look phenomenal doing it. But back here on the duelist, it is just that special spice, the special recipe. Back in action. You see this stun coming in. Now, ooh, quite an early snake bite going down. And you see the push up here from Kiko. He's going to be caught by the stun, and well, I think he's done. I think he would be. You thought so. But Patatek's there to cover. Nat steps through the smoke for a little bit of extra firepower, and just like that, what seemed to be a nice overwhelm strategy has fallen down to practically nothing. They'll get a kill on Patatek, but be surprised if anything else comes to this round. Whoop, whoop. There you go.
He's just got the best teammates in the world. He should have been dead twice. And you got Patatek to save you, and then moments later, Nats to save you. Will be one kill. At least doing a little bit of damage, but well, Liquid are going to come into this one with 4 rifles. One of them is that sniper for Nats, which we know can do a ridiculous amount of damage. Although not many light shields. It's clearly something that, well, obviously with Kiko getting a kill off it, they are aware of. I want to see if there's any sort of defensive aggression in this round, because your buy's not the best. There's some pieces missing. And for Vitality, I'm looking for a flawless, if I'm being honest. Clean as possible.
You would hope so. Big investment, a lot on the line, and 11-3 down. Somewhere they need success from the get-go. Team Liquid, though. Well, we haven't seen too much of this from Vitality. That proactive aggression, that double push-up, a lot of the time they met resistance too early for that to be the case around B main. But Liquid are looking confident in the early stages. They've taken some control. They're wary that a push now should be coming in around A thanks to that beat control. Landing the shots is a different story, but the trade goes well to start with and, well, not to finish with. Nats goes down quickly. Okay, 2v3.
It seems like to kill Nats, you just have to spam Viper screens. That's the second time that's happened.
Spike planted.
Patatek still left without a gun. He's found himself a sniper and has a belt of utility to go with it. Even still, though, that late lurk from Safe, wherever he decides to go, is going to cause issues for this defense. You have to remember, though, this is a bonus. Even if they manage to do damage, that could be enough. And Kiko, you could see he's taking all that time to clear out these backlines to check that there isn't anybody lurking around the corner. Unfortunately for him, there is.
It's the only corner he didn't get.
No, never mind. No, not unfortunately for him. Never mind.
Still lands it. Yet
The round might be out of reach. A player emerging from the wall. That was a little awkward. We'll finally put him to bed. And Vitality, well, they do find the round. They do put it 11-4. But Tom, you put a little requirement on that round. You wanted it to be clean.
Yeah,
You think you saw a clean round?
No, not particularly. All of these rounds seem to be competitive. I thought for certain that, well, at least one player, Kiko, was dead to rights, but he still managed to do a little bit of damage. And now they come in with, again, a better purchase, or at least a very competitive one to what's on the other side. I am looking at ults, though. Les has done well in this second half. Viper's Pit is close. Durka as well, a couple away, which for him, 2 kills in a round seems like the standard. Nats, though, is he actually going to play this close corner? It's always such a risk to sit here, but they have just layered smokes being put down to consistently make it awkward to fight through.
Well, in these freezes, we saw Team Liquid on the attack. They ran into stacks on A and still won rounds. It's a much lighter defense from Liquid, although rotation coming in. Nats will be in heaven in time for the push, but it's a full sight hit. Camo, well, he gets out. The gate crash saves his life. The decoy draws fire for a second, and Durka's down to 30. It's not a bad start for Team Liquid. They have lots of players here, so there'll be no control taken up towards heaven. They're able to fight back if Vitality do go for those pushes, but right now, the numbers won't get the element of surprise. There's no aggression from Vitality, content to sit on the site.
The thing is, though, that clock is ticking. The post plant, strong for Vitality. Aftershock will delay a little longer. Camo is completely isolated. They've done well to leave him out on his own, and that tide's starting to get dangerous. The 1-for-1 immediate, but it keeps that control in Vitality's hands. And then the question starts to be asked, how long do Liquid go for this? Or are they just trying to lock players in? It seems like it's the latter, but they're the one losing their weaponry. Nats eventually will just have to try and get out of there, and he's not going to be able to. He's made it costly for them, but the damage to Liquid is far, far worse.
It is, but those are the things they'll be willing to accept with an 11-5 lead. Still, we can see that scoreline crept up on bit by bit. That push out from Kiko. It's only a matter of time before he has a big round. They only need 2.
Okay. It's okay, yes.
Safe seems confident that they can still get this across the line, and you know what? Team Liquid, they've called a timeout. They're feeling at least a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like when it got down to that 3v4 where they had no space back into the site, I would much rather have seen Liquid save. Like, give yourself an extra buy round or 2. You're gonna do damage, but you're the ones with no money. So they can buy up comfortably, come back in with rifles. You're gonna have to play with 1 rifle and pistols. And if rounds like that keep happening, they're gonna get closer and closer to you and keep building up economy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult thing, though. There's 2 sides to that coin. I understand the idea of still wanting to play that confident hand. You've been the better team. You've been in these situations where you're down, but you still come out with the round win and saying, hey, we've won it so far. Let's keep going. And I think a lot of that comes down to just keeping your opponents in the dirt. You've already managed to snuff out that flame. Why give it a chance to be fanned again, to take the eco and bounce back? But like you said, economic security, big picture, long game. If you lose, maybe they start to come back. They get a window here on the side of Vitality. Their attack side with rifles, with ults coming online, they're only up against pistols. Sheriffs, for the most part, granted. And Camo, doesn't mean having the best game, is the one taking the rifle.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time I'll watch Camo and I'll find that he may not have the best stats, but his impact is always off the charts. Like some of the fakes he's thrown, some of the awkward scenarios he created. Clearly there's something planned here that leaves him as the central spot. I guess as well, you just believe that Kiko's going to hit those pistol shots as well. Same for Nats. Fortunately for him, his spot has been revealed. Getting out of here might be tough, but Instead, it's that flank position. That's not bad, though. A 1-for-1 where you almost definitely get the gun. Yeah, Nats has it in hand now.
Fence rotate hurt, though. Safe knows that they've shifted over, that their eyes are focused on this push. Now you want teammates to make noise, and this recovered rifle could be dropped on the floor by a quick sneak up from Safe. He's got the angle. He's here in time, but the reaction, Patatek spotted him immediately, dodged the bullets, and fires right back. It's kept into a 3v3, and Kiko is sat on the site. They think they've cleared it out. They think, oh no! Well, if only he had a rifle there. A 2 versus 2. As a result, Patatek at least manages to trade it out, but with a Viper's pit down and a plant inside it, Kamek miles away without a rifle to his name, you have to start to feel like this round is already done.
There's a gun at least to be had right in front. But he's not going to get the chance. It's the peek out to catch him. Vitality do well to keep themselves in this one. 11-6. The climb back of 3 in a row. They do now have to be that little bit more careful, because as you said in the last round, this is where ultimates are starting to build. Okay, sure, Vitality had to use the Viper's Pit, but they still come into this one. Rolling Thunder, Showstopper. Everything, though, is coming online on the other side, and that's the other side of the coin.
Back in the game, guys.
Is that things will build up for Liquid, and they do only need 2 rounds.
Going up.
Okay.
Well, this is it. It could be the turning point for Vitality. You already hear it in Safe's comms. They're starting to feel like they're getting back into the game. This is what Liquid will have wanted to avoid in going for that play a couple rounds ago. But now the rifles come back out. Now the ult's online for both teams, if not slightly favored towards that attacking side. And a big play on the B site with pressure on players like Nats and Kamek. If they deliver now, they could put a stop to this comeback. And Kamek, well, he has most certainly showed up. A 3 versus 5. Vitality left with a tough decision. Do they put in that Rolling Thunder? Do they try to claim this round now, or give Team Liquid 12 on the board? They may wait to see if one pick can be found, if an advantage can somehow be claimed from this unfortunate situation. And it won't be. Kamek returns the kill immediately. The advantage nowhere to be found for this squad. Every kill has a response, and even a showstopper thrown in to put them to bed. 6 chances in a row for Team Liquid to take Vitality's map pick. This is the start that Nats and Co must have dreamed about when they came to the studio this morning.
Some of the stuff from the first half, I think you can give credit to Lohan, Yaltsin, and talk about those strategies were beautiful. I don't think we can give them credit for this one. That was just all Kamek. Just like the fact that you have a showstopper flying your way and you're so ready to just pick that guy out of the sky, reposition multiple times. Well, Durka, he has had enough. Tries to just go running straight through the Viper's Pit, but Camo is there to support his IGL. Not going to allow that space to be taken. In fact, he wants to go a little bit further himself.
He's just causing problems for them. He pops that flash, immediate gate crash to the other side of the map. Now sitting over on A in elbow, that extra man. We've seen them do this. The other round, it was actually a direct swap of these 2 players. It was going to be Camo with the rifle and Kiko sitting on site and did go undetected.
When they have this push-up,
that's what it's all
about. They don't have to worry. The Viper's Pit's blocked down mid. You've got the B site locked as well, so you can gamble players on this side. And with Patatek already managing to find an opener, there's 50 seconds for Vitality to either completely change up, try and go back through a Viper's Pit, or just risk it all here. And now another spanner has been thrown into the works with the Cosmic Divide. This even allows for potential flanks.
They use Paranoia. A little late to push into heaven, but they get there eventually. Nightfall comes into play, though, and here comes Nats. He's got an angle. A tiny angle inside of that ult, but he will be caught. Trex holds steadfast. The site overrun with Camo down, and they've seen this one before. Kiko in that spot a couple rounds ago. He gave them a fright, and it won't happen this time. Patatek, 28 HP. No way to deny this spike plant now. It's going in, and the retake will not start well. It's left to Kamek. Low HP on both site players. There's the full HP one down. This is doable. And this player, 15 and 10, Kamek has been feeling it. In the clutch, they move together. Vitality grouped with Lifeline. of split. Can they get it across the line? They just need to find Kamek. Tucked in the corner is Les, and he will land that shot. They stay afloat for now. 5 rounds between them.
Oh, it's just quick thinking from Les to tuck into the corner. You don't expect the second player to be right around there, but I think every bum was clenched in that moment. So many opportunities, it felt like, and so many ultimates expended for Liquid. This was the round where they sat and they went, we're ending it here. We're ending it right now. And well, Vitality managed to cling on to life. 12-7. 5 in a row needed for Vitality on their map choice. And well, it's a mixed bag, a jumble sale purchase. With a few rifles, a few pistols. And that's not the start they were looking for. Safe will take down Nats.
Big pickup in this round. Just think about how much easier it is for any of these players to take you down if one of those tags lands. That weapon left on the floor, and Team Liquid with nothing to do as a result. Like, 2 players sat on B. They're just waiting. That's one of the rifles as well in play. Mid hold's not going to be great. Patatek on his own, just a Sheriff. And Kiko, well, he's in quite a passive position on that A site. Rifle in hand. Again, a spot that Vitality have been quite aware that he's playing. Getting value from this round. Not looking likely. I'm curious to see if Vitality do decide just for safety to use some of these ults, and it looks like they will. Safe has cleared the side out. I don't mind that.
Yeah, from the shadows going down. It's not the worst thing to lose, to make sure that you get into this site safely. For Liquid, they're looking to group up. Maybe try and sell something around this rifle. Although I do look at a couple of players a little bit lower on credits, and even saving these into the next round might be worthwhile. It's been a game plan of theirs to try and do as much damage as possible, seemingly in every single round, but that always comes with a cost. Camo's just going to go walking. First kill goes his way. They expect the swing, but Les wins it anyway. Clearing him out is integral to them having a chance in this round, especially when the next person you need to get past is going to be Durka. This is looking better and better as the seconds go by, and well, Panatek will at least keep them honest, but the rest of the players are gone. They're just going to sit back, wait for him to attempt this cross, and he will meet the same fate as well.
4 in a row. It's become a much more digestible task for the side of Vitality. We're starting to see a much better gameplay, a much better game face from this squad. Controlled aggression. Denying any of that early aggro from Liquid, robbing them of control. I want to see this continue. 4 rounds in a row, Rolling Thunder online. Some other ults creeping up as well. Actually, to be honest, the ult economy is kind of perfect for this. They can put an ult in almost every round. Maybe they get an easy one as well after this one with low money on Team Liquid. There is most definitely a way back in for Vitality now. Liquid have already used a timeout. And if you see a round or two go Vitality's way, I think we'll see that second one burnt up pretty quickly.
Right now, clearly believing that getting those rifles back on hand is far more important. Patient play from Vitality, but they are taking space towards this A site with relative ease. Being careful of any of these cheeky spots. They know that Camo has been very aggressive in his stance with that gate crash. And after throwing in all of their utility, Mitch, they fade back to mid.
Yeah. A reroute to hopefully catch them off, but look at the rotations in play here. Defensive side. We'll have 4 players on this side of the map if it's committed to. Rolling Thunder could catch the Prowler. And Spike moving towards the vent. Spike is dropping in the vent!
Spike down.
I'm not sure about that play. Luckily, they've recovered it with relative ease and sold the idea that they're going to the A site, because why the hell did the Spike drop in the vent?
Oh, but that's the thing, though. 20 seconds left, and it seems like Liquid have the right idea. They've rotated a couple of players in. Once more, it's going to be Kamek up close, but the Rolling Thunder is surely going to put him out of commission. He's just going to try and buy enough time. Doesn't quite manage to dodge it, but puts a stun through. Even still, though, he survives at the back of the site. 7 seconds, and he'll be cleared. That's enough to get the plant down. Kiko now last man standing first. Does go in his favor, but look at where the attackers are going. They're looking to rotate back through the spawn. He is none the wiser The Durka is slowly sneaking up behind him. Timing here could be absolutely everything. He makes the read at the last second. And somehow, this has now come down to a 1 versus 1. Him facing off against Kix, but Kix is so passive and has that aftershock ready to be put into play, to buy extra time if it's needed. His only job at this stage is to try and delay this man as much as humanly possible. Stun goes through. Surely after this, he'll be throwing that final piece of utility. May not even need it, just trying to bait out that timer and will land the shot on very low HP. Kicks with the clutch. But man, he needed stones for that one.
Another lifeline for Vitality. The ult put into play here, Rolling Thunder to buy space. As we said, that economy is going to be rotating like that. They'll have that here. They'll have Viper's Pit for next. Dealing with Kamek on backside. Hell, if he is alive for 1 more second, that round could have fallen apart. If he finds one of those picks, they're in danger. But just about squeaking out the victory. And like I said, now it is getting scary. 3 rounds, ult economy there as well. And sure, it will come online for Liquid and so on, but they need to be careful. This is their game to lose. This is their map to lose, despite it being their opponent's pick. And with 3 rounds in between them, it's just become anybody's game.
Yeah, the worry as well is, as the seconds go by, as the rounds go by, Vitality start to smell blood in the water. That's what it is. It's you're sitting there looking across that stage knowing that there's players like Durka, players like Les, a champions winner. You give that man an inch, and he's going to take everything you've got. And for Liquid, when you start to stumble, it really does start to eat at you. You're talking about a trophy on the line. You're talking about points that could eventually be what gets you to champions. If things don't go your way at internationals or in further stages, they couldn't end up being everything for you. And being a map up in a grand final, you don't take those lightly. All right, now, well, it does feel like the wind has changed.
A timeout used to hopefully course correct for Team Liquid. But 3 rounds between them, it's not as much of a buffer as we saw not that long ago. There are a lot of weaknesses for Liquid to start this. An ult for Camo not likely to be put into play without an advantage, and a Viper's Pit for Vitality to lock down any site. Again, this is the kind of round where maybe they don't need to use those ults. They can save them up. It's a risk by Durka. The flash a little late, but he gets the kill anyways. Nade, it's gonna tickle him up down to 35 HP, but he's still drawing breath. For Team Liquid, that's a failure. 4 versus 5.
Trying to play some of these ratty angles. Shotguns on either side of the map with a couple of pistols and SMG elsewhere. This is not the buy of dreams, but it's whether or not these cheeky positions can get them a kill. Oh, timing couldn't be any worse for Padatek. That's going to be a frustrating one. A chance for at least 1 kill, and well, for Vitality, probably laughing a little bit from him being caught out. Now you look at the rest of the weaponry, and well, I think the best thing Kiko can do is pretty much just die, get himself his showstopper for the next round, and if he could take someone with him, great.
Well, it's said after Tom saying that, Kiko's got a triple kill. Watch this one unfold. Camo picks up the... Okay. I'm getting a little bit worried, and I'm less worried now. Thank you, Trex. This should have been a housekeeping round for Vitality, and despite a bit of a heartbeat for Liquid, they've gone flat towards the end. This will just be Kamek looking for an exit kill, possibly going down to the spike if they avoid him. And a 10th round for Team Vitality after Team Liquid's pause. Now, yeah, they didn't have a lot to work with. If we're looking realistically at what Yaotzin and Lohan have said to these guys, it will be about the next round. That's where they look to push this across the line, but the runway has become very short indeed. And we need to see them lift off into map number 2. For Team Liquid, well, they're already very close to facing an OT.
And then brings back the context of them picking Haven. And you start to really get worried for them. Because whether you have the strongest mental in the world, if you're, what, 11-3 up, and you let a map slip away, that was not going to be easy to recover from. Especially going into a map where your opponents are looking to almost bully you with an aggressive composition. It's no surprise that with a double duelist, it's tougher on that defense, but really does seem like the spark that was there for Liquid has faded over the last couple of rounds, and they desperately need someone to bring it back.
Well, they definitely had a better time over on that attack, dictating the pace, but now they're at the mercy of Team Vitality, and Vitality aren't feeling very kind today. 2 rounds, all that's needed. A Viper's Pit that's been on for a little while, now more likely to be used coming into this round where they're up against something a little more serious for Team Liquid. This A site stacked up decently. They're seeing contact. The Viper wall is being pushed ahead of and held by Patatech. That's something Vitality really want to deal with. They can't give that free information away, especially not when you've committed the wall. All right. Well, yeah, that's not what I expected to see happening here, Tom.
The thing is, I feel like it needs to be unorthodox. When you're up against a dimensional drift and a showstopper, this ultimate normally doesn't have that much value. So I think they've thrown it in almost as a bit of a distraction. The nade is going to force back one player. The information is there, and there's one standing on the site itself, the same man as every time. And Kamik is going to survive just that little bit longer. Showstopper drops another. In fact, they all start to fall. Les, with 20 seconds, has to try and clutch.
It's an impossible scenario. 12 seconds, he needs 2 kills and a spike planted. Kamik fittingly puts him to bed. 13-10. Team Liquid, a map up, taking Vitality's choice and moving on to Haven next. Up against this squad, we thought that there could have been some errors in the veto, but my goodness, we underestimated the side of Liquid. We'll see if they can take this 2-0 or if Vitality can bounce back on their opponent's map pick after the break.
Let's get into the game. Okay, feel the game. Let's be calm. Feel the game first. Okay? And be in control. Don't forget, if you're in control of our communication, if you're in control of our emotions, we're going to win this game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The win streak continues for Team Liquid here in the grand finals of VCT EMEA Kickoff. I am your host, Yingsun, right back here with Sadak and Kakuka. We apologize to Liquid already in the pre-show. You know, we're believing, we know what they can do, but Kakuka seeing it on the server. It's just a whole different ballgame.
Number one, the pistols, just like yesterday, getting them, they're so proactive, they have such measured plans that it's so easy for them to have this strong start. But then linking up the round after this, they were given 100% right off the bat.
They were indeed. And also, we kind of also talked about, you know, showing up on the day, shooting, being able to aim. But Sadak is this disciplined way that Liquid all play together that's really scary.
I mean, my day is completely ruined right now, to be honest. Yes.
Why is that?
I didn't expect this. Like, they were so good at the beginning. They were so good at the beginning. Like, seven round lead. That's a lot. That says a lot about a team that they just came here to win, basically.
Yeah, and let's talk about one of the rounds we saw, Sadak, because there was a fake into a fake. There was like a double fake out of Liquid, out of Nats as well. And it just, like I said, it showed us how beautiful Valorant Liquid are playing. So talk me through this.
This is amazing Valorant right here, because they're going to do a fake to B. But the guys on A, they didn't show any presence, so they can just basically go back to A now. Just like, okay, there's not going to be anyone there.
Yeah, and it's also very important that Patatech is going to be following up and leading the utility, doing all that noise. And look, Vitality even used the Rolling Thunder to counter it.
Yeah, they sell it perfectly. Like, this was a masterclass. If anyone is doubting have any kind of doubt from that, they can just see this round right here. This was perfect call. I really like this. Even in this round is super important, because if they win this round, I don't remember if they won. They won this round?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They ended up winning this round.
Yeah, so yeah, look at this. Like, this is just amazing Valorant overall.
It creates a lot of chaos, right? Because you've had a lot of people rotating. We were speaking about not being that much micromanaging in the side of Vitality, but then at some point everybody is lost and nobody is there to give like a proper call. And Team Liquid was capitalizing on that so well. The movement across the map, every single gap that Vitality would leave, they would fill in so many times. In so many instances, we saw and we thought about, oh my god, Trigger Discipline. They just saw 3 players and they're not looking that direction.
And it really helped that on a map where Kiko, you know, who's been playing smokes this whole time, has to play the duelist. Kakuka, it doesn't even look like he role swapped. It feels like he's been playing Raze this whole split.
I mean, it definitely helps the fact that they were getting so many rounds in a row, but he was one of the reasons why everything was working. And in fact, in so many key rounds, it was him working the map, getting the pick, never waiting, never stalling, always moving, and always in the back. Look at these replays.
I mean, this is the kind of start that we spoke about, right? Having the momentum, looking good on the server as well. How scary was Kiko?
Yeah, big part of the lead, I think it was all on him, to be honest, because he was just getting kills he shouldn't get, like all of the time, all the time. Like, look at this.
Oh, that kill.
Yeah, look at it. Like, it's just having the game day, you know? It just came to play.
We've been talking about how Dirk is probably one of the best duelists out there, so if you're gonna go up against him, you have to be ready, and there was no hesitation in Kiko.
There was no hesitation, but can he do this on Haven? Because in the previous times against other teams, he can. He did. He looked amazing. But it is Liquid that pick Haven. It might seem a little bit odd considering how great Vitality have looked, but Liquid have looked equally as good, albeit, you know, after Apex, we did question, how can they do this against stronger opponents? They did it against Foot. However, we should take a look at some of the tendencies that Vitality, or Durka Kakuka specifically, has.
Yeah, exactly. We were seeing this yesterday, and against Team Heretics, we know that he is going to be aggressive. But Durka was so effective in finding this first kill, round after round, especially on Taboo. Leaving the executes with no smokes is definitely not ideal, but he is the kind of player, especially playing on this Euro, who can take this kind of, you know, freedom.
And Sada, you've played against Durka on Haven as well before. How do you stop this kind of sneaky pushes?
It's so annoying because he's playing Yoru. You were asking previously like about the Yoru gameplay, and he can just do this. Just go deep into enemy lines, try to get a kill, then TP back. Nothing happened. And they have all the space. So he's abusing it really well, and he's scary, man. To play on the server, he's a scary guy. Because you never know when he's going to pick.
Can you stop it?
I couldn't. I mean, I did before, but I couldn't. Recently, yeah. It's hard. It's hard. And he's not only playing like that. I think, who is the other guy that play ISO?
Oh, Safe.
Safe, yes. With Safe, at the same time, like putting pressure at the same time he does. Like, it creates so many gaps for them that it's hard to fill every gap. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that trade denial is probably one of the strongest things in the game, and Yoru is the only one that can go that deep, that further, and just come back as if nothing happened. With Reyna, yes, you can dismiss, but you don't have that much of a range. With the Jet, you can dash. Even with the Chamber, you have the TP, but none of those agents can do what Yoru can do, and not many duelists can do what Durka can do.
Honestly, the only person I remember stopping this on Haven from Durka was Dijazine. Back in the days, back in 2023, he was the one.
She's got the memory.
She has the memory.
But he wasn't scared. He was like, I know Durka is coming, and I'm going to kill him when he comes. So I really do hope that Liquid, they've done their homework. They know this is the kind of thing that Vitality like to do, and they can maybe put a stop to it. Because if they do, they will be leading 2-0 in a best of 5 against Vitality in a grand final. And Sadak, if they do end up leading 2-0 going on to Lotus, they have a very good chance of closing it 3-0.
Yes, and then I'm taking less and we're going back to Brazil or something. Yeah, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. They're not gonna go 2-0. Come on, man. Wake up.
Do you know what? You have just condemned Vitality. Now every single Brazilian fan that's watching this game now is gonna be cheering for Liquid because they want to see you guys go back.
Guys, don't do
take it back? Yeah, they want you guys to go back. But for Vitality though, Kakuka, they're probably feeling very happy that Liquid picked this map as a second one.
Yeah, exactly. But think about the mind games. We were talking about them earlier. Nats was talking about them yesterday. Yesterday, it was leaving Lotus open. Today is peeking onto Haven. I wonder what the reaction was when Vitality first saw this happen. And also, they decided to start on the attack. And I like this because I want to see that productivity coming in from them. I want to see a little bit of those microplays. Maybe they're faking a Yoru clone here and there. But I want to see that confidence coming in from them.
And I want to see this Tejo on Kame as well, because this is when he looked amazing. There will be no changes, and Kakuka, they could do damage here.
Yeah, exactly. And A-Lone control is going to be very important here, especially with Liquid starting on the defense. There are so many fights that you can force just by having the Tejo and using the South bows at the beginning of the round, that probably Vitality and how passive they've been playing on the map. They usually wait a lot in the attack before making a decision. That's the kind of thing that they need to bait.
And do you like this Liquid comp? You think this could be a counter?
I have no idea. I don't think so, because I think Vitality comp is not about counter them, but the playstyle they have. Because if they just hold a little bit, I think they can find a kill on Dirk or on Safe maybe. But yeah, I mean, we have to see, because this has an exec power so good from Liquid, like they can just force everything. And from Vitality, if they don't find like a pick before that, they're gonna struggle to do retakes and stuff, you know?
I know that we say the Vitality are favorites here, but I think that Patitek, especially on that second half, he was one of the reasons why Team Liquid was able to close on that split. And for all the agents that we've seen, with him being on the breach and with how fast he was with his decision-making on split, he is the one that my eyes go to.
Yeah, and I'm also looking out for that operator on that. This is where he likes to whip it out a lot. So Mitch and Tom, let's see if Liquid can continue this win streak.
One map up and moving on to their choice. It is really the dream start to a Bo5 for Team Liquid and for the Team Liquid fans here in our audience. They were getting loud, but I'm excited to see what Vitality have planned here.
Well, that's the thing. It feels like it could be either of their choices. Going into Haven, I think this has been a massive comfort choice for Vitality. If you had told me at one point, oh, the veto's backwards, it's wrong, but no, I understand it. Like, Liquid have looked incredibly good. You're talking about a 13-4 victory, incredible defensive halves from them, which have looked really impressive. You could say the same for their opponents on that attack. So again, we have that sort of opposing start, both having that favorable start on the map. The difference, though, is a lot of what I saw from Liquid were these sort of cool set plays that would give them space. Whereas Vitality, they could basically just sit, wait, and then go for these aggro hits based off, well, Durka and Safe.
Well, the barrier's already up, and it's Vitality on the attack to start this one out. Less, wasting no time, has already dropped Kamek. And we move towards the long fight where the trade is found, but look at the space that's lost. The attackers on the full wraparound. They were hoping that Les would be there to greet them, but it's Camo that's going to be the first one to gain sight of this flanking squad there. Oh, that's a gap. That's a big gap. And Camo blows it wide open with kicks down. The trade is found, but do they know that Patitek is just around the corner? No, they didn't.
Oh, what an incredible job from Camo. He should have been dead to rights, but the last second had the read. Well, A bit of an awkward fight for Kiko. Realizing he can't go down, opts to try and play this one safe. Allowing his opponents to attempt to plant, but they are surrounded from every single angle. Safe needs to pop heads, and the first goes his way. Still 2 to find. And find is literally the aim of the game. The fact is, Liquid have been constantly moving, repositioning, so Safe has to doubt even positions he previously knew were clear. And that's why he's taking his time, trying to watch every single position possible. The fact is, though, Liquid are just waiting. They know they're separated at this stage. He, though, opts to try and push. I don't mind this. Nats up above is going to spot him, but he wins the fight anyway. Now, with 12 seconds left, has to make a decision. Does he go A or does he go B? And he has got it spot on. This gives a chance for a post-plant with no interruption, as Kiko has to run, has to give up the idea of where he is. Puts it down to a 1 versus 1. HP low and just about. Kiko's going to get it over the line, but that was a valiant attempt from Safe.
It absolutely was. The start of this, though, the fact that we've been able to find ourselves in this position is all down to Camo. The fight on long, trading out the walk back from Les, that would have been a second side, and it would have taken this flank and made it a pincer, and that would be the end. Then even catches kicks on the way out, and sure, he loses his life, but look at the time involved for Patatek to get into
also
position.
The spike. That's the thing. The player he kills is the spike. If the spike was on any other player, then Patatek has to hesitate. Someone else has to make a rotation back. But that kill, he goes spike down, and that's enough information for the team. So, yeah, really big round from him. Really nice attempt from Safe. And he's going to treat himself to a Sheriff, which in anyone's hands is scary. In his hands, very scary.
And then in his hands, on an ISO. we multiply the threat. That second lease of life that he'll have. Now, Vitality are quickly making their way to C. This is a low buy round, and one where there will be more risks. You go blindly into the site and hope that there's no one waiting, or that you find them if they are. Well, they were waiting just on a different angle, and the spike hasn't made it to the site. It's cut off on the way across. Durka, classic in hand, he gets one. But how much more can you expect? I'll tell you, it's 0. That's how much you should expect. Good flash, spike retrieve, gate crash to sneak right by him. What a beautiful play by Durka. He's back to the A site. He'll find himself a plant, and look, making the best of a bad situation. Now he's got a chance to isolate some players, but Camo's watching it, and he's more than ready. Okay, good attempt by Durka, though.
Yeah, it's almost just a funny one. I feel like he was even just giggling to himself there a little bit, that he managed to get the spike and get out. It's a few extra credits, it's an extra orb, so I don't think he's going to be complaining too much. And for the side of Liquid, I think they had something purchased on every player, so that might be an extra gun dropped somewhere across the map, but it's not going to be the end of the world. They still come up with 4 players. They'll still have a decent resistance to the next, but they will have at least a bit less than their opponent. And one of the main worries is the fact that Safe is one of his ultimate, which puts you in an arena with Safe.
Not somewhere you want to be. We talked a lot about his ult last time we saw them. You know, the other thing is, I'll say, it's the attack side. It's round 3, and Durka's on a Yoru. Here on Haven, last time I saw this, he blew my socks off. I think everyone's with the little fake decoy play. Pretended to become the utility, or became the utility quite literally. But the other thing is, Tom, he also tweeted out after that game, I'm going to do it in the finals. Now, most people, I'd say, who cares? It's just some BS. He's just, you know, it's the interaction play. It is what it is. Durka, I believe him. I believe at least once we're going to see that man decoy it. And if we don't, I'll be having words after this.
Kamek is set up ready. This might just be an attempt at orb denial, realizing how close Safe is, and well, he's got his ult online. He also doesn't have a face. And walking up has left them in a bit of an awkward scenario. Now, if that can be reclaimed, which is exactly what... Kamek just walks it. I was thinking maybe there'd be some hesitation. There isn't. He's now got a gun as well. This buy now becomes a little bit better. And the missed shot is going to try and sell the ruse. And I say try, it succeeded. There's now 3 players within the A site, and only that aggressive position on C from Kamek.
Yeah, Durka's decoy ran through, and panic stations ensued on site. C-side hold needs to be held by Kamek. He goes down. Now rotations have to be called for. Durka's hearing them. He knows that that space is just being left open. He's called for the rotation as well. Look at them moving through the spawn. The spike is on its way. And the call is to leave Kiko up above, watching in from heaven. Well, he won't be able to see. Kix is lining up a smoke as we speak. And, well, that was a little risky to peek early. But the smoke is bloomed. The site is taken. And now it will be Team Liquid on the retake, all coming in from the same angle as well.
Yeah, man. With Trex still lurking in mid. Okay, sure, the trip will... Oh, he's going to shoot in, just run away. I like the idea. Camo already into the site, looking to try and claim space, but all he's really found is that players are here and players are waiting. And while they're looking for every fight they can, Durka was patient the whole round, but he finishes it with a bang. And I have to say, the main credit I want to give that the mid-rounding was just fantastic. And this is something that I think Safe has talked about. Like, firstly, I don't know if it's true because he never wants to give himself credit as an IGL. But I also do think there is an aspect of Durka walks up, calls what he's seeing, and they are building plays around each individual player's knowledge and building it together in the moment. Rather than Safe going, Durka's seen this, let's go here. And that information he found won them the round.
Just have a squad of smart players, individual performers, mechanically talented, but they've got that little bit extra to them. Trap being taken back and put down. It's been heard. They know that it's up close. And Trapwire won't be surprising anyone. And it's the decoy to take the brunt of it. I'd say Durka could just walk straight through that. And goes the ult. And it will be Kiko seized by Safe. A clean shot found. And they're right back to the C site with the advantage now in a 5v4.
It's so difficult to get back in from this position, especially losing Kiko. That's no paranoia, no smokes. You're going to rely on maybe an error, someone giving some space, and okay, Durka's gone down. Camo, his position will be known. They should have an idea that he's just around this corner, maybe trying to sell the idea that he went back. Shots landed by Nats, doing damage, trying to pull players away, and actually, the trades are going back and forth. Trex is going to be revealed, knowing that there's one there. Kamek lands another shot, and in fact finds a couple. From that early fight, it looked like a position where Vitality had them dead, but nevertheless, Liquid come out on top.
Well, that C site was a lot weaker when it came to the bonus round. Big risks taken. Kamek pushed up, but this identity much better. Waiting for the push to come in and then springing their trap. Cautious of Durka being on the backside, knowing that he'll stay embedded in whatever position he can get into and have a gate crash to get out of there. They dealt with every threat. And hats off to Kamek in this one. He got bodied in the last round in that C-long play. And this time, he has seized that 2-round lead right back for Team Liquid. 3-1. A solid start to this map. 3 rounds off defuses. Vitality, early rounds going well. They're getting on site. They're getting their plant. But Team Liquid have the protocols to fall back on and reclaim that site. This is worrying. Normally, when a team stalls out early like that, it's going to be on the back of more dominant rounds. Not where the early plan's working and the late one is falling apart. That solution a little harder to come to the bottom of. And now Ultimate's online for Team Liquid as well. The Blade Storm not to be used. Patatek, oh my word, he's just walked down mid. Kiko is holding the window and will remain in a slightly more aggressive position. But that is a ballsy opening gambit that has paid off tenfold.
Durka's going to try and get them back into this one. Without online, he could have. This is cheeky.
They have to check it.
There's no, oh, it's a bit awkward, but Kiko gets the job done. 2-man advantage already. Durka is taking space with the drone, semi-giving it away. That means that that can be held comfortably by Patatek, and in fact, well, now Nats, that forever look, something he's been doing since the dawn of time, has caught them in the back.
Yeah, even leading the pack, he's still the lurker. Vitality, 2 versus 5. And they have been completely stalled out. That is another player dead to mid-aggression. We have just had a round where Team Liquid, on the defensive side, pushed Vitality 4 separate times. Often solo, at least the duels that it amounted to. So the start, Patatek walks left side mid, from a defender perspective, and Kiko's on the right. If you're in a fight, that's a 1v1 or a 1vx. You're on your own. Kiko can't swing 10 meters at once. And they win every single duel. God, for Vitality, this has got to feel tough. They are being locked out early on. And with a map already under their belt, this being their pick, Team Liquid showing no signs of slowing.
Yeah, I think also the crazy thing about it is this is not the way we expected to see Liquid winning rounds. Like, if you'll talk about Vitality playing like this, like getting super aggressive individual fights, like you have the kit to do it. You're talking about, Durka's Yoru. He's able to get out of there. You're talking about Safe literally having an ability, a double tap. It allows him to be shot before he takes those fights. What we're witnessing at the moment is Liquid, I almost want to say, disrespecting their opponent. Oh, I'm going to walk mid. Okay, I've just walked mid. Now it's your turn to walk mid. Oh, you've just done that. Well, I'm going to walk long. It's like, these are not like, we have this perfectly placed piece of utility. Oh, I'm going to use the Teo stuff to put you into play. This is a freak. No, this is, I'm just going to walk it. And the fact that they are playing with this level of confidence, I guess, like, firstly, qualifying, you've got at least some of the pressure off your back. And I think you're looking at these Liquid players just thriving within that, enjoying themselves. Because, let's be real, Vitality come into this one as fairly heavy favorites. Most teams haven't been able to even get close to them. Taking a map seems like a victory in a lot of cases. But other than that, this has been maybe one of the first times they've truly been tested since their opening game versus KC.
Well, this is the thing.
What on Sadak?
Team Liquid. Team Liquid truly forged in fire. 5 opponents eliminated back to back. Elimination matches, and they won them all. And that gives you a little extra twang to your gameplay. Straight up aggression. Another round where all the defenders do is attack. Vitality left to take the stinger out. This one has gotta hurt. 5-1 down. Rifles coming out though.
Yeah, that's the thing. I like this round as one that we've seen before, like this setup where you have them completely trapped in the backlines by the Teo Annihilation plus sending through those extra guided salvo to leave the corners clear. They push up alongside it, but for Vitality, that was a round where, okay, if they do them to you in a buy round, you're losing your head. But in this case, they had some lower purchases. Now, though, they're in with a buy.
This has to be where it changes, Tom. Very much so. That buy-in play.
I think he saw 2.
Mid push again from Team Liquid. Patatek is here, but it's Camo who's the tip of the spear, making his way around. They've already had Nats push up C long. They know at this point it's an A play, but what can you do about it? Kamek's the only player there. He's just going to fall back, play passive on site. In goes Durka. The ult, seeking out players and seeing the site is wide open. Safe, 1 away from an ult of his own. Trex in the same boat. Huge post-plant potential, and it will be Safe who the ult is put onto. But in all this while, they have lost control of their flank. And they're just about the camera spotting them out. But okay, didn't see Kiko. They still deal with him. In fact, Vitality very much here to play, winning every fight. Sure, Safe goes down in the ult, but the round should be secured on the back of it.
So far away. That's the biggest problem. He was fighting in the ultimate and hasn't had a chance to rotate over to the other side of the map. I think that's going to cause this to eventually be a save. Although with some extra credits, maybe Kamek wants to try and give this one a go. You can see them, they're being held in. That's basically the goal here, is try and remove as much weaponry as humanly possible. The round is going to go the way of Vitality, but how many of them survive? Well, it looks like all of the remaining players.
3 players alive, big boost to the economy for Vitality, and at a much needed time, at a much needed time, they put this round on the board. 5-1, not pretty. 5-2, economy could stabilize. We could see them bounce back, but the problem is Team Liquid are very much in a comfortable position. Ults online, rifles there, and a 5-2 start. Just looking to go back to winning ways. I'm curious to see if there is aggression because 4 players starting on the A side of the map and a smoke down early on, but not much. You know, usually there's 2 or 3 players here on short ready to go. It's a much slower piece of aggression, but perhaps it will just be delayed.
I'm seeing Patatek rotate over. He's got Rolling Thunder. With them losing space towards long, that gamble doesn't really seem to be worth it anymore. They are going to be playing this 1-2 punch, though. Like, that's the thing. Patatek is the bait. The whole idea is to sell a ruse that he's the closest person, and Kiko has the chance to be the knife in the dark. They don't expect him to be here, but it's only going to be the one. A little bit of a whiff. Luckily, his teammates are doing work on the site, keeping things even, down to just 1. And once again, that 1 is very far away.
Well, no points for guessing where Nats is coming from on this play. He is behind them yet again. But in fact, Vitality seemed to flip the script on its head. Instead of falling back to long or short the positions they were in, they moved deeper into the defender's spawn. Hunter's Fury is there for the post plant, and that is a huge piece of comfort for the Vitality squad. But they shouldn't need to use it necessarily. Curious to see when that reveal comes back online for Trex, and, well, perhaps it won't be there on time. The recon drone is, and that has caused a massive problem for Nats. The shock dart hasn't made it any easier. Tapping it once, it's halved already. Now I'm getting worried. Okay, no problem. The reveal at least catches him. The drop is not good. Nats is still alive. He could try to stick that in the corner, but baiting kicks into a battle that he will not win instead. Vitality, 5-3, climbing back into this one.
Yeah, starting to, it feels like maybe go back to slightly more basic plays, just taking over that long control, clearing short, even though it got a little bit dicey. I don't mind the setup, but didn't quite work out this time. Not falling for so many of those liquid traps. And while now looking into the finances, it seems like Liquid are throwing everything in here. Operator purchase, they want to try and deny this A presence that's been there for so many rounds with this op. Thing is though, Vitality have no intentions of going that way.
The cage just faded, stealth drone went through on A. They're just now seeing that it's wide open, but it could be too little, too late. Nats isolated in this fight, surrounded and shot from the C site. The TP coming into play has to be cancelled as the C site's being completely overrun. In comes the spike. It's kicks to plant, nobody needing the orb. Kamek though, he's caught a whiff of Durka. Taking him down, the attempted ult off-site to cancel the Rolling Thunder's effect doesn't work as he's immediately sent back. Yet Kix is still safe. No punish just yet. And the 4 players left on Team Liquid soon to be revealed. There is no easy solution though for Vitality, no gap to exploit. Instead of finding open space, they will attempt to open the space themselves, crack it wide open with Camo's head being the first target. And although they land it, the cost paid is too great. Les, in an impossible clutch, finds the first, steps back, finds the second, looking for the third, and it was damn close! But Kamek clears him this time, 6-3 for Liquid.
That was so ridiculously close. We saw him get off to a really quiet start in map number 1, but it definitely seems like that man's coming alive. And like again, just seeing some of the attempted aggression. Nats this time was playing off his own camera, trying to fight that one through. And again, we see Kamek, someone who has a lot of sort of aggressive setup utility in their spawn, basically. I don't think Durka was ever expecting anybody to be there. That was the last-ditch effort on the finances for Liquid. Now the same can be said for their opponents. Non-operator didn't really come into play in the last round, so it's still available. Oh, okay. This time the fake has not been sold.
Yeah, decoys don't usually jump up, I suppose. I'll give it away. Spot the difference. For Vitality, 2 players lost in the early round. I mean, it represents at least an upgraded weapon for Safe, but it's about the only positives. Team Liquid double the rounds of their opponents and almost double the manpower in this round. Vitality will seek out the A site. And to be fair, looking at the map, it is by far the best option for this squad. But I think the real danger of it speaks to how Liquid put a lot of those early rounds on the board and why they're so comfortable with leaving A open. Their retakes have been good so far.
They also have Armageddon, which is just going to clear out so many angles if it gets to that stage. So they're confident in that ult in the post-spawn. The one thing I'll say is if they can get the spike to Safe, he could try and take someone early. And if that is Kamek, that could throw a real spanner in the works. That's the one thing I'm thinking could play into their hands.
30 seconds left.
Instead, though, he wants to get up in their face. Still has a full belt of utility, could still take that 1v1 with a little bit of extra chance of success.
Kamek is setting it up right now. Armageddon, I believe, will be put into play. Oh, perhaps I'm wrong. No, they've gone for the dive already. Straight into the site, just overwhelming them with the numbers, and it's working. Safe alone doesn't stand a chance. Nats with the triple pushes Team Liquid up to a 7-3 scoreline. This grand final has gotten off to a slow start for Vitality on both maps, and sure, they climbed back into it over on Split, but too little too late, 13-10. Let's hope it's not the same story here. That 7-5 scoreline Safe looked for in the last map, still possible, but they need to show up in both of these final rounds. Otherwise, that gap is going to represent a big challenge yet again when we go to half number 2.
Well, you have to think back to that Haven versus Heretics. It was actually an 8-1 start for Vitality, and then things started to slip away from them.
On which side?
On the attack.
Yeah.
So we are looking at a team that has had success on this half and are currently with their struggles. Now, there's no doubt they could still pull it back, but it needs to be something a little bit more already. Armageddon thrown through. The ultimate from Safe has failed, and Kiko's managed to get that opener straight off. And that's a lot of what they had to get into this site. With that ult gone, they're now just going to have to push it dry.
Limited info as well from someone like Trex. Look at this. Great work from our observers catching Kamek, and the rotation is on the way back over towards this side of the map. If they walk through that doorway, checking the left, it's unlikely. Usually these players are on long, they're tucked in those corners, or they're pushing all the way through. And indeed, they've walked right past Kamek. It's a freebie! Even doubles up for his trouble, and if this round was looking bad, it's just gotten a whole lot worse. Less and Safe. Less void of any utility. It's all down on the map. And Safe, well, he won't have a lot to say about this. No shield and 4 players to take down. They're still going to try it, though.
Yeah, Paddy, his only job is to delay. He doesn't really care about being the hero or the glory. He just wants to make sure this round goes in his team's favor. And the thing is, I think Safe realizes that, okay, if I just allow them to retake, it's all going to fall apart. Instead, he tries to make a play. Oh, we saw Les attempt a 1v3, falls short by 1, now has to try and face off against 4.
Here is big swing. The first is landed, 2 players on his right. He's isolated the one, but he's just hiding, waiting for his moment. Well handled by Patatek. No chance to take that fight, and the round was lost regardless of the result. 8 on the board for Team Liquid. We're again looking at an 8-4 best case scenario. And without a pistol under their belt, with the history of this map as well, and Team Liquid looking as hot as they are right now. Vitality, they need to turn this around. They need to do so, if not now, right off the bat in the next half, because this attack has not shaped up well.
Look at the snipers. They're just looking to do as much damage as humanly possible in the early stages of the round. Obviously, there'll be guns for them to find on the floor on everybody except maybe Camo. The thing is, they've been caught with so many of these aggressive pushes. Think about how many times in this map Kamek has caught them in awkward spots. They're having to pop those shields early just in order to make sure they're not caught. And in fact, the defense, again, it might be going well for them, but they are still pushing. They are still happy to get aggressive while all this time is being spent using that utility to clear out positions in front. Last time, this did fail miserably for Liquid. We'll see if they can catch out less this time, and well, the timing couldn't be better for them.
They found the pick they needed. But Vitality aren't giving up the space. Safe's gonna walk through. Look for the fight on short. This go! Oh, no, he's caught jumping up the ramp. Oh, you almost have to wince in pain looking at that one for Vitality. An unfortunate scenario. But for Team Liquid, their dominance underlined with this 9-3 scoreline. Liquid's pick, well, starting out a lot better for them than Vitality's did on the other one.
Oh, that's the thing. This is back-to-back 9-3 halves now. They've started off both maps so incredibly strong. They are looking great individually, storing so much depth in what they've got. Mitch, I have to say, I'm hoping we see some life in Vitality going into the next half.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to dive into half number 2 of map number 2. But it might be deja vu for those of you who watched the first. This is a tough situation for Vitality. They are on Liquid's map pick. They were 9-3 down in the last, but they managed to come back. That's where they decided to take it, though. Now, on Liquid's choice, that comeback should be so much more difficult. Going 2-0 down in a Bo5, not the way that a team like Vitality, storming the upper bracket, wanted to start this one out.
Oh, we have very few stories of reverse sweeps, but I'm sure Insa will tell you all about them during the break. She remembers them all. I don't know how she does it. Nonetheless, it's going to be an aggressive start for this attack. They are right into A.
Paranoia has landed. It's forced an awkward fight for Camo. He's retreating, buying time, but his squad is falling around him. Nice double delivered. It's left on to Kamek. This could be Vitality bouncing back into the map. A pistol, much needed for this squad. And only Kamek that stands in the way. The spike down in the open as well. And now they've spotted their final victim, waiting to swing this together. A chance to isolate one, but the shot's not landed. And now the firing squad will deal with him once he goes for the swing.
Just going to try and make it as awkward as possible. Even take closer positions. Guided salvo sent through, but there should be no chance for Kamek in this scenario. A much-needed pistol for Vitality as they now look to man the defense. I will say that makes me nervous. Because, again, like I think there's aspects of this composition. I think Durka in particular on defense has always been magical at taking those aggressive positions. I just don't know if I believe they're going to do it this time around. Like the last map, it got to the point where you saw them build up that momentum, but this map, they just looked a little bit more flat. Luckily, they should have a little bit of time to breathe. A few pistols here and there, but I was about to say, I think Trex has done magical with the shock darts. He's done so much damage.
This is not a bad result, at least turning back for Team Liquid with damage, but they need so much more to make this actually costly for Vitality. Clean up. Anyone else dropped at this point would be costly. Narrow margin. They get away with a relatively clean round, 9-5.
It's not clean, but it's clean enough. That's the main thing. They can come back in with a few rifles, have themselves the sniper for safe as well. Although the same is going to be on the other side for Nats. They've seen the brawl of the ex-Liquid player facing off against his old roster. Last time around, when he played them last year in Vitality, he dominated. Individually best player in the server by a country mile. This time it hasn't been the same success. Although on the duel list right now, he is that top player for his team. This is the man, though, that's gone a little bit more quiet. Map 1, Durka was active. I think they need him to be again.
See the return. Oh, he has returned back to his defensive line. Not operator, pardon me. The outlaw. Oh, sometimes it plays as the same. It's in the hands of Nats, and it is an op against 3 of these players. Trex, Kicks, and Les, all with light shields. Nats will quickly deal with them. Patatek's being tagged, so he's vulnerable to safe shot. But it is just this attack side outlaw. It's not something I expected to see very much of, but it makes so much sense. And especially the success that Nats has had using it. Now, though, the tip of the spear is already being cut cleanly off. Up close is Kicks to deliver another death blow, doubling up and making it look easy. 1 kill for the side of Team Liquid. And this is, Tom, I agree with you coming into this. Vitality looked flat, but here, much better signs of life from this squad.
Oh, that was a bonus as well. Like you're talking about a round that realistically, when you win it, maybe you have a player alive. I'll say that Trex's utility off the start of this defensive half has looked fantastic. Again, he's been underwhelming in terms of what we know we can get out of Trex. But his reveal left one player, I think it was Camo, just dead to rights at the beginning. They lose that entry, and then things become that bit more difficult for Liquid to follow up on. Gonna be left with low weaponry. And by the looks of it, the way they're gonna cut through this defense is with pace.
A quick, more direct play. Less stuck to the guided salvo, but steps in time to damage Camo alongside Durka. It's a free kill. Durka stepped through the smoke. He is looking for the fight and finding it across the board. Team Liquid, 1 kill, but much more needed. A little bit more found. Durka quick to put up his 3rd kill of the round. Ult is online. The ace still very much possible with both of these players low. You don't expect this round to flip the other way. Safe is here just a little bit too late, I thought. And indeed, he is. Inside the smoke, be a safe plant.
Spike planted.
It leaves Kiko alone. This wraparound from Kamek, he's so low on HP that he had to take it alone. And because of that, he manages to get the kill. Now into that 1 versus 1. 5 HP is all Kamek has, and he's going to use the salvo. It's almost faked it out, though. It's come in from towards the garage. Will Safe now re-predict that he's going to wrap back around? No, he won't! Kamek has been incredible. A pay save card, thrifty, that I don't think anyone would have believed in.
Not at all. You count them out. Well, it's the wrong moment to do so. A thrifty like this. Durka's first is fine. This, brave. But he had a flash and a gate crash. He knew he's in and he's out. But then they start losing players. He steps into a cage to take the fight, trading out his teammate. My goodness, that wraparound from Kamek, the guided salvo, timing, the fact that it comes from garage. And I actually think Safe started to look towards long, but the shot came in so quickly that there was no way to react. 4 round.
Oh, sit down.
What was that?
Well, Panitek and Camo have just opened this one up like it was nothing. You might be looking at things going, oh, is this an eco for Vitality? Did they run out of money? No, this is everything. They have an operator. And while thankfully Safe is still standing, has an ult of his own, he'll get another chance to bite at Camo, and he'll put him down immediately. This round was looking dangerous, was looking scary. But in a blink of an eye, Safe has turned it.
The Armageddon was even there to catch him coming out of the ult, but he dodges it, gets out in time because it was a quick kill. Takes another! That's 4 for Safe! And the info there! He knows exactly where Kamek is, and it won't be the ace that's desired in-house, but god damn it, a round's a round for Vitality at this point. I'll take it.
There is a reason why we have talked about this man on Duelist. There is a reason that even last year when Fnatic win back-to-back, Safe was still listed as our #1 Duelist of the year. The guy could just pop off at any moment, and I'll be honest, if we go through this grand final without him having an ace, I'll be disappointed. Because, well, he's one of few players who's managed to get 3 in a single series. We'll see. But now, though, winning the round for his team was enough, and the way that that started, Panitek spamming a bullet to kill off kicks, Camo executing a second. It looked like it was just going to be Vitality getting run over. He has not only saved them, but he has destroyed his opponent's economy.
Yeah, I think coming into that round, he was tied for top frag. Well, it is most certainly Safe's at this point, 19-14, and really, this agent ISO, it just made the difference. The utility he had took it across the line. The fact that the second kill he gets the shield up, immediately turns and pops the ult into C-site. There was no reaction. There was no way to solve that problem other than shooting the guy in the head 2 times in a row, and no one could get it done. Not before he could fire back and regen those shields. 3-round gap, and Team Liquid called this timeout. They still have 1 left to use. Both teams do. It's been fairly slow in terms of the touching base with the coaching staff, but 3-round gap, this is where, well, the rest of the game is about to be decided, probably by the next round. This one here, Team Liquid don't have a ton to work with, and we're probably seeing a 10-8 scoreline. I wonder if Camo will use the Blade Storm, though, just to try to make it a bit more worthwhile.
Look, I think he's bought light shields and only has a pistol, so I'd
see the frenzy if he was going to do it.
Yeah, I'd hazard a guess that he is. This would be one hell of a round to win. The last they won was a thrifty as well, so it would be foolish to believe there's nothing on the table. Now, they have not played towards this B site at all thus far. But even still, it is being watched at a distance. Safe, wanting that initial fight. He's not expecting a blade on the other side. Durka still will win a battle back, and Camo manages to get out of there. He's done decently. Kicks also wounded. This already starting to look dangerous.
Problem is, we've got a rifle now on Camo. Hunter's Fury, though, thrown through. Nats has fallen. Numbers advantage for the defensive side. Push up in garage spotted, though. Patatek, it's damage, and he's left both of these players in mid so desperately low. But those guns are still roaming the map. Still problems for these players. Kamek onto Durka. It's a good connect. The wrap around the side from Les is being watched, and he won't get anything done. Trex in the same boat. He catches the first, but blindsided by Camo, leaving Kicks to do it all. A pay safe card thrifty puts Team Liquid back on the board.
It's the only rounds they've got in this half are off thrifties. And again, okay, Camo does his job wonderfully, getting the opener, but this wasn't all about the Bladestorm. The damage that Patatek did, I think he ends up with 2 kills, which is probably what he deserved anyway.
Yeah.
But just managing to hold on to the position, have the read on both final players in the end. As said, we have seen rounds from every single member of this Liquid core. But the money's not gone yet.
Oh, it's a full garage push from Team Liquid. They got 2 players here ready. Utility fired in, but Vitality, they're keeping them back for the time being. Back in mid, the play from Durka. Nets 1 kill, but that's all. Walk through from Kicks, not expected. Vitality showing some of that defensive aggression that their opponents were so fond of. But Kiko in the madness has crept up close, and there's no way out for Trex. Try as he might. The spike planter under threat and duress. Kamix alone on this C site. His teammate in the spawn could provide, well, will provide that little bit of extra help, and altogether, they've got this one across the line. 5 HP left for Safe. No chance. Guided salvo could take him down. A straight shot. Hell, a gust of wind at this point. We're looking at 12-7 as Safe leaves the site to save this weapon for what will be the last stand of Vitality. They need 5 rounds straight, or they're going to need 3 maps straight. That is a big task, especially with Team Liquid looking as on form as they are right now.
God, they've had so much to really write home about over the last few days. I think even the adaptations in this round, like the initial play again from Vitality looks stellar. You have that aggression, you have those opening picks, but it's just the way that the rest of the players weren't just sitting around. Like Kiko gets his running boots on, immediately takes control. They get a post plant on C, which they know all the ground they've given up, so they play to their strengths. And then just the interplay. Like, that was my main criticism of this team in the first couple of weeks, was it looks like just 5 guys running around and they don't have that synergy. Now, you see the swings, the timing, even just the communication behind it must be fantastic. And now, well, already Les is going to be fuming. His utility has been obliterated. This was one of the main keys for this agent, was just how hard it will be to play Cypher. I think he's learned that today.
5 chances in a row. Team Liquid in God form, and you think about them going to Thailand. This is somewhere that, well, realistically, they're only getting better with time, aging like wine, and when they step over there, teams are going to be in trouble if this is the kind of form they're bringing to play. Ult from Kicks. Doesn't see anyone, but they were just around the corner. The timing slightly off. Nobody going short either on Team Liquid. They're going to completely bypass Safe, creep their way up, and be on the site before Safe has an iota of what is going on. He could be able to flank them. It's a 50-50. Which way does he look? How far does he push? There it is. He's just seen Omen, setting up a smoke as well. You know the play's coming in, but Durka didn't know they were here already. It already busted down the door. Safe, spotted, dealt with on both sides. Team Liquid, the dominoes have begun to fall. Vitality are left in the dust, locked out of the A site, but they have to go for it.
Yeah, and just look, there's so much online. The ultimate for Teo, the aftershock stuns just being put into play to buy time. Okay, Camo's gone. Maybe an overstep, but with how much you have left to play with, There's opportunities already. Panatek will drop one, make that a second. In fact, he's looking to do it all, but Kick still stands, manages one more. But that time is being bought, and eventually the map goes. Liquid find themselves 2-0 up in the grand final. Who would have thought it?
Well, it looks like it might just be highway robbery down on that stage. We said we deserve 5 maps in this series, but if Team Liquid have their way, we'll be going home really soon. 2-0. We'll find out the conclusion after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change. Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That win is degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TT. Hey, came out the womb like this.
Okay, boys, let's keep doing the same thing. Let's keep listening for the first call. Let's keep not calling over each other. Let's keep being next to each other, boys. Do the stuff together. Okay, boys, take a step back in the communication, okay? We are too emotional, right? Everyone, take a deep breath right now for me.
That is my IGL.
Yeah, here's my IGL also right now.
I can't believe it. I mean, if Nats is telling you to do that in a grand final, they're 2-0 up, you're going to listen to him, right?
Immediately, I'm chill. Okay? Okay,
Yeah.
nice. Whatever you want. You want a coffee also, man? I'm right here. Yeah, take whatever.
You're going to bring it over. Welcome to the desk, by the way, Minnie. Thank you for joining me and Sadak at the grand finals. Of course, Liquid 2-0 up already. A map that they decided to pick. During the map vetoes, we had a lot of questions. Was this the right idea? But Minnie, hindsight, you know, we have the gift of hindsight, but they definitely came in here with a plan. Did you like that plan?
Yeah, I mean, it looks a lot of the same we've seen from Team Liquid. A lot of good stuff off of the Teo and Breach. I think that composition is probably one of the best on the map so far. But yeah, I am impressed with the confidence from Team Liquid of picking into Vitality's strongest map.
You don't see that very often. You don't indeed. And now they are 2-0 up, Sadak. We spoke about, the momentum and how confident you can be. You can't ask for a better start.
No, you saw it here perfectly. I think it's all about confidence on this team, to be honest, because they're just slaying. Everything they do is just working out fine, and the game plan they have against Vitality coming into this, it was just perfect. Like, they understood how they play, they understood how to counter, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pure confidence. And some of that comes from some players who have never even been in a grand final before. If we take a look at the pay safeguard play of the final, this clutch from Kamik, I mean, this is so smart. Sadak, if one of your players did this, you give them a little pat on the back?
I would cry. I would say I'm proud of you. And then next round.
Yeah, and Mini, talk me through why this is so smart.
Well, it's the idea that the rockets come in from a certain direction. So Safe thinks that Kamik is garage, and then the reposition here is just beautiful.
It is indeed, and a huge round to win as well. I mean, we had Vitality starting to gain a bit of momentum coming into the game, and then Kamik, Giga Brain, last second secures the round and eventually secures the map as well. We heard it from Durka before. There is a reason why they run this comp, and it's because he believes, Mini, that he can make it better from the way Fnatic were playing it. Have you seen anything that confirms that?
On defense, they ran exactly the same stuff, which was quite good. But the attack, they were a bit more direct with their approach. And Team Liquid were more than capable of holding those direct approaches. And then the defaults, they were just getting picked off.
Yeah.
So I'm not convinced by Durka's assumption, but they do have more options. But Boaster's more interested in defaulting mid-rounding than it seems that Vitality is.
Yeah, you can say like against Tejo and Breach playing straight up forward rounds, it's kind of like suicidal in a way, right? Because you're going to get stopped every single time. So if you play default, you play a little bit slower, try to bait all the resources, it should work even better.
Maybe a bit of too late to adapt, to sort of what Team Liquid were doing. But we've talked a lot about Nat already. We saw the little speech he was giving, rallying his team behind him in true IGL fashion. What does Safe need to do here? Because Sadak, I assume as we go to Lotus, he won't be playing a duelist, but what can he do to bring his team back?
I mean, I think they just need to do their own gameplay, because they're just struggling on basic stuff, and Liquid is just doing like not huge strategic defaults or stuff like that, but just punish them every single time. So maybe they need to, I don't know, just fix some small mistakes they're having right now and just play their game.
I mean, they don't have long to do it. They have to win Lotus. If they don't win Lotus, it will be a 3-0, and they have to win Lotus against this comp that we're about to see behind us. $1,000,000 question, is this a one and done comp? Do you guys think it has legs? Mini, for example, if you saw it against an opponent already, how do you anti-strat this? How do you come into this and win against this crazy Liquid Lotus comp?
I don't think there's a lot of depth to this competition, to be honest with you. I think it's a lot of just, what we saw yesterday was a lot of firepower, and it was a lot of just almost ranked kind of gameplay. I don't think that Vitality should be scared by the composition, but given how much Team Liquid are shooting today, again, like, that's the part that's scary.
Yeah, Kika going on to Arena at the perfect time, I feel like. And Sadak, you on the server, what do you do against this if you know this is coming?
To be honest, if I see this, I just know the guys are confident. Like the guys on the opposite side, they're confident. Because if they're running Clove and Reyna, that means they know they have the firepower to make it work.
And if this is your team, would you run this again? You showed it once already. You got to play again the next day. You do the same thing?
You're asking the wrong guy. Of course I would do it again every single time. As long as it works, you just do it. You just use it.
No, you will put a harbor in there. Always. You will be like, time to add a harbor.
Tides.
Yeah,
the water.
To add a harbor. But we have yet to see what Vitality can really do on Lotus. They have a lot of options, a lot of talented players, a lot of roles they could cover. What do you want to see from the players of Vitality? What can they play?
I think they just need to wake up, to be honest. Maybe even play more closer together, because I think that's something they're lacking off a little bit. Just this straight up faster trades sometimes, because Liquid is just finding this just kills out of nowhere sometimes, And maybe they're getting the gaps, so they need to pay more attention to where they leave the gaps open.
Do you want them to get weird as well? As weird as this? Maybe a Clove of their own?
No, they've had time to prepare their Lotus a bit more. I think that they're going to come in with probably a standard approach to Lotus. Like, the reason Team Liquid are playing this strange composition is because they didn't have time, I don't think, to make this. This was a permaban for them until a few days ago. Vitality should have a bit more depth.
I hope they run some comp with a Viper because, as you guys know, when it's non-mirrored comps on Lotus, for some reason, the Viper comp always has a bit of more of an advantage, even though I know they haven't really prepped for this. It is Paddy on the Viper. He knows what he's doing. You have on the other side, Les, you know, very talented Viper player. Do you feel like that could be an option for them? That would be what you consider as standard?
Yeah, right? That would be standard.
Yeah, that would be standard. It'd be interesting to see what they do with the roles because I don't think I've seen them play a double smokes and sentinel comp yet, so I don't know who goes where.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, usually, you need a Killjoy sometimes, or Cypher even, right? Maybe even Vice. I think Vice is really good on that map, but who would play that? I think Safe in that case, right? He would play.
Do you ever expect Les to pick up something like the Vice?
Yeah, 100%. But why would I put him in Vice if he knows how to play Viper at just a champs level, you know, like.
Exactly. Safe could also, I feel like, he's had a lot of experience playing Sentinel players in the past, but it is still a bit of a mystery. I want them to get weird. I know you guys said they don't have an excuse to get weird because they've had a lot of time.
I mean, they go tail weird. But I don't think they'll go Clove Reyna weird.
I mean, you might as well. I want to see them go like 4 Jewelers plus Cypher weird, you know, game changers weird. We're going to find out now what comps we're going to get from both of these teams.
I was trying to get a spoiler.
And we will get the Safe Vice. We will get the double smokes as well. Minnie, talk me through this.
I think this is a very good composition from Vitality. I think that the Vice in the current meta on Lotus, I like it a lot. It's a very standard approach from Vitality, but I think it's the best read on the standard meta right now on this map.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think Vice, like the good thing playing Vice here is they don't have a Yoru. With Vice, like you always are scared of Yorus because they can trigger the wall with the clone, but now they don't have that. So they have to they're gonna have to find these peaks. Because if they exec, Vice is going to just demolish them.
Yeah, but they are going to be starting on the attack, though. So what are you guys looking out for from this comp on the attack side?
Attack, I just think it's going to be slow from them. Because they have a Vice, so they're going to just try to check for B, maybe C a little bit. They don't have that much power to take A all of the sudden, so...
Could that be a good thing? Because all Liquid did yesterday on their defense was just W game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good if they just slow with those Prowlers and those Vice Flashes, just trying to see where Liquid are stacking with their duelists, see where they're being aggressive, and then just slowly mid-round out. They should be fine, I think.
And of course, when the size switch as well for Liquid, that attack side though, that's going to be very, very interesting, right, with the comp they're running. Because they just want to kill. They just want to go.
Yeah, I mean, it is scary when you run... what's the name, Raze and Reyna, because they can just float you basically with your TTs. Like Raze just jumping and Reyna flashing behind him, and there's so much time on your monitor, like you don't know where to shoot and you're dead. That's basically what some Paper Rex did back in the day on Bind, I remember. So yeah, I think on attack it's gonna be like hard for them to get the first step, but after they get the first step, they can just work the map around and decide where they want to go. You know?
How doable is this, Mini? A 3-0 for Team Liquid to beat Vitality of all teams.
It's doable with the way they're playing, but Vitality have the better approach to the map, in my opinion. I think they got the advantage in preparation and the team competition.
We have only seen one reverse sweep in the history of VCT EMEA, and Durka was at the helm of that one last year. So Mitch and Tom, let's hope he's got what it takes here and bring Vitality to a map 4.
I told you she knew. I said Yinsu will have this off the cuff. It's always good when you don't have to remember anything when you're a caster. You can just ask Sue, she knows.
Mid-game, just dropping a text. This often like an encyclopedia for Valorant. Well, when it comes to Team Liquid and Vitality, I think this grand final has not quite been what we expected so far. Domination from the side of Team Liquid, but we know that Vitality have what it takes to make, if not the full reverse sweep, at least to go out with a map on the board. This could be where they make it happen. Lotus was their choice. The first choice they had was close. Let's see if this can be a little bit closer, or if Team Liquid will carry on this momentum and put a swift end to Vitality's trophy-winning dreams.
You can see already, the Vitality are very much prepared for aggression. They know there's going to be pressure put out throughout the map. They've already been met with some. Kamik is just hiding within the edge of this smoke. They've already got 3 players backed up over towards B, and I'm looking at 2 players outside of B main. This could be where the next battle comes in.
Oh, it most certainly will be. There's 3 players grouped up and ready to push, but Kicks has taken them all down. Beautiful stuff. Here in a pistol. 2v5 remaining.
Planted.
And it's not going anywhere. Oh my. Well, if Vitality are going to bounce back, an in-zone flawless is a perfect start.
Yeah, that's about as good as it gets in the pistol round. I think, again, I don't think Liquid had a bad read on the scenario. It was just how patient their opponents were willing to be. You had the initial sort of spot from Safe, seeing them push up in one area, and that's the thing with this composition. Like, you're looking at a team that had a great defensive half, but ultimately, because they were catching opponents off guard with how aggressive they're going to be, Vitality have got to study that. They've got to see what things other opponents have fallen to. And now they get to try and adapt. Maybe the comp was adaptive for it. Maybe they had this one in the back locker already.
Oh, nice.
Right.
That was a few clean shots from Patatek. Making it look easy with the Classic, but there is a lot more that they're up against. Les also having a pistol, but 3 rifles in play. That is going to be somewhere that Team Liquid will struggle to find the value, but I like the ideas just sticking in these little nasty holds. You look at the A site, you have this double push-up, and a little while ago, Camo was here. He's just moved out. All right, so the idea there is that Kiko can die, and then they don't know about Kamek. Instead, he got a kill, got out for free, and now Vitality have no
more
direction.
casualties. There can't be any more casualties. They've already lost the 2 pistol players. That was meant to be their safety net. Anybody else going down, and you are losing a gun at the risk of giving it over to somebody else as well. There's only going to be a couple of players within this side. This isn't a stack up, and Safe has started things off with a bang.
30 seconds left.
Still here, damage done, but not delivered with the kills. They've really gotten rid of most of the dangers. Catching Camo with knife out will certainly do the trick, and now Kamek left alone. This round was looking very much under threat. See if the economy can be damaged, and it most certainly will. There's the 1 kill. Every little helps from this point forward. That's all they'll get. Still, with 3 kills on the board, Team Liquid might not have a round, but it's at least their best foot forward early on.
Yeah, it's costly. I think that we saw Vitality do well to just make sure that one didn't get too far out of control. But you can again see the issues that they're going to be running into. There is constant pressure and aggression across the map, which, okay,
no comment on what he did to me.
will be a little bit over the top in rounds like that where you have pieces missing. And the fact is, we're already seeing that Outlaw being purchased up for Trex. I imagine his goal is going to be, okay, let's just hold somewhere on the map where they're going to be pressuring us.
The push-up by Kamek. Just on the other side of that smoke, Les doesn't know quite how close his opponent is. He already crept past that Viper's wall. Re-smoke, so he's safe for now. Just waiting for them to step out. B-push being attempted as well. It's a lot of aggression from Team Liquid. A lot of risks being taken, and Safe did just see the shoulder, or the elbow I should say, come around that corner. He doesn't know that they've gone walking back. Vitality have a decision to make, and it is to step into Kamek's crosshair, but he won't land the shots. It's Trex's Outlaw to draw blood and leave the A site open.
This has been Vitality's goal all along. They want to try and isolate some of these duels. They're throwing out utility just as an attempt to try and fake things out elsewhere on the map, hold players in position. And now they're going to get themselves the B site for free. Absolutely no one here. You can also see that Vice wall down so that if anybody steps out, it's going to create some awkwardness for the defense. Getting back into this one is definitely not going to be easy.
Really, really nice play that's left them in this position. Yeah, Team Liquid, I mean, having to open the door if they want Patatek here. So much utility to fight against. Durka up close still to be rooted from position. And sure, Kiko, the best players to put in that position. Trex down, okay, they've already had the first lick of damage. Decent trades to start with the 2v3 that they're left in, but the defenders fragmented. So are the attackers somehow. Kicks not on the kill on time. Kiko's got his double, but time has already run far too low. Despite damage as good as it is, Vitality, 3-0 start.
It's going to end up being a Red Bull clutch for Safe, but a lot of that just came down to his utility. This is the thing I've really loved about watching attack side Vice, is you get into those post plants and the Razorvine is just horrible to play against. Like, you're going to be sat there, either you wait while it's been popped, which I think Safe did excellently to pop it at times that just bought enough off the clock, or you try and run through it, and you take an absurd amount of damage while trying to get through all of that utility. All of that bought time off the clock. And well, 3-0 attack side half. A solid place to be for Vitality. Sure, a couple of weapons were kept. There's at least a chance for some damage, but it's definitely a weaker buy on the Liquid side.
This is the rifle here, taking a big risk. Kiko has a get-out-of-jail-free card if he gets the kill, of course, with the dismiss. And he may just have the chance. Here comes Kix. Oh, but Kiko starts to check the right around just at the wrong time. Vitality. And Kix himself, he's off to a hell of a start here. 4-2. They move towards the C site with that space gain. The Prowler did not see Patatek. He's not got the weapon for the fight, though. The Stinger only good for one. But Vitality, 55 seconds and a ton of options. The world is their oyster right now.
They're so worried about every single position. That's the thing. I think that most of these rounds, Trex has had to use those Prowlers so early in every single round just to make sure that some of these positions are clear, constantly being re-aggressed, and Nats is taking a very, well, open angle.
30 seconds
Kix,
left.
as you said, is flying. A third kill already for him. The remaining two players nowhere to be seen, and only with pistols. This round has to go the way of Vitality.
There's just been presence everywhere as well. Vitality push and pulling the map perfectly, finding the kill after they initially pressure A, rotate back, get the B aggression, go to C, catch the C aggression, go back to A, find a free plant, and now the players that remain have almost nothing to say about it. Camo will probably want to save this weapon. For Kamek on 5 HP, it's not exactly like that 1v4 big play is going to come into effect. Camo is stepping forward, and understandable to want to do damage in this round. He will achieve that with the first shots landed. The second shots landed as well, but Safe puts it to bed, and with 5 HP, Kamek only looks for more damage. Nice shot! Just about took that rifle out in time. This has become a costly round. And from what was a clean victory for Vitality, I think that they've done an okay job in the end there for Liquid. But the start of the round is really where the problems lie. 4-0.
Yeah, this is the thing. This has been a much brighter start from Vitality, and that's been the case with a lot of their matches within this tournament. Is once they get going, they're incredibly difficult to stop. And they've been well aware of everything that's being attempted. Okay, once or twice, I think Patatek not being cleared, but other than that, it's okay, you want to try and push this, we're waiting. You want to try and push this, we're waiting. They're playing so patiently on the rounds that I wonder if Liquid will make the adaptation to play super passive. And you might look at the composition they have and go, how's that going to work? Like, you've got a double controller, single initiator, double duelist. Like, it doesn't really sing that you can play passive, but when a team is waiting for you, I feel like you almost need at least one of those rounds to bait them into taking some space early. Bait them into doing what you want them to do, because otherwise you keep running at them and they're just holding. The chance of you winning those rounds are slim to none.
Well, that's it. It's the conditioning, and we haven't seen that set in just yet for Team Liquid. That pause called, a discussion, you can see, already halted. It's Nats putting in the final words before we get back onto that server, and we see them, again, brave that challenge of the Vitality attack side. Vitality being slow to start, what, 9-3 down in both first halves that we've had so far. A 4-0 start. Hell, if they lose every round from here on out, still a better outlook than what we saw before. And something tells me they're going to shoot a little higher than that bar.
Especially with how things have kicked off. The interesting thing will be now is, do we see a change from Vitality? They have at least one ultimate that will do that for them. Nightfall, potential for a fast-paced hit with a lot of information. Already looking to make their way towards this B site. Kamek has been revealed. Paranoia thrown in. Plenty of utility expended alongside it. He is just about going to survive on the edge of the seas. Very lucky to get away with that one. And after not dealing with him, the attack fall back.
They fall back. And where do they go to? Well, if it is towards the A site, a double push up on Rubble will have to be dealt with. Instead, it's towards Patatek, our super sub superstar, but he's sent back towards the back of the C site. Pressure early from Vitality as they get control. Pop a smoke down to stop him from being able to see anything. A few shots for pressure. but after taking that orb, they are moving in the other direction again into this double stack up ahead of the wall as Kiko. And his first is found. He fades back. The Prowler seeking out the player on Rubble has not spotted Camo. They think that the Rain is the only player pushed up, and they're about to find out that they are dead wrong. Camo, a little late though. He doesn't quite catch them in time. Those two players able to retreat straight into the waiting arms of Kamek. There is no safe ground for Vitality, not without a brawl. And with Kicks, big performer to start out this map, will finally be put to bed. 4-1. Coming out of the timeout, Team Liquid seem to have a solution.
The funny thing is that their solution is very similar
to
what we saw before. The thing is, they do start with at least their B-site hold was more passive, but when that initial take fails, you do feel like that's where it fell apart a little bit for Vitality. They're having that initial idea and not getting the results. I think also just Kiko being that little bit more cheeky. Something I want to keep an eye on, there's been a couple of moments where Trex has thrown out those Prowlers and they haven't quite cleared a certain spot. And against this comp, that can't happen.
100% agreed. Those little gaps in information can cost you heavily. Flash in, showstopper in play. Nice shot. Kamek's position given away by shots early. Durka able to pick up a second as well. In a low buy round like this, that's getting them everything they need. Rifles on the floor and a plant secured for Vitality.
They're expecting something in response. Yeah, Empress pop, but they will be able to get the plant in. Steel Garden seemingly attempted and more or less up close to the shotgun. This is even the playing field. It's made it far more awkward for those players without their guns. Although Camo has his wall will actually close out Kiko. I don't think he believed that was there, so it's left him in a problematic position, having to wait, and only his teammate can really make a move back in. Similarly to before, that clock is now ticking, and with the Nightfall in play, you'd think this is falling apart, but somehow it comes back to a close scenario. Not close enough. Pay save card Thrifty. A big round of ultimates for Vitality, but it is worth the investment.
Yeah, well worth it. If they lose that round, that could be the start of a spiral downwards. But instead, able to make good use of it. And indeed, beautiful stuff from our EVS team as well. Kamek obviously shot his rifle, but Durka managed to see him clearly on the way in. An easy shot. With these weaker weapons, something like Nightfall, it can turn the game back in your favor. 5-1, big lead for Vitality, but a big round coming up for Liquid. Now they're full bot, and look at those ultimates. The Viper's Pit,
My blind is
I
dead.
mean the Showstopper as well. Well, not the Viper's Pit anyways, that's gone.
No, this is the thing. Patatek has been trying desperately to get information on that side of the map. This is the problem with having that lack of an additional initiator, or even having that Sentinel that could potentially get you the same contact. He's having to take risks, and those risks have not really been paying off. Kiko, this is the same spot as before. I'd be surprised if there isn't something, but he's actually ahead of where he expected to be, and, well, didn't get out of there fast enough. The risk, reward, and unfortunately for him, the punish.
I think he was probably smashing Dismiss, but just about too far around that corner. And around that should be set already in Vitality's favor, a 6-1 lead. After the games that they've just had, this is a godsend for the squad. The lifeline to bring them back into it. Well, you won't quite get the wall up. Safe puts Kamek down 6-1. Like I said, what a resurgence from Vitality. It's an unexpected result. But I guess at the same time, Tom, you look at the composition Team Liquid are running, and you start to think that they have just come in today and had everything figured out for this exact play.
That's the problem. This composition puts them in a box.
There's not much you can do.
It's so difficult to sort of find gaps that aren't just go aggressive, and I think Kiko's really been the only one that's had that level of success. You can see Panatek has been trying to get them extra information, but we are just spotting this slow, methodical play from the Vitality attack, and it's really not worked out for Liquid with the aggression. And we've seen them take some control over on the C side, but this is very much, again, by design. There is the wall deep from Vice, which means that If they go too far, they'll meet it. Camo's done well, though. That's at least an opener.
Kiko still holding strong inside of Tree. They've got B site control with Patatek, and
oh no!
27 left, but it's enough to keep him breathing and keep the site in Vitality's control. 4v3. Nats walking up is caught by Safe, but Camo throws his hat in the ring. A chance now, perhaps. They've left the spike behind, but of course, Kix has the ultimate and will quickly be retrieving the spike, finding a plant for his squad, and leaving Kiko. Oh!
No way!
It was on the box! He's gone down below!
30 seconds left.
That's a blunder! A big blunder for Vitality! They've got to fight Kiko now!
He must be baffed. He must be just confused as to why the spike is still within this site. The smokes have been placed by Kimmich, and a chance to maybe fight this one back. The flash in the corner, it reveals his position, and thankfully for Kix, Safe is there to save the day.
I paused for a second. I thought maybe my feed was delayed. I heard the ult, I saw it cancel, and the spike is still there. No doubt he was as confused, if not more, than we were, but thank God they're able to recover that in the end. This was a scrappy round, and the fact that Safe is able to find so much value on this pierce.
He's on 27 HP the whole time.
Like, the fact he gets shot in the side of the head with no chance to return fire. At least it looked that way, and Safe still delivers the kill. Allows Durka to follow up, claims the B site. That's how they get the round. 7-1 on the board. Team Liquid stalling out 4 ultimates and a big buy for this squad. But again, Durka on this operator early on for a composition on Team Liquid that looks exclusively to push up and catch you off guard. That op is kryptonite.
The other danger as well is Safe has got so many kills that Steel Garden is back online. It can be so valuable, both for taking a site, but more worryingly, I think in the post-plant, that's where his utility has just been thriving versus this squad. They want to get in and battle, but he delays them so much that that retake is never quite as good as they'd like it to be. 2 players left on A. This time it is more passive from those players at least, but can they hold the line?
There it is. The operator again finding value. Patatek unable to deny the plant, and now Vitality off-site. Steel Garden. Viper's pit online, and there's the pit put into play. Durka stepped up with the op yet again. Such a big problem. They're defusing. They're defusing right now, and none of the shots are landing. They're slightly off, and thankfully Kix steps in. Both barrels claiming a life. An 8-1 for Vitality. As a result, they are putting up numbers, and it doesn't look like this is the same team that we just saw play the last 2 maps. Safe is 12-2 at the moment, and Durka's opening duels, they are winning them rounds.
Yeah, an in-zone flawless, and I kind of want to say a faded masterclass. This looks like someone who's been up all night studying and has just made this just to basically destroy Liquid's composition. You came in with something that was high risk, you played it, it worked for you. Then you have to be ready to adapt, and that's the thing. Right now, I don't know if Liquid were prepared or if they had the time to change what they needed to basically with this composition. You're witnessing the flaws, and you're witnessing a team pick them apart play by play. 8-1 in the lead. This is where the coaches on the other side can potentially earn their money, but again, it does feel like with this composition, you put yourself into a box. You have to be aggressive unless you're hoping on Nats to basically do everything with what? A Haunt and a couple of Prowlers. He needs all the info for the whole round. You can't have that. You need aggression, you need to push, and you need to walk into Durka's operator, and if that's something you need to do, well, that guy's asking for Durka to be his dad. He might become it just by you walking into his crosshair.
Well, 8-1, and that timeout subsided. Still plenty of ultimates in play, but so far, that's not been the game changer you'd hope it would be for Liquid. Aggression on this defensive side has been shut down pretty much every time it's attempted. It's been a passive play from this operator in the early round. This time, there's a change. Instead, that op is poking at the B site and suffering the jaws of a Prowler. Vitality spotting the A aggression as well. They're sensing that the C side is that little bit more open for them. We might just see Durka fire in with the rocket launcher, see if he can end this show.
Panitek is there with just a Bucky. Teammates rotating in, trying to help out, try to be a distraction, and what? This is why you just don't play the Bucky. It sucks.
I might need a replay of that one. That was as on as I've ever seen. Kiko, straight onto Durka. It's still competitive. It's still possible for Team Liquid. And both coming together is perfect in this situation. Alir, a showstopper. Not put in, not thrown in. They're going for this with just the rifles and the spams back in the other direction. They put an end to that. Camo, 1v3, and this has gone from a winnable situation, a threat to Vitality's streak, and turned into an easy round. Less on the flank closes it 9-1. This is a completely different map 3 than what we were expecting. And you heard Sadek on the stage say he would, or on the analyst desk, so used to him being on the stage, that he wouldn't change the composition. That wasn't meant to be a diss, I'm sorry, Sadek. He wouldn't change the comp, he'd come in and run it the same. If it works, it works. Well, right now, Tom, it is not working.
No, they are definitely struggling. I think that we've started to see the individuals on Vitality wake up as well, Safe having a fantastic performance, but every piece of the puzzle seems like it's there, and it's looking like more of the same. 2-man push-up, 3rd man alongside. Safe under pressure. Well, he should be dead to rights here. If he gets anything, he's done well. He has done a lot of damage. 2 players, 13 and 17 HP.
Prowler's got him. Yeah, there you go. Nats is done. 13 HP in the corner. Can't take one with him. Durka, same spot. Landing the shot. Forcing the ult out of Kamek. He's back in the fight, but not for long. Kamek needs to run straight through the snake bite and the spam. It's a death sentence. Kicks. Follow suit, though. The numbers stay even 3v3. If Team Liquid get on this site, Viper's pit goes up. And this round could become very difficult for someone like Durka as well. Running the operator, it could nullify him, but they're delayed, kept back by the C's. Durka, well, he won't be on the flank. Not going to go that crazy with the operator. And now the problem is, if that pit comes into play, how will they deal with it? I see the snake bite thrown through. No pit yet, no pit available. Panitek put to bed. Kiko all alone. Well, he's managed to evade less at least, but not the second time. Ships in the night, but finally a lantern spotted. 10-1 for Vitality. The streak continues.
This has been insanity, just with how strong they've looked in so many scenarios. I want to give a shout out to Trex as well in that round. As I said, there were some rounds earlier where I felt like his Prowlers could have caused them issues if they didn't clear certain spots. In this round, first Prowler clears Nats at the back. He then has this Haunt. Again, it just catches the player before they head into the smoke. And he also had the Seize that caught 3 players as they were trying to rotate in. That is a perfect round of utility from him. Might be at the bottom of the board, but he's definitely still putting in a shift.
No, not much presence early on C. Team Liquid walk it up, and well, that aggression finally seems to be finding value. Trex super low, as is his opponent. Patatek has managed to sneak his way in as well. How has he gotten here? He's heard the rotation. He's right on top of them. They're looking the wrong way when he rounds the corner. It's free for Patatek. He's got all the kills on that last push. And 2 rounds at least before we end the half.
Yeah, well, it's been 9-3, 9-3 for both first halves. Now Vitality come in with a 10-2 of their own, but this would have to be an absolute mammoth response from Liquid. They had a pretty good defense last time. Maybe they were saving strats for their attack.
Well, let's hope so. The second half is going to be an uphill battle. No matter which way you cut it, for Vitality, it could be the way back into the series. We'll find out which it is after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I know you're dressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my.
Welcome back to half number 2. Another landslide of an opening 10-2. Team Liquid, they started this off with the first 2 maps looking dominant, but now Vitality have cracked the code. Their way back into the series seems to be open. But Tom, I'm gonna ask you a question. We passed the Twitch chat in most of the halves. Throw it to you. You believe in the comeback?
No.
Oh.
No, I think that, especially with the way that Safe has been playing, having him anywhere as a site anchor will be fantastic. Then you have Les, who can also play as that site anchor on the Viper. I think they're going to be able to get more information off the back of the arc rows as well. With him playing around that utility, I think it's going to be really difficult. And a lot of what this comp relies on is those individuals. For Liquid, you're going to need someone like Hiko to basically just go nuclear.
Well, I said I like this comp because it's fluid, and I think that's really on the attack side that it gets to show its teeth. Nats's flank has not found anything the Lurk expected. I wonder how they guessed. For Team Liquid, movement to the A site, though, has been a success. This push will get them on site, possibly a plant as well. Vitality happy to concede that, tagging up players and taking them down in the trades.
This puts things in a very dangerous scenario already. The Seas is going to go through alongside, but it doesn't seem like the nade caught. And while Panatek's Lurk has also been denied, this is a problem now. Plant yet to go in. 2 players standing. They are doing damage. That's the only thing that really shines for this squad at the moment. Kavik needs to land the shot, and in fact, neither player connects. It is clean in the end from Liquid. Oh, sorry, from Vitality. They will get themselves an 11th round. The pistol might just put this one to bed.
Got a bit too used to Liquid winning those maps. Don't worry, right there with you. This is a new face in this grand final for Vitality, but a much welcomed one. 11-2. And a chance to close this one out dominantly when neither of the previous maps have been. The sense has been, but the score line has always been there. Vitality started to come back. They certainly did on the first map. It was double digits, and they had a real possibility. But to deny Team Liquid that opportunity here would be huge. And I do think Liquid, they get punished on the defense, and here on the attack, they actually get to use their composition, I think, a bit more how they'd want to. But the deficit that they're at, the slow start in this half as well already.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps I should hold my breath. Safe and Les have been tagged astronomically low. Trades are looking good, and with so much damage done, this round is not a foregone conclusion. That's an awkward trade, and one they needed to win cleanly.
Yeah, this is all in for Liquid. They spent their money, put their credits on the table, and right now, it's looking like a royal flush, especially with Panatek landing that kill. This leaves Les with, well, less than ideal scenario. It will be a response, an immediate response from Liquid. But there's still a mountain to climb.
Oh, there most certainly is, but they've at least put their hiking boots on. Kavik, nice double opening in this. You know, it's such, even on the investment that they have, it's the fact that it's Sheriffs putting up all this damage until the very end. 3 rounds on the board. Guys, let's just run it down. All right. I see what you're doing, Kiko. But I will say that's pretty par for the course with a Reyna player. That's the kind of call I expect to hear.
No, I expect him to say, 4 go B, I go A with Spike.
I love that.
I think that's one of, that was, who was it who did that strat?
El Clasico.
I watched Cider do that strat recently and had a meltdown. Nonetheless, they have got very far in towards the spawn area. You can see the rotation of this defensive side. They are running, galloping into their deaths. Well, at least one of them is. Durka has bit the bullet for the rest of the team. Obviously, this is a minute investment. A cheeky little spot for Les, and he's going to find one. Any damage would be nice. Kiko, well, he's able to get out of there. And eventually, it's down to Kicks.
Now, there was a Bulldog behind him, but a little too in the fight to go and get him. Around for the side of Team Liquid as slow grind back. But the start of the half makes it look doable. For Vitality, this is where the full buy comes out. This is what my focus is on, because this squad has been impressive. They've been clean so far, complete turnaround, and maybe the second half can represent the same thing for Team Liquid. For the sake of the grand final, you hope not. We go to Bind up next between these two squads.
You know what?
We'd be blessed to see that map. Let's see if Team Liquid will allow it.
Camo's managed to get past all of the utility. I've got to be careful. Luckily, the Haunt has given away the game. But this is super aggressive. Trax has managed to find one. The spam working out. It's actually safe to find a kill. In fact, he gets a second. Double up from behind the Viper utility, and that's now the spike down in the dirt. This is the worst possible start that could have been here for Liquid. Nats on that fade is far away from the action, but how long does it take them to think that he could be behind?
Last player standing.
Okay, there we go. Nice shot from Les. The flank finally successful, and you're waiting to see how that one panned out with the spike now completely isolated behind that Viper wall. That's okay. Nice shot to start with, and a damn good attempt. Looking the right way for all the fights, but bullets not quite landing. Again, this is the face of Vitality that we have seen the entirety of Lotus. A much better performance than what we saw in map 1. Now we're in map 2.
But this is the Vitality we've seen the entirety of Kickoff.
Exactly,
I feel like that team was missing throughout this series thus far. Getting beaten in aim battles, being beaten by strategy. And it seemed like that trophy was slowly slipping away from them, but now that lease of life has been found. That confidence
Bring them down.
has been put back. Well, Durka, he looks to try and continue. That's a good start, though. 2 players being picked up. Kicks. I don't know if he's going to expect players to be here. He's only going to get 1.
Does well to even find that. Les is not going to have a good time here. Kamek's already thread the needle right the way through. They knew they'd lost B. Not that he'd be quite that close. Left to 1, just safe. Outlaw in hand. Kamek greeting him as he rounds that corner. A 3-piece ult online coming out of this one. Very good safety net for Team Liquid to have, but 7 rounds in a row needed. The uphill battle, the incline, not decreased by quite that much.
But the thing is as well, it's just these sort of rounds seem to be off the back of Kamek just being so aggressive, like taking space away from them, making it awkward for them to play.
We play this game to get confidence and to be warm, okay? If we win, we win. If we lose,
we lose? Ha! I like that. No, but he is 100% right, and we hit that a lot when we talk about these dominant games. You don't want to go into even your opponent's map and get dominated. You want to have that little resurgence at the end. Now, Showstopper's used by Camo just for space. Just for space! Oh, that was close. The wall got in the way. Otherwise, Les would not be finding the kill on the Nats. The trade back by Durka makes this a winnable round.
No.
Another foul. Kamek hits the res, though. They're back in the fight. Team Liquid will not crumble quite that easily.
It looked for a moment like they would. That would be a horrible way, especially after Paditek's beautiful speech, to go down to what was SMGs and pistols. And the scary thing as well is, if Safe was allowed to survive any longer, he had Steel Garden. That becomes an even fight within a second. Even still, the climb back has gone from 8 to 6. It's still a margin that I don't think any team will want to play through. Although, I'll be honest, like, Liquid do not seem phased. This isn't a team that is mentally boomed or down in the dumps. I guess it helps when you're 2-0 up in the series and playing a Reyna comp. I do also worry, though, that if this goes back much further, will Vitality start to almost choke up a bit?
Well, that's it. We've seen those dominant games, those dominant halves already for Team Liquid. We know what they're capable of. Nice reveal. And Dirk is on his way. Deep shot from the showstopper. Good damage, but the kill not quite found. Kamek, that weapon doesn't work. There we go. Okay, he swapped out just in time, and Safe still wins the duel. Good flash, good follow-up as well, though. Kiko is still here to dismiss. Caught just as he gets out of it. Safe is there to greet him, and Nats all alone will have no chance at stopping Vitality. They are taking us to Bind, to map number 4, and possibly even further.
This is the team we wanted to see. This is the roster that people paid to see today. Individually superb, Safe back at the top of the board, and having depth within their composition. Liquid, they ran a Reina comp, and it didn't work. It's not the first time that's been said. Actually, it might be. But even still, I'm sure they'll come back stronger and look for the 3-1. We'll see what happens after the break.
It's hard when you're the second greatest race player in the world. I'm talking about myself here.
You're not even in the top 3, bro.
Obviously, I'm top 3, guys.
You're not even on the list.
No?
I think you're gonna get absolutely blasted. I mean, either we send them to the Gulag or they send us to the Gulag. What do you guys think?
I think they're just happy to be here, to be honest.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
What a response from Team Vitality. They were down, but definitely not out. I'm your host, Youngsun, back here in the studio once again, joined by Sadak and Kakuka. Welcome back. Kakuka, you've come back just in time to see a potential reverse sweep.
Okay, I'm super down for it. I think that Team Liquid started off very, very strong, but this Lotus, we hadn't seen it from Vitality. I love the fact that we got to see Save on that Vice, and I love the fact that we're still going to get 4 maps.
Minimum.
Yes.
Maybe even 5.
This is the Vitality I was expecting, to be honest, because like strong composition, strong movement, strong defaults. They don't get overwhelmed. They have actually good post plans now. So yeah, overall it's a good Vitality right now. They just woke up.
I'm glad you said this the way we expected, because I feel like this is maybe we're getting a taste now what they can do in this grand final. But let's kind of take things all the way back to the first round of this game. Let's go back to the pistol round, because we talked a little bit about Liquid's comp and their tendencies of liking to push. And Sadak, right off the bat, at least Vitality, they looked more ready than Heretics.
Yes, 100%. I think having the vault just to watch what Team Liquid is trying to do, that actually helped them a lot not to get surprised by some of these picks, for example. Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, yeah, they seem to have studied them a lot more on this map just to be prepared.
I mean, you know that with this composition, they're going to be aggressive. We saw a lot of A, sometimes a Mount. You know that is one of their winning conditions. They're going to want to take those duels. And probably because of the form that they were showing in the first 2 maps, you would think that Vitality would be scared. But it was actually having the cold head of thinking, guys, we know that they're going to push us. Let's just, start with the standards and work from there. And we're seeing Save right now. He's 100% locked in how he's going to take Bind.
And I felt like it's like Liquid know, they know, we know. I think everyone on the planet knew what they were going to do. But it's the way the Vitality actually managed to answer to this. Of course, we see the Vice, and Sadak, one or two things about playing Vice. So what did you like about this Vice from Vitality?
So I think she brings something unique, different from Killjoy, for example. Like with Killjoy, you want to play kind of this post plan, slow approach. She gets spaces just by aiming. With Vice, you don't necessarily need to do that. Once you're set up on a post plan, on a bomb, right, on attack, you can just throw your vines and they last for so long. You can make so much time on this post plan, and they didn't lose. I think any single post plan. Maybe they lost one. Maybe.
I'll look that up for you while we wait. Yeah.
But to be honest, like this is the Vitality we were expecting, in the sense like they're now understanding what they have to do with the composition they have. Because every time they were on a site and they had to play post plan on attack, they were doing everything perfectly.
And I cannot believe it's actually on the hands of Save, like the Smoker, sometimes the Duelist, the Tejo, now the Vice. How many things is going to put on his plate? When is that plate going to be full? When is it going to overflow? Yeah. But yeah, as you're saying, very reactive also as well. It's very normal that when we see a player playing many different agents, many different roles, and when we see them during the game, the utility is not that good because they're not so used to it. The situations become more specific, but he was actually very resolutive in the way that he was using the walls and the utility for the post plan, even in the 1v2 when he throws the aggros. Like there's so many examples of why he had such a good performance.
Yeah, and you were right. 9 out of 9 post plans, 100% win rate once he got the plan down. The exact Vitality we wanted to see. We haven't had a chance to really even talk about Durka yet in this series. Even though they lost map 1 and 2, he's been frying today. Kakuka, he's been on form, and now they are winning again. I honestly feel like it's not going to stop.
This is what I like the most. Seeing the operator on the attack, also understanding the weaknesses and giving a little bit of variations. Yes, he's able and he has the freedom in some rounds to push with the operator, but the control over Mount, over C, not allowing them to push. Then he swaps, gives the operator to Trex, goes in, change of pace with his ultimate onto side. This kind of flexibility is what makes Durka one of the best duelists in the planet.
And it's also the experience, right? He's been in these situations so many times. If it's anybody on the planet that's not really afraid about being 2-0 down, it's going to be Durka here. But let's talk about the next one, because we will be going to Bind. They didn't look their best against KC on this map. What do you think were the issues there from Vitality, Sadak, and what would you like to see them fix coming into this?
That's a good question. I mean,
is it your deadlock was just too good? Yeah, your deadlock was too good.
To be honest, I was destroying them, but they did have a good approach on what they were trying to do. But I think we were just a step closer to, like, forward. Sorry, we were a step forward that they were trying to do. But at the same time, I don't know. I think they had enough time to just fix it and try different things. Because, yeah, I think they have an overall good bind. They should have a good bind.
Yeah, in terms of preparation, right? We're speaking about how well Vitality has been doing on that approach, but especially against you and that bite, they knew what they were coming up against. What do you feel was the biggest like counter to you? Or did you feel at some point that the preparation from them was present when you played against them?
They definitely prep a lot because I had to do some different stuff like with trips and all of that because they were breaking a lot of my util. And also, since we play like Bison Deadlock, they know how to approach that slowly, just breaking util. So they are really a smart team when they know what they have to face against, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it against Foot, right? When they ended up playing against Foot on that bind, they had absolutely no issues, absolutely dismantled them. I think that's what you spoke about. They had time, they could fix things. But what can they do against this Team Liquid's comp, though, Kukuka? What do they have to look out for here?
I mean, I think it's number one, the individuals, right? I think that everybody's feeling very comfortable in their skin. Everybody's playing in an agent that they feel comfortable. I want to see if that Tejo is coming back. I expect them to. I know that we're seeing a Liquid that has been changing things around, and you kind of know that this bind is going to be in the mix. It is not one of the maps that you're the most scared of. Like, you have a Lotus that you don't know what's going to be and that you just played on the previous day with the composition that we just saw. You have maps like the first two, like Split and Haven. But it's in this moment of the best of 5, when we get to bind, when we see that equal kind of pathing of a map that they both have prepared, that is all going to be the adaptation in-game. It's not so much what you have prepared, but also how you adapt. Now that I have you here, I noticed that one of the things that you did in bind, obviously, when you were on the attack, I feel like Sugetsu had this kind of freedom to buy the operator or buy the outlet to put that kind of pressure. Do you think that, for example, that is something that Team Liquid can? I mean, Nats is going to do.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, I think they have it on Nats for sure, but it has to be like kind of a strategic round on when to do it, because Outlaw is super strong, but it can be super weak also if you know you're facing an Outlaw. So basically, Dima, he was always saying, I can just kill them with Outlaw. Okay, just go for it and kill them. And we saw that actually work, or might work against them. So we use it. We practiced it before, so we use it on tournament day, and it worked really fine.
Yeah, and nobody else in this tournament has more experience right now at kickoff than Nats on the Outlaw. Oh yeah, he's just been buying them so much, killing so much with it. But I do wonder how Liquid are going to approach this. They won 6 maps in a row without losing at all. They finally got stopped by Vitality when they could have 3-0'd them on Lotus. So we've been crediting Nats about how he's IGLing, about how he's keeping the team mental high. But Sadak, it does feel like that this is even going to be a more difficult job for him to just close it out, because a lot of teams have problems with that.
Now I would say it's where actually experience in tournaments and in finals comes into play, because now they have to close it out, right? But closing it out is super hard. Believe me, I know I lost several finals before.
No, it's not even us instigating.
I'm okay, you know? But I would say like this is the moment where you see the actual experience of the players, and I would say Vitality, just for that, they have raw experience on when it comes to finals and being on the stage and performance. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot from Liquid. They have to be everyone in sync.
Yeah, but don't you think that maybe this Lotus is like an isolated incident that you know, they know that the composition is not that strong, or that they don't, or they think that Vitality is something that they can counter easily, since they did not have anything to prep against Vitality. Like I can see the conversation of being like, yeah, we were not 100% of this map, could have happened, could have not. Exactly. As in, we did not see ourselves winning here. You know, like we knew that this was like a 50-50. If we lose it, don't worry, guys, our bind is super strong.
If they go with that mentality, this is going to be a super terrifying fourth map for sure.
I mean, that is what you hope, right? That is what you hope, that they have this mentality. But let's not forget, a lot of these players on Liquid, they have never been in a final. They have never been 2-0 up against a team of Vitality's caliber. And now they have another chance of closing this. Don't forget, Patty has a lot of trauma being on that Heretics team, not winning anything.
That's
right. Well, Nats in the past has been in this position before. So hopefully they do go into this with a mentality that you mentioned.
They're fighting their demons right now.
Yeah. Exactly. And I almost feel like for Vitality is a little bit easier. They managed to win that map pretty dominantly. There's all smiles on that side of the stage as well. But it is also a very, very difficult task to reverse sweep, Sadak, because you speak about closing out reverse sweep. Is it harder to reverse sweep, you think?
It is harder, but in finals not that hard as people imagine, because you get super nervous. Like if this is your first final, I think it is for several of these guys, right? They just start overthinking. And people like on Vitality, like Les, you have a lot of experience with Dirk, of course. They know they just have to be chill. They have to wait for the right moment. They have to be patient.
Well, maybe the right moment could be now as we take a look at the Asian select and Kukuka, no changes.
Yeah, no changes. What I love to see Kiko on this Brimstone, we talk about his roll swap, and one of the things that make us just look at him all the time was D's defense with this Brimstone. Definitely so far in the tournament, I would say his best map or one of the best ones. You know, Split is right there, but playing the race is a little bit different. So that is definitely where my eyes go.
Yeah, and a fourth new agent in this final. I think the Safest played 4 different agents.
Oh, wow, that guy is truly a flex, huh?
Yeah, he gets to play all the things that you want to play as well, you know?
Yeah.
We'll get you on the duel list.
Put me harbor. Where is the harbor? Where is the harbor safe?
There is no harbor. But how are you feeling about this, Sada? You think Liquid can close it out here?
I really like the Gecko from Liquid. I really liked it. In this map in particular, the Gecko ults are amazing, and also like just sending the little bro, right, the wingman to plant is such a victory on this map, because you can do everything you want when you send the wingman, right? You take wingman, okay, you take lamps. Wingman, you take elbow from B, right? You can always do something else, so it's always like a 5v5.
Yeah, but watch out for being maybe keeping on those patterns, because I think that Safe is going to force a lot of fights.
Well, Vitality, they have started their reverse sweep, but as you heard from Sadak, not the easy thing to do, Mitch and Tom, but let's see if Liquid can close this out.
No, not quite an easy task. Tom, looking at the compositions, we're coming into this map with, we don't have Harbor on Safe, much to Sadek's chagrin, but what do you make of the composition they've brought to bear?
Oh, he also really loved the wingman, so I'm excited to see what we're going to get out of that one. I do like seeing the Teo still in play. I think that, again, it can be super disruptive, it can be fantastic in post plants, and then that's sort of this combination of the Raze, Brim, and of course the Teo in post. And we don't even need to talk about Les. We know what he can do already, though. This defensive aggression attempted, but look at the reaction. Vitality were trying to almost beat them to the punch. Instead, they'll settle for an orb.
Will be a slower start from the attack with 2 postured up on B long, but then the brakes very much pumped. A drone sent through on A, clearing out Bath and making noise as it does that. Players waiting for aggression. Someone on Team Liquid's going to get curious eventually. At least that's what Vitality are hoping for. But look at how passive and patient they're playing with so much reactive utility to work around. Team Liquid don't feel like they need to move on the A site. And on B, they've got the numbers when these players breach through the choke points.
They're already waiting.
They've been below the window.
Sort of utility to go through. It's a potential pop flash. Panitek immediately starts to look the other way, and it hasn't caught this close corner position. Already they just walked to the slaughter. Kiko on that Brimstone looking still like the star. And while Safe, he's having to fade back out of there. He's still been spotted though. It doesn't even matter. Les has jumped through, doesn't even move anyone's crosshair. And while it's going to be an in-zone flawless to kick things off in a pistol, what a start from Liquid.
Yeah, nicely handled, and I think just a misread from Vitality, committing the guided salvo to backside, hoping to force players out into the open, but much more ratty positions being held up close. CQB, and it was easy with the numbers that they had with the wall up to allow that wide swing from Patatek, easily overwhelming the players on long, and he goes back into hookah to claim another. This is a beautiful pistol round for Team Liquid, and the building block that should set them up 2-0 with Vitality. They've invested nothing, and even off rip, the smoke goes down. We'll see this a lot. Smoke down, orb taken, and then another for Patatek with that kill.
He's been having a great start to this one. That's the thing. You have your second initiator that can get you info, but doesn't have that flash, and that's the problem. And while right now, they were setting up to go for the same flash play through the smoke, maybe even expecting someone in the close corner, but they've been spammed out before they can find anything. Still, with 3 players within this site, there may even be an attempt to go back just to maybe get a plant down or something, but right now it seems like Vitality's only goal is, okay, let's have a little bit of patience, see if someone comes to me, and well, for Safe that was the case.
All missiles away.
Last player standing.
Safe. He's not going to get away with very much there, is he?
Back to back.
Jumps around, quickly shut down. In zone flawless. I mean, like you say, Tom, back to back, big money maker for the side of Team Liquid. More concerning if you see it later on, but even now, when we get back into the game, you'll see the buffer of credits they've got. You'll see the weapons are not at that much of a disadvantage. For Vitality, after suffering this loss, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. They would have liked a bit of damage, but if they lose this round and start to trail, Deja Vu kicks in real quick. And you think that Vitality, they had preparation for Lotus. They played against the comp. They were ready to counter. Here, though, it could be right back to what we saw in map 1 and 2 for Liquid.
They want to try and find a response and find it fast, straight through. There is this double flash still waiting on the other side. Panitek goes close, and then they could try and do the same, but well, I think the Gecko flash, unfortunately, has got stuck up top, so no chance or a retrieval.
Yeah, had to be thrown out a little wider to make sure it flashed players on long if they were there. TP used, but Safe is not joining a big A push. It was just a quick bit of sound given away. See if it can prompt a play out of Team Liquid, and it has a big push coming out of Hookah that Trex is very much ready for. A good double to thin out this defensive side. Still some decent weapons, mainly on Kiko. Durka's heard him drop down. Heard that shot fired, knows exactly what it means, and calls for Kicks to come up close. Tiger will go in. The question is, does Durka follow?
This is the thing, you can tell that this time with Kiko not having the support, he's just going to fall back that little bit further. You can see the push up as well from the defensive side. Camo is coming in on the flank, and Kiko's done well. Playing in front of the utility, they haven't been able to clear him. Definitely still worried that there could be a player back towards Hookah, and to be honest, in a matter of moments, they would be correct. Safe has done well. The swing, though, is immediate, and now there's one more player they have to deal with. Camo up above. He's going to use the nade to buy time, but his only goal is to try and bait out a reposition. Now that plant will come in for Kicks as he heads into the 1v1.
Flash is still there to work with as well. Kicks hadn't thrown it out, and he's biding his time, waiting for his moment. The jump peek to try to spot Camo. He doesn't see him. Is he around on long? The long wrap, perhaps? There it is. He spotted him, and the flash should soon fly over the top. He has to be careful. That hasn't caught Camo, who saw the weapon at the back and corrects in time. Clutching up against Kicks and putting a 3-0 score on the board. This is Team Liquid right back to winning ways.
Yeah, again, I love the way that I think Kiko just knows he needs to buy time. Just basically halts them as long as he can, even plays as bait for his teammate who comes in just at the right moment to go for those trades. And that bought just enough time for Camo, who had slow walked all the way up from the other side of the map. And that's the thing, you know, with the composition on the other side, there isn't that out-and-out sentinel. There isn't that player that will catch you on those flanks. So if there's nobody watching it, you have a lot of free space.
Well, this is it now, 3-0 in an easy round that they come up against. Vitality have come in with a lot of weaknesses, with stingers. And well, Kamek, yep, into the teleporter you go. Time to stay alive. A little bit risky in the position he's in. Molly's going to keep back the rest of the squad, so despite the low HP, he's sticking around. Now that one has me perplexed, confused. He even had a teammate with heal. Patatek steps in to at least trade out. Camo, not quite there for the first shots, but there's pressure on both sides. These players on site, they can't work together. Divided they fall, but Les might be able to make something out of this. He hits shift just in time. I don't think they've heard him. Ult orb taken, wrapped back through the TP, and they've already spotted that Les is here. Nice shot onto Kamek, and with low HP on Paddy, this is a winnable round again for Vitality.
There's one off. Showstopper will come in from the plant. Durka has been farming. He went back through that TP, collected an orb, plants collects another. And now this becomes a truly devastating post. They need to kill him off before he can do any damage. He's actually walking almost right back into Patatek, who's low HP. That's going to be everything. A freebie kill, and now Nats torn between two players. One up in heaven, the other now sat with a rifle, watching Bimped around this corner. Needs an instant fight, and well, the showstopper wasn't even needed. A pay save card, Thrifty. Vitality on the board.
It's going to get your spirits lifted pretty quickly. Here to start, it was a bit confusing. Low HP, and he steps right back up for the fight. The wallbang shot was more than enough. But Patty still having heal, you kind of question if that was needed. Overheating a bit, and up against the weaker weapons, the worst time to do it. They took advantage of every little mistake that was made. And as a result, Vitality now 3-1, safe, feeling like they're back, and they start around with a showstopper. If they're going to get back into this game, back into this series, with Lotus already, that was a good start. But this is exactly what they need. Early contest of Team Liquid's lead.
This is where those blips, those mistakes can get the heart pumping for Vitality. That was a really big round to take. And the thing is, I was expecting the showstopper to be expended. It's not. It's held for this round. Note, though, the orbital strike is available for Kiko. We've already seen him tear opponents apart with just a smoke or a molly. But this is the first time we now see Vitality walk into Nat's lair. This is a position he's almost renowned for. He's got to be careful, though. This is quite a wide peak, maybe not realizing how close they've managed to get. He's under serious pressure. Durka past the util and even hits the headshot.
Clean start. Still another player to root out of sight, though. Camo is sitting there. There's the heal. Popped right back up to fighting health. And Camo has managed to stay alive, but there's still threats in the late round. Trex lurking outside
30 seconds
that
left.
bathroom. Get the chance to drop in later. Flash is found. They know that someone's on that side. Showstopper thrown in, fired at Camo, who barely survives, suspects the flank, drops a nade that buys him time. But I think he doesn't have quite as much time as he needed. 12 seconds left. Spike needs to be planted, and Vitality now committing to it. It's less, and he does manage to get it across the line. Trex picking up Kiko as well, puts this into their favor all of a sudden. Kamek and Patatek, they've got an extra player in the form of Wingman. They can start the defuse and make this awkward, but Trex, with the kill, has the orbital strike online, and that is going to put a major spanner in the works. Another round for Vitality. They're stringing them together now.
A big round from Trex, all in all. Being able to hold on to that Shower's position was probably what saved him in the round. If he goes down in the battle to Kiko, it's so problematic, and obviously eliminating Camo, who I don't know how he survived anywhere near as long as he did. In the end, though, doesn't matter. That's where the money now fades completely for Liquid. They're going to be left with no cash other than a small amount for Kamek to invest into. Now, he's had some hyper-aggressive rounds, and well, he's got the squad alongside him? Sorry, what?
Smoke's down. Gonna go ahead and ask for a replay of that one ahead of time.
Can we just show it now? I don't want to wait.
The round. Yeah, that is a nice start. Two-man advantage in a round where you've got next to nothing, where Vitality are starting to build up momentum. Putting 2 rounds in a row on the board, some clutches, some big plays, and now being put in the dirt by a quick bullet out of Kiko. Showstopper there if they need it to fall back on, and now you're going to be much more likely to pop that ultimate. The wraparound, it's going to come in at just the right time by the looks of it. Safe, checking both ways. He's gone to clear it. Suspicious of that push-up through bat. Maybe a little too suspicious. He commits to the fight alone, and the spike is now dropped. 45 seconds on the clock, and the advantage firmly in Team Liquid's hands.
If you'd have told me at the beginning of the year, we'd have Safe, Durka, Les, and Kiko playing a Brimstone, and Kiko would be the best player in the server, I think I'd have sent you to a mental hospital, but right now this guy is just on fire once again. Another pay safeguard thrifty to put them back into contention. I'm gonna need that replay right about now.
Yeah.
I know what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get him walking up and popping someone with one bullet on the corner of a wall. Yeah, that is exactly what I expected to see, but it is just disgusting. A little bit of luck that goes a long way, but that's got to be infuriating. But he then follows it up with even more damage.
Devastating blow to Vitality. This has put them in a do-or-die situation, sink or swim, as Team Liquid put their economy right down. Ults, well, some of them are there. Viper's Pit could even be online. But for Vitality, they commit those ults. Even just losing these weapons here, the lead will quickly extend further and further in Team Liquid's favor. Big pressure on the B site. Viper's the only one left outside of A. That'll be late play by Les, probably just cutting off those rotates. They commit to this B site. It's not quite the same hold that Team Liquid have had before. They'll have a decent time at least getting in.
Looking to try and get some information back. Oh, that's actually a safe spot for Panatek to stand in. So that's going to be a nasty surprise. They need to make sure they clear this. It seems like Safe is aware that there was potentially a gap. Nade going to be put onto the planter. It will be stuck, but Safe's dead for it. That's great work from Camo. A good placed piece of utility that now gives them a man advantage, and he has his showstopper ready to go.
Well, that's the real problem. Even if it was a 5v5, that showstopper is dangerous, but now putting the numbers further in their favor, trading it down to a 4 versus 3. No ultis to recover from for Vitality. Oh, if Les had found a kill or the plant, perhaps that Viper's Pit would make it an impossible task. Instead, Team Liquid, they isolate themselves. Nats is down, Wall is down. Battle in the open, and it's won by Vitality. Les with the double. Well, the Pit online might not be needed. That time too far gone. And somehow Vitality have clutched out that round.
Yeah, that feels like, yeah, as you said, it was Liquid's own undoing. Trying to make a play through the Viper screen, and there's just a player waiting on the other side, watching for you to try and make that move. Maybe expecting someone to be setting up to the spam onto the spike or do something of the sort, but that has definitely caught them. And well, you give Les even a little bit, and he's there to take the round over the line. This now makes things, again, a little bit more questionable for either side. Camo using his ult is now left with a Guardian for this round. The opposing side also have a piece or two missing, though. This is going to be an important round in terms of economy.
Will be again, those credits have been on the breadline for a while. Team Liquid. See if Kamek decides to deploy this ult after contact, but the push up is dangerous towards the A site. Les sitting and waiting. This is across the board what Vitality are doing, hoping there's aggression because they know that they're looking to punish it. The A site now. Oh, it's much more open, and the spike, well, it nearly went down, but just about escapes. They should have a free plant. And a very dangerous post plant, as we've said before, that Viper's Pit, it was online previously, it wasn't used. Probably won't be used here in a 5v3, but if they need it, it's always going to be there as a safety net.
And you have to wonder now for the defense, there's just no point. Just hold on to the weaponry. It was a very quickly done round, and that's the thing, just Les being able to have that extra little bit of space. Speaking of that, he is not giving up. He wants to try and find a little bit more. Obviously, you mentioned his ult's already online. This is all about just putting the nail in the coffin, doing as much damage as humanly possible. Now, there should be a crossfire that doesn't allow this, but it fades just as he comes around the corner. If he checks to his right, he'll have a free kill, but instead, there's the gun. That's the one. But he's thinking, okay, if this guy's holding here, there has to be someone holding somewhere else. And well, Kiko now back in position, back in the spot. He shouldn't have been holding! But a quick flick from Les has just decapitated him. Well, you know what? Panatek, rightfully so, might be running for the hills. He's going to run right into kicks. It won't be the ace, but I feel like I need another slow-mo.
A round's a round at the end of the day. That is a phenomenal round from Les. Waiting for the initial push, and we saw it across the board. Trex was holding the walk up on B. They had players for long as well with the slow creep up of Durka and Kicks, but it's Les every step of the way. And then realizing these players are saving. They're saving because they don't have a lot of cash. They need those weapons, and those weapons have been taken out of their hands. Not even for the risk of winning the round. Tied up 4-4. And with Vitality winning 4 out of the last 5 rounds, understandably, Team Liquid will call a timeout. They need to touch base with the coaching staff, see what they have up their sleeve. Lohan and Yao Atzin deep in conversation.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds as well where it's, your plan gets immediately derailed, you fall into a save, and you save nothing. Like, it's got to be just infuriating, maybe some frustration seeping through from the players, because they could have been running away with this one. You have to remember, round number 4 was them losing ultimately to SMGs. It was Durka getting 3 kills, having that quick rotation back to get the plant. That's a round they shouldn't have lost. And sure, okay, they break back in round number 6, but I think the damage had already been done. The economy boost had already been garnered, and from then on, Vitality have started to look like the favored team. as mentioned, Lester's Viper Spit still online. He's probably earned about half the kills back to get another one, but looking for the right place to try and use it. And this is a very heavy stack early in the round towards this B site.
Oh, Durka. He took a while to get there. The trade is possible as a result. And it might not be as easy to convert with these weaker weapons, but keeping it back and forth. Trade for trade early is all you need. Kamek somehow able to survive. Has ult. Has the Guardian as well to try to rip some heads off, and we've seen the damage that those Sheriffs can do, but the main damage dealer with those is being Kiko. He's already put to bed early. Late push-up belongs. Well, it's a little bit too late, and they're even leaving the A site.
The thing is, they'll get a gun for it. They've just pinged it on the floor, so that's at least something. It's down to whether or not any of the other players can buy time. Okay. The answer is yes. Nats being able to find one. That Guardian was juggled over. Puts things into an advantageous position. Now, we've already mentioned that if there isn't a player to watch the flank, then there is a gap. And that's what's currently there. There are players pushing both avenues. Even if Camo is caught, Paditek is still going to be behind them. Kicks needs to win this fight. If he doesn't, they're in serious trouble. And that's Camo dropping another. The remaining players almost have to try and find more aggressive positions. Otherwise, they're going to be caught from behind. Not really knowing that Paditek was there. Safe is going to be revealed. I think he's just a pixel has caught him, and that's enough for Kamek. Massive round once again for the side of Liquid.
They keep getting it done with these weaker weapons. That's the lead. Back into Team Liquid's pocket, 5-4 on the pay safeguard Thrifty. And it just seems like even, last time we have Kiko popping 2 heads off rip. That's something. Here it's a weak fight on B long. It doesn't work out for Vitality, but it's not a death sentence. It's the fact that they lose control behind. It's the fact that then you're able to see one player walk right up. It was Paditek using the wall that Nats had in play. Just as Nats died, the wall falls, but guess what? They're not looking that way. Free kill. That's a lot of gaps in Vitality's attack there, and hopefully they'll take stock of that ahead of this round.
Yeah, it does seem like a real reliance on Les or Trex to really be holding that ground. Early control, though, taken towards the showers. Looking like they might opt to pick up the pace a little bit here. With the Viper's pit down, this would put them right into the crosshair of Camo. His only job really is to delay them if they go this way. And actually, the Tiger coming through behind them has forced their hand.
It's that pit, though. They've got players stuck behind it, wanting to move up on the flank. Perhaps that buys a moment for Camo to step through and cause chaos. Orbital Strike comes into play. Spike on site, 2 players there. Much more passive play from Nats, playing around the back of the pit, but he will be caught. Camo on the trade just alerts these players in Bath that he...
Oh, he has no idea. Ooh, okay. I think Les was just as surprised as anyone else that someone came pushing out of that smoke. Seeming like they're a little bit lost at this stage. Viper's pit is finally utilized, and it comes to its doom. Liquid are fighting back.
Not giving up just yet. Durka and Trex decently tagged up as well. They're getting out of here. Trex taking a skull as he does. And the rotate, it's not going to be quick because that teleport is being camped inside of the Seekers on their way. They'll fade soon, but just long enough. They'll be around to see that Trex was inside the teleporter. He steps back, moves towards the site, drops a molly on the way. That's a piece of utility removed. Orbital Strike and Showstopper to deal with, and both players making it to long. The flank from Durka perfectly timed. The molly's just faded. Kiko has to clear this out, knowing there was a brim here not long ago, but little does he know that the real danger is not in front, it lies behind with Durka dropping him. This round is done. The question is, how costly will it be? Do we see the Orbital Strike put through? Trex has it out. He's thinking about it, but no tap. No diffuse started. No need to waste the ultimate. Vitality keep both big ultis for the next round and equalize 5-5.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, you might have seen Paditek just trying to bait out some of those ultimates, but you look at the economy of his team and it just isn't worth it. Like, you need to make sure your own economy is trying. Yeah, this was a peculiar round in general from Camo. Just, I feel like he got a little bit lost with what was going on. Took a timing, but then they do well to fight things back. It's just this 2v2. This wraparound, being able to get out of this scenario, Trex finding a high impact frag, and then the way that Durka just played that timing was perfect.
Yeah, also like Kamek's timing being close to Bath, hearing the pick go down, and immediately swinging in made the difference. No avenue for them to fight from. 5-5, we have gone neck and neck, but Vitality not happy with the work so far. They're looking for a little bit more. A 5v4 with a showstopper, an orbital strike saved from the previous round, and a plant almost guaranteed at this point. It's not looking very good for the side of Team Liquid. They've invested a lot of credits into this round, and when Nat's down...
He's just been beating his own game.
Do you consider a save here?
Oh, it doesn't look like it. Kamik's the first point of contact. Kiko actually going to find one on the flank. Maybe overstepping their bounds a little bit. This puts it back into a 3v3. Safe. In a decent position, though. It's Kiko caught out with utility. The burden of a Brimmy. Already the defuse half, though, is going to be denied eventually, but this still gives at least a small slither of hope, and that's the thing. Vitality know this. They want to try and fight forward. Safe not giving an opportunity, as Vitality now take the lead in their attack side half.
1 round left to play for. 3 ultimates in play for Vitality. A terrifying round that we're about to witness. I love this as well. Just this TP, it looks silly in the moment, but it's Trex removing himself from that fight so he can wrap around, be the late player to catch flanks, anything like that, but mainly have that orbital strike in case it gets really
Molly
scary.
and anything
Molly,
else.
whatever, yeah, exactly.
He knows his role within the team. He's not overstepping the bound. And, definitely important. This purchase, not great from the defense. Panatek dead to rights. He's just been wrecked. In fact, it's a steamroller straight through B long. There's nobody left to defend it.
Look, it was a round that they had to play aggressive. You're coming up against those ultimates. Orbital strike, showstopper. If you don't get aggressive, round's already over. Durka, he tried to go for one in the spawn. Now he knows. Okay, all right. Well, he thought they were a little closer than that. Luckily, they had stepped back. Still, though, Armageddon orbital strike online. Team Liquid need to be so fast. Caution to the wind, run in, win every single fight. They're even throwing in the ults early. Just knowing that this is Vitality's round, playing with confidence, and that's a safe call if ever I've seen one. Camo, 1v5, and he will be shut down with the last round of the half being an in-zone flawless.
Yeah, from the 3-0 start, that was a pretty incredible recovery from Vitality to come out on top. They've always been strong, though, when it comes to that attack side, doing well versus foot. The same, however, can be said for their opponents. So this might not be dead and buried, even though we've seen that resurgence already.
Well, it's anyone's game coming in to the second half. A close map. Thankfully, it's not a 9-3. It's not a 10-2. We'll see who is going to be taking the second half. If we're going to have a map 5, or if that trophy will see a lift very, very soon. For now, we're off to a break. Seven to 5, a much closer half than what we saw in any of the previous maps here in the grand final. And now we're about to kick off the second half of Bind. Team Liquid on the attack side with 5 rounds. They are trailing by 2. And they started it out with a 3-0 lead. It's been a while since we've seen them string rounds together, Tom. But do you think things will change here? You left the previous half saying they're pretty good on the attack.
Yeah, we've seen them at least go even when it comes to attack side halves. I think their defeat to Foot was when they were a little bit quieter. Other than that, BBO 8-4. So they've proven they can do it. I think especially looking at the composition, a double flash, the ability to get into post plants, and by the looks of it, pace.
Oh, they're not looking to slow things down. Right into Vitality, but Safe puts a stop to it. Guided Salvo stops the squad. Bullets put Patatek in the ground. And now, a 5 versus 4. And a completely stalled out attack side that has a flank underway. A wall that I don't think is quite worked out towards the spawn. So in fact, you've got Durka walking straight past it. Whether that plays in effect or not, we will see as the numbers are thinning out on site, leaving us just 3 Team Liquid members standing. Bathroom and mid flanks underway. Players in every conceivable angle, and it is a shutdown with the Tiger even taking down Kamek.
You almost forget sometimes that even comes up in a kill feed because it's so rare to see that Tiger do enough damage for a kill. But this is the exact start they look for. Another in-zone flawless. Our sponsors must be loving it. For what we've seen so far in this map, it's been thrifties and flawlesses across the board. The question though is, will this continue? Because again, it was a solid start for Liquid, but since then, it has been a little bit flat.
Daddy's home.
Hey, we saw the sign earlier.
We absolutely did. The buff is in effect yet again. 3 rounds in between these two for Team Liquid. Well, they would have very much wanted that pistol. It was a large part of the rounds they ended up putting on the board in the first half. But it's fallen into Vitality's hands, and a conclusion on Fracture looking more likely with every passing round. Weak buy from this attack side, but they've gotten close and Safe. Oh, he's not in any danger! He is the danger! 4 kills! Pistols as they may be, doing it like that when they're close and they've got the numbers to take you down. It's impressive, and it's big building up the ultimate. You hear the chant for an ace starting, and actually, it makes sense. If Safe goes for it and goes down, he has ult for next round. That's a huge buff.
He's thrown the gun over as well. He's literally getting everything away. Already orb in hand. So now it's less valuable, I guess, and well, Les will be the one to steal the kill away. Another in-zone flawless back-to-back. I think we had that in the first half as well, which is unusual. Normally you expect to see at least a little bit of damage. Still no aces yet. I said if there's a man to do it, Safe will be there. I think he's had a couple of 4Ks, but not quite managed to get the 5 over the line. But now this is where I feel like I need to see a response. 5 rounds in a row.
There.
Well, 7 of the last 8 as well. This really is starting to look pretty doom and gloom for Liquid after a dominant first couple of maps. They're looking for early contact in mid.
Found it. Durka's the one to go down though. Spam back from Kicks is good. That's a great trade in a round like this. Bulldogs in play for Kicks and Safe, but the ultimate sits well and truly above what Team Liquid are bringing to the table. They pump the brakes, they wait with Spike. When this smoke fades, well, presumably, we're just gonna see Trex pop down another one. Oh, he wants to check first.
Yeah, that's the worrying thing is you lose Kiko. In the past, you'd lost your duelist. Now you've lost your smokes. So there's a lot of avenues that you have to be wary about. Sure, okay, some Viper utility can help you. And speaking of Vipers, this is a lurk on lurk. You've got one lurking B and the other lurking flank. They've crossed paths completely. I'm almost now looking at who's going to hit that timing a little bit better. But with the space that's been garnered, they can actually just hit the B site, knowing for a fact that it's clear and leaving Safe in the dark.
Satchel up.
It's a big pick. The rotate back though is being heard. Les knows there's a free kill coming his way. Camo none the wiser to his position, and Les quickly pouncing onto Kamek. But the response is there. Team Liquid claimed the kill in the 3v2 as a result. Whether they saw him or not,
Such a wide position.
That fight. Nance being aggressive there in a 2v3. Now a 2v2 Spike. Still a decent bit of time in it. I mean, it's winnable for Vitality, but less so by the second. They need to kill very quickly, and that could have been it. Instead, Team Liquid are the ones to take it across the line, closing the distance. But Fracture still on the horizon.
Yeah, for sure. I think that round literally came down to just the timing of two different Vipers. They're forced into the TP by the ultimate in the end, but it was Nats being this far ahead, and then I think a few more seconds go by. He maybe kills everyone as they look to come through that teleporter. It is a fine, fine margin that gives Liquid their first round on this attack. But now again, both teams on the brink. A response here from Vitality could genuinely put them down. Like it could leave Liquid having to fight in that 5th map. Liquid win this round, and they're back in the map.
It is the turning point of the game, of the map so far at least, and aggression from Team Liquid set to come through on this A site. Durka will have a challenge, but not for a little while. It's again that hyper-patient play on this attack side. Dodging the Tiger, now they'll take control over Bath. Re-smoke down, maybe even see them step into it. You remember, you've got a Sky there for Patatek, the ability to flash out. The same thing could be said for Kamek, even doubling up on them at times. Make it very difficult. Tiger spots Durka, shots don't land, and Kamek is punished. Kicks covering from further back. Camo looks to quickly dive on Durka. Will land the first, but again, Kicks is there, making this an advantageous position for Vitality. The barrel spotted by Trex, but just painfully around the corner. Kiko has landed the shot, but Kicks continues to take them down. Seeker's in, and he knows exactly where his last victim is. The Estonian executioner, as we dubbed him. And he's coming in for his prey, but Kiko is the one to look for the fight. He'll walk into safe. Around goes Kicks, not quite for the kill, but less with the trade. A round is a round, and for Vitality, they have found double digits as a result.
Yeah, he was the response to every single action that was there for Liquid. You try and take space, he's there. You try and fight through a smoke, he's there. It was a wonderful round from him individually. And sure, the setup information that was handed was sublime. But now we turn to Liquid. I said it, the finances of this team now goes down to a very awkward position. It's whether or not they want to gamble it all to try and get back into the map now, or have to fight from what will be a pretty hefty deficit. Ultimates are starting to build. In fact, they're much more favorable for that attack side coming up. But it's whether you want to try and go, okay, let's see what we can do with a couple of guns here and a single ultimate, and then have an ult round in a couple, or if you want to save and have it all at once, but maybe then Vitality break back. They only need a few from that point.
Oh, that is really the problem. It is the gap between the two now. It's often going to force your hand to a more fast-paced, more greedy style to claim the rounds here and now. Certainly when they push to 11. For now, 10-6. Guess it is still in question. Dealer's choice. As we come into this, you got to look at things that, for Team Liquid, we expect to work that little bit better. And I think you look back at previous maps, or even how a lot of these rounds have gone so far. Feels like Nats is being caught out. He's been over-aggressive at times. They're losing that utility. He definitely hasn't been having an easy time, and to some extent, you can see the Vitality, their aggression in moments, staying close on Bath when he popped his ult and so on, they're always a step ahead.
Well, he's been studied. That's the thing. There was a time where he was the best player in the world on this map on Viper. He was unstoppable. That gets eyes on you. Camo's rifle will be a hero alongside Kiko. Two players that can understand why they have it. Nats is going to garner some risky information, but it's all to set up those two players. That's the goal in this round. Can we create heroes with the information we give them?
Oh wow, guided salvo nades. A lot sent in towards that site, or towards Hookah at least, but not a lot connected.
Oh,
it's
no.
Durka to find them all. Cleaning house on the B long play. Getting the spike as well. This one left down to an ult orb charger for Kamek. He'll at least have his for the next, but the four players standing between him and around victory, just too much to manage. Durka, big 4K, and that's 11 on the board for Vitality. Now for Team Liquid, there's no room for error. every round needed for regulation victory.
Yeah, luckily that was sort of that half buy I was talking about. Just putting some weaponry in. Bear in mind, he did get peeked by both rifle players there and took both their heads off like it was absolutely nothing. And this is the thing. We've spoken about this squad as a super team for many reasons. One of them is that every player on this roster can frag. Just looking at the scoreboard right now, it is a testament to how solid in depth the individual skill is. Everybody putting up numbers, everybody stepping up, like we saw from Liquid in maps 1 and 2. Come on, early use of Thrash.
I've got your trail.
All it's really done is garner some space for Nats.
See if we can make use of the space that they found. Camo certainly won't. Trex just jumped into the smoke and took him down. Orbital strike, Dirk is safe. Looking for the fight up close. They've got a shorty out, but Kamek too quick on the trigger to let that shorty ring out in the end. Molly to stop the push forward, but Patatek still falls. The battle from Safe was strong, but he won't find much more than that. Last on the wraparound. Has Pit if he can get close enough. I think he's going to have the fight before that's possible. Spotted out. Dealt with Nats, who was low. That was the headshot delivered.
One enemy remaining.
And oh! Okay, he must have been behind the smoke. He stepped out of it at the wrong time. Kamek now in the 1v1. Does well to shut down kicks. Time on his side. It's ticking away unless it's looking the wrong way. Easily done. Team Liquid with a Red Bull clutch. Just trail by 4.
And that's something that's impressed me throughout all of the maps we've seen so far is Kamek and his positioning. I feel like you put this man in a late round and he has the read. He's going to make the right call, make the right decision, and even just tries to bait out Les a little bit towards the end. The fact is, though, it's just impressive how much Les was able to do from that flank, and it's an issue that both teams have been dealing with. You don't have that traditional Sentinel. You're constantly going to have to try and stop flanks. And every single time they've seemed to have impact. The problem now for Vitality is they've got a few pieces missing, but a Viper's Pit and a Judge, I think he'll be fine.
That will pad the gap somewhat, I think, yeah. I don't think we'll have many players going anywhere near that B-long angle. Problem is, if you go the other way, the other extremity, we can see Dirk has got it on lockdown. Operator in hand, and that was a big menace, pardon me, in the previous map, where it was constantly finding those opening kills or just following up later on in the round with a deep aggression on their attack. Here it will find its reward as long as Dirk is patient. Oh. But eventually he looks the other way.
Yeah, this is where Nats is looking to try and fight off that timing. The expectation that whoever was here would look away, but Durka did not look away. He knows his opponent, he knows who he's up against, and now holding on to that Shower's position is a problem. They have to try and almost go the other way. The timing, that somewhat worked out. I felt like Safe was dead to rights, and with Showstopper online, there isn't really a safe plan. They need to get rid of Durka. But if they focus too much on that, they could fall victim to anyone else.
Yeah, this is the problem. You can see the setup here. You can see Kicks, who's been dealt with. Up above was Trex, only good for the one. Showstopper fired in, damage done, but no kill. And with the operator, okay, there's the classic, never mind. It's gonna say seconds. Not as easy to convert.
He's got to go.
Spikes down, it's done. There's no way for Kiko to win this. 8 seconds, he'll grab the spike, needs to plant right now, and he'll stick it. Les just around the corner though, here comes the Judge to close out the round and put Vitality on map point. Fracture coming into vision over the horizon. It's not far away now.
There was so few worlds where that Judge on a rotate became valuable. Les literally sat in his pit the whole round just in case they decided to try and quickly go back the other way. The round was looking done, but even still, we saw Liquid fight back into it. And it comes down to the one 1v1 that could have worked out. Now both teams find themselves on the brink, but it is Vitality, 5 rounds to the good. Orbital strike available for Trex. Operator still in the hands of Durka. The one thing in their favor of the attack is the ults.
Camo firing it in.
Oh, it's gone.
And it's gone immediately. What a shutdown by Safe. Orbital strike comes into play. It's a disaster. That could have been the opening for Team Liquid. Instead, damage is done, and they are running back through this Viper wall. Smoke in play already. They're backed out. They can't go for it. They heard the snake bite fall, and that's the end of the redirect. Now where did Team Liquid go?
But that's the thing. You've used your sort of like one trump card. The showstopper's gone. You've got a Viper's Pit, but where can you use it? You're going to try and use it to get out of hookah? It can work, but it's definitely risky. The one good thing is that Lass's main delay is gone. They're going to try and sell a ruse on the other side. Nat is going to be sent in, actually using that Viper's Pit as a fake. Try and sell the idea that they are heading into this position while they look to jump out. But Vitality have not moved.
No, they haven't. Still two here. Kicks is dealt with though, but Less is not! He stands strong on B and shuts down this play. Team Liquid, that should be it. Done and dusted, put in the dirt here on map number 4. And Fracture, well, it's coming into vision now. I can see it clearly. The shots from Kamek will not land. And another big round for Less to close this out. We are going the distance. No robbery today. We get every map we deserve. All 5 of them, baby.
Less was utterly incredible towards the end of that one. Ended 22-11. The Brazilian on foreign soil, showing why he was imported. And well, he's gone the distance before. Let's see if this time he comes out with a victory. We're going to map number 5.
Red Bull gives you wings.
But now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no.
We will be going the distance here in the grand finals, best of 5. Team Vitality on the verge of pulling off a reverse sweep. Liquid, however, as you guys see, they're probably trying to get their act together here. Very strong words coming out from Coach Lohan. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Sadak and Mini. I've never seen you that angry, Mini. I feel like I've never seen you express that kind of emotions.
I don't think I have that capability, to be honest with you. So I quite like it because we saw Nats in that last map with the kind of very introverted, kind of like very calm speech. And in this moment, it does feel like they need a bit of a kick up the bum. So Lohan coming in hot with some anger.
Is that what they need?
Yes, they need to wake up. They need to do what they were doing on the first 2 maps. But now it's all vitality. It's all vitality.
I think they need to shut down less because Sadak.
Impossible.
Impossible. You guys don't know this. When we're watching the game here with Sadak, every time Les is in any situation, Sadak is like, watch this, he's going to win. He's got this. He's got this. He wins these. But he does win these.
Not a single doubt in my mind, of course. Look at this. He's so smart, so handsome. Look. Oh my God. Yes. He has everything also.
Yeah. Mini, however, on the other side was like, oh, Durka, what are you doing? Why have you missed that?
To be honest, I was being a bit critical of Durka. Yeah, there was a very big contrast between the positivity coming out of Sadak and me being the usual negative Nancy.
There's not a lot of negatives you can say about Les, though, Mini. You know, if you watch that map, he was just prime Les.
Yes, he's just chilling, killing everyone. You see no emotion in his face. He came here to destroy. That's it.
He came here to be the first player to win two trophies in 2 different regions.
Yes.
Definitely very impressive if he can pull it off. Also, very impressive, Mini, some of the Tejo stuff that we saw. We have a round here, round 7. Talk us through what you liked about this.
So it looked like Vitality had a bit of a switching game plan where they're using these B long salvos quite a lot to force out the space from Liquid, and Liquid looked very kind of panicky about it. But in this round specifically, just the Teo salvos to take the space, and then the Armageddon coming in. I think we just want to highlight like how oppressive the Teo can be. Like Team Liquid are forced to play full retake, and Vitality get B site for free. And B site post plant, in my opinion, I don't know what Sadak thinks, but
it's hard.
Pretty easy post plant.
Yeah, it's hard to retake that.
Do you feel like that was the round that it happened, right? Round 7, when they're 4-2 down, they managed to bring this side pretty close in the end. How important was that to keep it competitive and not let Team Liquid run away with the game?
I think this was a breaking point in economy and in ultimates also, because whoever wins this round gets to win like the next 2 or 3 rounds, basically, off of ultimates, and it gets this snowball effect, you know? So this was like a super important round.
And Vitality, you know, the super team, they so far have had this habit of if you let them snowball, they're just going to win, and they're going to win pretty dominantly. But the question is, can they now they're the ones that have to actually close out. The momentum keeps shifting, you know, we have Liquid struggling a little bit to close things out, 3-0, 3-1, and now Vitality on the verge of actually reverse sweeping. And since Mini, you have had 3 different times of reverse sweeping in a lot of situations. You know, we saw it against Loud. No, that wasn't reverse sweep. I guess on the map, it was a bit of a comeback. We also saw a bit of a comeback against Koi as well back in the days. And of course, pulling off the actual only reverse sweep against Team Heretics. How do you do it? What is the most important thing on map 5 when you're about to actually reverse sweep?
I think for us, it was just about belief and experience. And I think in terms of the narrative of this, like we're looking at Vitality with all the experience and, to be honest, the belief, because they've just won 2 maps in a row that were fairly convincing, in my opinion.
Yes, they were. Yeah, they were super convincing. Can I also add a small...
Anything you want.
A small fact. When we play... What was it? America's Finals? The first America Finals? Les actually asked me to IGL the Fracture. So he does have a really good idea of how Fracture works. I'm really trusting him on this one.
Oh, he wanted to call on Fracture.
He called on Fracture and we won.
Oh, wow.
Fracture. So I'm really trusting him on this one. So yeah, I mean, 100% has to go to Vitality. And also Durka plays well this map also, right?
Yeah, Durka's always liked this map.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Durka. Of course, part of that team that managed to reverse sweep Heretics. Do you remember at all what he was like at this point of the series going into map 5? Anything that kind of stands out for you? Because he also did have a pretty good performance that series.
I honestly can't remember. I'm sorry for Sadak for bringing it up again, but I do remember that Icebox comeback.
Oh, no.
And that was a very similar moment to me.
Don't worry, I remember also.
Durka was the one who switched emotionally. Like he became like almost the leader in the team at that point and was the one charging forward first and had full belief. Even in the OT, he was like, I'm going to buy the ult guys, I'm going to win us the round. And at that point, I knew we won the game, to be honest with you.
Leading by example, leading by example. I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces here on the side of Vitality, but it does seem that now it's flipped. The pressure is back on them. For Liquid, you know, if they don't end up winning here, I don't think anybody could be mad at them for how far they've come.
Yeah.
For Vitality, however, if they lose here, there's going to be a lot of questions about them going into Masters Bangkok. And this man on your screen, Nats, has consistently, every step of the way, managed to take his team to a victory. So Sadak, can Nats, I guess at this point, be the single player that can stand up to this super team?
Yes, 100%. I mean, he's been proving that over and over again the past weeks. So yeah, I mean, he is the guy. He's been the guy right now. Look at him, just yapping all the time.
Talking for a long time.
Yeah, he's yapping, and sometimes that's exactly what the team needs. Someone to talk, and guys, we can do it. We're gonna win. But look at the other side.
Look at this yap off.
Yeah, they're yapping a lot. Jesus Christ, guys, focus on the game. Come on.
Is great. I would love to get some insight, like maybe the comms video when it comes out with the yap off. But Paddy also has a lot of experience. This is the guy that, you know,
he come from a finals, right?
Yeah, he suffered a lot as well. Back on Heritage, he suffered a lot from not winning. On the back of his mind, he's probably very hungry to be able to close this one out. But let's talk about Fracture very quickly, because this is the map we will be heading to.
I can see the comps. I'm very excited. I know we're not like we shouldn't speak about it now, but I can see the comps.
Yes.
And I'm getting excited.
Let's not leak anything. Let's not contain your excitement. Contain your excitement. And I also want to talk a little bit about the coaching staff as well on either side, because this is probably, Minnie, the most stressful situation you can be a part of.
Yeah, this is torture. At this point, it's like I joke that I like seeing the coaches stress. It's fun, but I am glad that I'm sat on this side of it for once.
But,
yeah, it's brutal.
It's like a sense of helplessness almost, right? Because you can't really do anything more. You've done everything you can.
Everything's done now. It's just the timeouts. Literally just timeouts. So I'll be keeping an eye on them.
So, okay, I have a question for you. In these situations, would you pause just for the mental?
If yeah, absolutely.
Yeah? If like it's the final game of the finals and the team is like all over the place mentally. Not strategically, but
yeah, absolutely. I always trusted Boaster and the team that like strategically that they're gonna sort themselves out if they need to.
Yeah.
Obviously, like there might be something they're missing.
Yeah.
But the worst case scenario is when the team is down, you know, mentally. And I think that's a good point, because Team Liquid, we don't know what they're gonna be like in this kind of deep best of 5 reverse sweep situation. Like, tactical pauses might be needed.
Well, let's take a look and see why Sadak and Mini were so excited. All right, we got the Vice. I'm going to let you go first, Sadak. It is not safe playing its Trex.
Yeah, I mean, they're changing the game compositions. I think we can clearly see they're putting a lot more less on this Brimstone style, like back playing from way back, you know. And I'm really liking it. I really like this Vitality composition. I really like it with the Tejo and Vice. I think this is the strongest composition they have so far, because they're just winning on these comps. So yeah.
Yeah, I think this comp is close to perfect. I like Astra still, but Vitality's comp in theory I think is almost it's almost perfect. The Vice can't be countered by the Teo, the Cypher can. So that's a big difference.
Yeah, and you must know this. Les has never played Brimstone in his entire career in an official. Is this the right time to debut an agent like him?
I mean, if he's playing it, it means they practice it a lot, so yes, he's prepared.
You trust him?
100%.
I don't think there's anything Les can do that you wouldn't trust.
Of course. If he tells me he can fly, okay.
And you feel the same way, Minnie, about Vitality with Durka on the team?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that there's this weird thing where like Les and Durka, they're bringing theory from different teams, and I think it's going to come together in a very nice front.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, I'm going to play the other end. I believe in Team Liquid. I doubted them all the other times. I will never doubt you again.
He's still talking.
Let's see how much you can over-yap Nat and Safe.
Thank you so much to our analyst desk. One last time, it's time to get into our final map of the grand final, map number 5. And we're going to Fracture. Tom, simple question, because the chat seemed to go back and forth in the vote. Who's the favorite coming into this?
Vitality. It's there to lose now. They were favorites at the beginning. They faltered early. And now they're in the driver's seat. It's always more difficult to respond after a couple of maps losses, but They're already looking to try and fight versus Durka. This is not the start they were looking for. The pincer of that north side has worked out perfectly. And there might be a two-pronged lurk, but look at where the spike is.
Can't wait to see how the initiative of both of these teams evolves and is in effect throughout this map. Already seeing Northside crunches, and we've seen so much defensive aggression in these rounds. It's left to a 3v2. Kiko and Nats have a firing squad to come up against the shots. Well, at least one of them lands in their favor, but Kix quickly kicks back. It is 1-0 for Vitality.
I think we've seen how important strong starts have been for either side. Think about the maps that they've been winning, the first two 9-3s that came up, getting off to basically blitzing through the pistol has really been a defining factor for either of these squads. And the fact is, it's the same again. We have witnessed maps where we've gone into it as, okay, Liquid have played this, Liquid have the reps, and Vitality have the tape. Well, there's been 4 maps of this, granted a big compositional shift, as they were running 0 duelists on the Liquid side for the first 2 games, which I didn't enjoy. But the new comp has been better, but it's been seen. And that's definitely a scary prospect. Think back to that Lotus game we saw earlier. It seemed like Vitality threw the book at Liquid. In this round, expectations are minimal. Right here. And with Less's performance in the last map, I'd steer clear of him.
Vitality. Challenge down below that rope is not yet being seen. Patatek, despite being tagged up earlier, he's waiting to make a play. Round comes the rest of the squad. It's going to be a challenge, and one that you need to see Trex win, especially now that Durka has been bested. Guided salvo goes in, keeps him close, but less. I can hear Sadek from here. That's a double kill on the board, and a round perhaps saved. Certainly kept competitive, and with the range he has, a nice dodge of the flash, he should be cleaning up the rest of these players.
Stuck somewhat in the corner. Left. There is still time to try and make a run for it, but they'd have to get their running shoes on fairly quick. Maybe trying to sell the idea already that they've gone. There's nothing really left to save. No, they are. They're making that run all the way back to the other side of the map. This is going to come down to a matter of seconds. And yeah, if there's any utility put into place here, I don't know if he's going to have time. Think maybe just. That's going to be incredibly close. No, it hasn't gone through.
Once you see that 4 disappear on top of your screen, it's over. There's no way to plant that. Just a missed timing when it came to that. And then I wondered as well, was Patatek was waiting, I thought, waiting for the fault line to come back online to put that in to cause a bit of an issue where they think it's a B play. They stay in position, they rotate. But ultimately, the time there is the biggest factor. Some good ideas from Team Liquid just fell apart in the late round.
Yeah, ultimately, after going down, they still get all the credits anyway, so it's just a few extra put in their pocket. They can play with, make sure they come in with the full shields, and they definitely made that one a little bit more costly than Vitality would have liked.
My camera is destroyed.
Now is where we need to see a change to the script. They can't start off with a 3-0 deficit and taking down the lurk of Nats. That's not only him going down, but that's also so much control. He's normally sat with his cam across the map watching for any pushes where he can't do that anymore.
No, and those traps down, flanks open, you have absolutely no protection. So it's straight into the site, and then they need more ground. That's what this push is all about. They're looking deep into the spawn for this fight, where Safe is under threat and eventually taken down. Kiko with the cover, and now this round has a huge advantage for Team Liquid. Well, that has quickly subsided. Durka on the back of, oh, he's been stunned as well. He's got to fall back. Time ticking down lower and lower. Less almost had the play, and in fact with Durka! I'm gonna need a replay, and then we can do it again, and you know, I'll throw in a third one.
Wow.
Holy.
It's finally come down to a point where the ace was so fast that the crowd didn't even get to call for it. This is why everyone was shocked when we saw this man leave. We talked about him again and again and again. There is no one else in the world that could do things like that on such a consistent basis. And well, the thing is, the round as a whole, anybody who went through the middle of the map died from the side of Vitality. The only thing that stood in Liquid's way was Durka. And unfortunately for them, he was more than enough.
A brick wall.
Thorns activated.
They could not get through him. Nats caught him the lurk last time, and it's not going to go much better this time. Diced up Team Liquid on the site. They've ran into Trex with the triple. It's still competitive, though. There's rifles to be recovered. The spike is in Team Liquid's control, and the plant just now coming in. Flash won't stop them. Showstopper, though, could cause problems. This round, though, for Team Liquid, even just getting that expanded would be perfect. Unfortunately for them, they are quickly being overrun. Durka running out of heaven to clean up, and 4-0 we start. Showstopper online for Durka in the next round when the investment comes in from Team Liquid. This is a damning start.
Honestly, I think the most fitting sign I've just seen in the crowd is one punch Durka. Yep. Every opponent he comes up against, he hopes that they're strong enough. He hopes that he doesn't just knock them out with one foul swoop. But the fact is, that's exactly what he did in the prior round. It's still hard to forget. And for Liquid, well, they mentioned on the desk, proactive pauses. I think it's needed. When you lose a round as brutal as that last one, responding can almost feel forced. Like you feel like you need to get back into the game sooner rather than later. And considering how the last two maps have gone, you're talking about a 13-6, 13-7. Like, they haven't been particularly close. You do not want to allow Vitality to continue this, because let's not even talk about the 4 players a little bit lower down. If you allow Durka to keep doing things like this, it is over.
And then you look back at last map, you look at the desk that we just had, and listen to what they were talking about, to what, albeit a slightly biased Sadik, but what he said, and someone like Les, 5-1. Durka's great, Durka got an ace, but Les putting in the rounds, one after another. For Team Liquid, solutions need to be found fast. Vitality, they're coming in with a different vibe on this map, setting the pace on their defensive side. And like I said, I was excited to see some of the aggression, but so far these first 4 rounds have been insane. And I expect a little bit more insanity now with rifles for everybody. Some ultimates online and others close to being online. This round could be pure chaos.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kamek, his didn't have the desired effect when utilized. Safe's already going to have to give up at least a little bit of control. We've seen this from Trex already. The combination of util, the vines, which are actually going to be broken. Well, it seems like Nats, as always, is slowly learning the util setup. Defeating it before it causes them issues. Durka, though, he's got to be careful. There's a player right around the corner timing everything. And while Kiko, he finally puts him down.
But Les was waiting. And even taking the trap, he manages to sidestep the shots. That's the numbers back to square one. 4v4, but look what Les has now after early fight. Orbital Strike is here. Trex catches the shoulder, and it's an easy kill. Orbital Strike lurking in the background, and Les on his way. This site take needs to see a plant very soon. Stun held. Kick's just waiting for that plant. Maybe save could punish. But with that cage up, it doesn't look possible. I like the jump peek from Les. Oh, safe! I don't know what gave that away, but his trigger finger got a little itchy. Now they're not looking at the flank. Now Nats has to fill in the gap. He has to go and watch the site. So, of course, Safe deals with him. Now Kamek, well, he knows where Safe is. Oops, that was almost awkward. With 12 seconds left, he needs a plant, and they've got enough time to just run this clock down. Kamek tries his best to force them into a fight, and he did get to see them both before he died. But die he will still. 5-0.
Was mentioned on the desk that Durka was one who had pulled off a reverse sweep before. There's another man on that team who was incredibly close. Lockin, Loud, Fnatic, came down to the wire, and one man again stood in Les's way. It's a little bit different this time, as that man sits beside him, sits on the same team, and they are right at the top of the board right now. But that's the thing. It does seem like Vitality, with that extra experience, with those players we've seen, been there, done that, win Masters, win Champions, They haven't run out of gas. And I'm starting to ask the question, have Liquid 5-0 down on Fracture? We've seen this across the previous maps as well. After the second was done, it seemed like it was over. Have they got a response?
It's the difficulty, man. Just that mental bounce back is so tough. It was discussed on the desk as well. Remains to be seen for so many of these players. This is a new challenge. Nice kills across the board, man.
He's killed himself.
Taking himself down with the nade. If that doesn't tell you where Team Liquid are, this push, it is embodying every issue they've had. Vitality quicker on the trigger, one step ahead these last two maps, and now they're tripping over themselves.
Here.
Kiko's low. Nats is still lurking around, but they need a miracle.
Look at the ults, look at everything. There's nothing that sits in their favor right now. Stuck within the site, the salvo leaves them with nowhere left to sit. And it is so clean from Team Vitality. I don't even think half the players, in fact all of them, but Durka didn't even take a single point of damage. It doesn't get any cleaner than that.
Flawless.
At least they were full eco to, oh wait, no, they weren't, they had rifles. That's an in-zone flawless up against, oh no, oh there was no need for this, there was no need for this. And it is the Razor Vine slowing him down, stopping him from getting out into sight. But look at the utility there in the end as well. We saw it from Nats' perspective. Like, he's like, okay, I'll at least go for the plant. And then 15 things just come flying at him. Dude's dead.
Well, this has been the case. It feels like a lot of Liquid's attack so far is trying to find ways to deal with Trex's utility. And the second you do, you die in another way. Like, he's holding the angle, slows them down completely. They get into the site and they're just getting slaughtered as they do. His wall catches them on the other side. And this was the thing. When we looked at his B setup initially, get caught by Nats, like get rid of it, I was like, okay, what's next? That was next.
Okay, Durka, he will struggle to land the first few shots. That won't last very long. Nade's already claimed one. He's there for a second, a third, in fact. They have got weaker weapons. But it doesn't matter, he makes it look easy, regardless of what is brought against him. 7-0 for Vitality. We've seen comebacks. We've seen them before, but I'm starting to think we're seeing a comeback in this series. The reverse sweep is very much on.
Well, that's the thing. Again, we talk about EMEA champion sat within this stage. There's one man who, yeah, he won in stage 3, he won in stage 2, and again, you won't believe it, it's Durka. He's looking to make it the three-peat of champions regionally in a row. I'll be honest, I think for this team, the expectation was to win this final. I think for the fans, the expectation was to win this final. But going 2-0 down in the fashion that they did, struggling to face off against this Liquid squad, and now, well, if you'd shown me this as map 1, I would have just, well, even the last 3 maps. That's how I expected this series to go.
Yep.
It took a bit of time to awaken the beast that has been Vitality throughout this entire tournament. And unfortunately for Liquid, they couldn't shut them down quick enough because they have grown map by map by map. And I'm now genuinely starting to wonder, what will it take to get around on the ball? But you know what, Mitch? 4 ultimates might do it.
Might agree with you if Durka, Safe, and Trax didn't have their own ultis to fight right back.
Trying to make it at least a little positive.
I respect that,
4
Tom.
is more than 3.
I respect that, Tom, but
just ignore the neural then.
You're fighting the current in this one. Vitality in a BO5, we touched on it to start this out. You typically expect to see more dominant maps at the start of a BO5, and then you move to the mid grounds as the veto thins out. Coming from the upper bracket, Vitality, they kept the best to last by the looks of things. 13-6, 13-7, and a 7-0 start on map number 5 for Team Liquid. Like you said, what's it going to take? They've got all the ultis. Nats is in trouble.
So careful. There's 4 players pushing this north side. It seems like half of the plan right now for Vitality is just kill this Lurk. It makes it so difficult. Even a 1-for-1 trade, honestly, getting rid of him, holding on to so much map control is not too bad. The thing is, though, that wall being tripped is somewhat going to give the game away. Las's plan is to just try and deny as much as humanly possible. delay the opposing squad as they wrap back around. Good work from Kiko, though. This might finally be a number on the board.
It has to be. Big players against him, and Les is on a tear. No time to take your foot off the gas on this. Camo tagged up by the guided salvo. Les still with 2 smokes. Still with a stim beacon, still with a molly. Plenty of tools at his disposal, and look how passive Liquid are. They're biding their time, not wanting to give this one away. If Safe wins this, we might as well call it here and now. I think he'll be leaving. I know he's got 8.4K. Why the hell would he leave?
No.
Why the hell would he leave? No, you got to fight this one. They got the molly, so they'll win regardless at this point. All he has to do is make it costly, drop weapons, and they're waiting for him patiently.
No, much better. I think Kiko does well, because that's the thing. A lot of the problems for Liquid is how easily they've got rid of Nats. Like, he has been on those lurks every round, so they go fighting. If they meet the full team, okay, they can win the round brawling. If not, they meet Nats, and then they clear out the flanks. This time, they had Kiko lurking around as a second player, making sure that we didn't get surrounded. Well, luckily, it seems like Patatek, we heard it so much from the guys last year that he was a huge motivation. Someone who could bring them back from the depths of defeat. We gotta hope he can be that for Liquid here because, as you mentioned, so much cash, still those 3 ultimates. A lucky thing for Liquid, though, is they didn't actually use any last round.
Yeah, it's been nice to watch the trajectory of Patatek over the years. I think going back to the G2 days, he was known as a toxic player, but such a turnaround last 2 years. You start hearing like, oh no, he's the spirit of the party. He brings us out of these low moments. Definitely matured as a player, and well, last year was just phenomenal from him. See if it can be more of the same. They need heroes to step up. They need consistency on Team Liquid. 4 ultimates still in the back pocket. This early aggression finally pushed back. Both players inside of A main should be sent running. Instead, they step forward and a very late guided salvo causing trouble. Durka was easy to take down. 27 HP when he emerged. Oh, and it hasn't landed, but Camo still corrects in time. Okay, well this is a bit better from Team Liquid.
Picking them apart. This is a scrappier round from Vitality, no doubt. I'm on Nats now. His lurk should come to fruition. Never mind. It's Camo that takes over. And in zone flawless to get them back onto the map. It seems like they've awoken at the right time, but I do question some of the choices there from Vitality. I can't believe that that communication went well when we saw that utility thrown through, making things a lot more awkward for Durka. I guess not really having space to play in the way he wanted to. And then from then onwards, it was just slaughter left and right.
Yeah, we said we need to see Hero step up as well. I think that might have been Camo doubling his kills. Confidence builder and a much needed one at 7-2 down. And the interesting thing is that Vitality, you know, they have that one little hiccup, 2 rounds that go the other way immediately. Faded and Malik calling for that pause. They want a moment with the team to course correct. They're not looking to just claim victory here in the grand finals. They want to dominate Liquid.
It's also just, we know how important these sort of first halves have been. Right, the team in the lead has pretty much closed out all the way through. We haven't seen those comebacks, so I don't think they want to even give the slightest bit of notice to Liquid to get back into this map. Like 7-5 is a very different story. We are talking about, honestly, after 7-0, I said, is there a chance they even get a round on the board? But they've started to come alive a little bit. As you mentioned, some of those players that have been a bit quieter over the last couple of maps are starting to step up once again. And I believe the Vitality want to silence that before anything else can happen. Looking at Safe with early setup of utility. Got himself the operator in play. Nats does have one on the other side, but they are not battling the same ground.
It's the same play for both teams, claiming the space they think is important. The denial of the A main aggression by Team Liquid's guided salvo, and then the denial of B main aggression by Vitality's. After the salvos go down and no one pushes, pump the brakes. Team Liquid are waiting for aggression. This is something we touched on. I was excited to see Vitality's tempered aggression. But so far, like, the spot that you're seeing here at the door, about as aggressive as they're getting most rounds without a real reason to move. And then, well, when Team Liquid are forced to make a move, they go straight into safes up.
Yeah, that's the difference. That's the one additional thing they've thrown in for this round. That's nasty, though. I think that was a stun placed in to put Trex in an impossible scenario. It also leaves Safe now without that extra utility. The Vines would have been there to slow down this push. Instead, they can just make their way through, and Les has been caught because of it. Nice work from Camo once again.
He's got his nade down to cover the backup, and Kiko causing havoc in the under. This is, well, even rolling Armageddon put through. Not looking very good for the side of Vitality, as Team Liquid have most certainly found their footing here. Durka, he's running for the hills. It's time to get out of here. And a costly enough one for the defensive side, especially coming out of that timeout.
I love the fact that there's a reaction from Liquid. Like, you talk about the way that this round started, you have that opening, you know that Durka's pressuring A main, so you go back in the other direction. You don't expect an operator to be there, but then you have that combination, forcing out the player of Trex. So there was no way he comes out of that alive, and you get control of the tower for free, puts you in a better post plant. But that's been one of the bigger issues I think they've had altogether, is that when they've walked into Trex's Vice setup, they have died. Like, they have had some sort of crossfire that causes them issues, and that's exactly what I was talking about. The stun combination with the orbital strike. Once that utility's gone, it's a much easier walk into the site, and that's where you see Vitality have to take risks, have to try and take timings.
What in the world was that?
That's the pep talk they need.
That's... Yeah, you wonder what's being said in these moments, but it's only the things that matter. Clean columns. Operator for both sides, it's Nats and Safe, and Nats, big fan of the Outlaw. He's got the big boy this time. Denied any early aggression, and look, this has been the same thing. We don't see Vitality push up all that much. But now, what's a different story? Now they've got 4 players dish, and this is just as Team Liquid are sending players across that rope, sending the spike across that rope. Rolling Thunder is going to be put in. Potentially, I saw it lined up for a moment, but it's not put into play. Big fight for Safe. That's a 3-piece picked up, and the operator maintaining control of Spike in the late round. Team Liquid, they can make their way to the site, sure. What's it going to do for you when you got to push right back into that op?
He's low on HP. That's the one saving grace in this scenario, but also there's an operator on the other side. I feel like Camo almost has to try and battle this first. Yeah, he's going to bait it, but Safe doesn't miss. And now falls back to the rifle, knowing he has the advantage, knowing his teammates there with him. There'll be another quad kill for Safe. No ace to be had, but he doesn't mind. A smile across his face as he wins, almost individually wins the round. I think there was a solid stun here and there, but he was the one that had to land the shots.
Oh my goodness. The fact that everyone's jumping around just like we saw seconds later. Camo attempt to do
back on
for his
list.
teammate.
Thank you.
But it just doesn't matter. Safe 14-5 right now. There's a reason that, I mean, to some extent we were surprised to see this guy go to an IGL. Not because of things he said, because he's always talked about it, but just because he's so useful as a duelist and as a tool for the team. But instead, he's trying to master the whole flow of it, and so far, man, Vitality are looking good under his leadership.
This round started with at least an attempt to try and battle away A main from Vitality, but it failed miserably, and now they've been forced into a corner, boxed in, but a Rolling Thunder met with a Rolling Thunder. There's going to be a lot of damage done on either side, but finally it's Nats to come in with a kill. We've spoken about the lurks, we've spoken about the backline, but we've also talked about Durka. It's only going to be the one for him. Kick still watching onto that cross. Spike needs to get there, and while Kamek goes ahead of the smoke and wins the battle anyway. This leaves just 2 standing. An operator for Trex, definitely not the ideal weapon here.
Spike planted.
He does have Steel Garden though. Could potentially take their guns away.
Yeah, it might be worth committing, but he's hoping to find the pick first. It won't be given to him. So instead, down into under he goes. Ult active for maximum coverage. Might be able to get out of there for Nats, but the others are all going to be caught. Down to secondaries. Kiko up close though. He's got a real chance even though he doesn't have his primary. He doesn't need it. Safe. Well, it's looking like Team Liquid will have 4 on the board to close out the half. It's not a dream scenario for them, but it was looking like it would have been a nightmare.
Yeah, they at least made a decent recovery. That pause thrown in, 4 of the last 5. It gave them some life, but as said, this has been a matchup all about the first halves. The question is, do Team Liquid have a second half in them?
Let's wait for them.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4 to Vitality. We may be about to witness the reverse sweep here in the grand finals. If it's to be stopped, we look to Team Liquid. 4 rounds on the board, Tom, and now they move to their defense.
Yeah, to say they need a pistol is an understatement. That could be enough to put them to bed, but oh, you know, the Liquid fans, the Vitality fans, they're definitely still awake. No one ready to sleep just yet. And overtime would be nice, but it's going to take a lot to get there. Again, the defensive side have a similar idea, looking for these aggressive players, but they have to watch out for Vitality, or forcing them back and then pushing Dish at the same time.
Oh, that's a bit of an oopsie. Durka went straight past both players like a ball through the goalposts. Camo dropping last with the nade as well. He's managed to find an enemy this time instead of himself. A big uptick in performance as Vitality now 3v4. They're on the back foot with the spikes separated. They may be looking to take this somewhere else.
Yeah, they've still got time to play with. But they're also gambling on the idea that their opponents have that in mind. If we sit here long enough, we're patient long enough, maybe that's the moment where the defense decides to falter, but they haven't moved. They are reliant. This is something we've seen throughout rosters of Liquid. They're happy to leave Nats alone. The problem for Camo, though, he's under serious pressure. The stun combined with Teo utility has left one man dead on the site. This should allow the cross, and the battle is an even trade, which leaves it in a 2v2.
Timing perfect. Kix was being watched that whole round, finally drops out of heaven with the spike, and it's just as they turn the other way. That's going to give them a chance to plant and maybe get back. Safe's third already on the board. Oh, he's just been phenomenal to watch. 17 and 6, but he needs another. It's Kiko that he's up against. 2 phenomenal duelists head to head. Safe hiding on the site. And he swings in, giving him a fright, but won't land the shot. Guided salvo to buy him time, to buy him space as the clock keeps on ticking. Safe sidesteps into main. He's spotted though. The shot not quite landing. Holding on by a sliver of health. And the quick reposition. Oh my god, he has threaded the needle. He's made it past Safe with the perfect timing and the perfect play. 4 kills to match the rounds of Liquid. It's 9 for Vitality.
He's in their head. He's completely in their head. What he's able to do throughout this round, the amount of damage that he did. It was said by Kix already that this man back on a duelist, it might not be defined that way, but the way he's using it definitely seems to be the case. And while he just ran rings around Kiko, someone who has been an unstoppable force this season in EMEA. And now comes down to very little. Liquid hoping they can just make this one at least a bit costly. At least remove some guns, because the likelihood is, without a miracle, they're going to be fighting with a 6 deficit.
I must wait a moment.
It's too much. It's too big of a task. Oh, it's a cleanup for Trex. Quick little double, easy shots. Nats wrapping around the back, though. He'll get nothing. Les survives that on 21 HP. You know, I know the second Nats rounded that corner, Sadik was in the analyst room going, he's going to win this. And he did. Fair play.
Planted.
Won't win that one, though.
Yeah, Camo's found another. They've retrieved a rifle. I believe the sniper of Trex must have fallen off the map because it wasn't retrieved after that previous bout. And the problem now is the risk versus reward. Throwing that extra rifle in, potentially delivering it back to your opponents, but at the same time, you're at such a big deficit in terms of rounds. There is a feeling of must, a feeling of need to try and get something done here. The problem again, though, is that timer. They are being given nothing. Finally, Durka is going to be the one to fall, but you can see the positions of the remaining 2. There is absolutely no hope, and while another will be dropped, no extra weapons to be retrieved. All in all, a decent round. But in the context of the game, may matter not.
10-4, man. Yeah, it is just economy damage. Well, when are you going to see that economy broken? Got to put rounds on the board, and so far that has been a problem.
Yeah, the gun went off the map. Oh, that's brutal.
Didn't even cop that. Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. Poor old Les caught down below, but geez, they had everything they needed with that guided salvo back online. 20 kills for Safe, 20 and 6. The guy is untouchable at the moment, and for Vitality, if that continues, this is going to be a quick conclusion to a 5-map grand final.
Still giving his gun up, though. Allowing Durka to be the hero as he will pick up the Stinger. This is still a weaker purchase, although, well, I think that's a nasty surprise. That was the rifle. Nats is going to be stunned in this corner, but there's not really anybody available to execute on it. And well, after the wall has given away this spot, they are looking to try and fight the backline, but it has to be impressive from Les.
Well, if he wins this, I heard, at least the first will be found. Camo down, but it's the trade. Keeping it well and truly in an advantageous spot for Liquid. Safe. Well, this is an unfortunate situation. Kix was on the rope across to help his buddy out and gets sniped straight off it. And with a clean conclusion to the round, 3 players alive. Team Liquid, they're not out just yet, but they are most certainly down 10-5. They need to double up before we're neck and neck.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see how they're going to opt to play this defense, because as said, it's been a common factor of Nats-led teams that he is on one side, locking it down, and then they aggress elsewhere on the map. If this is something that if you're Vitality, you're going to know about, and at times they've been able to beat him out. I think on this map in particular so far in the attack, they decimated Nats. They kept catching him in awkward positions. We see it now. Okay, he's got some support in the form of Kiko, but that doesn't seem to be something that Vitality are shying away from. Bear in mind, though, a lot of the early round will just be orb control.
Well, that's it. On a map like this, plenty of orbs as you go to fight for them. Sometimes you think, I'll take another step forward. And Camo learned the hard way that there's sometimes a punish waiting for you there. Safe. 21, but he's got backup. Look who's just come sprinting in. Even puts down the stim beacon. Les. He is very keen to help his teammate out when they're in trouble. He's still stepping forward in A main. And it's a good thing, too, because the flank is coming around. Look at this push-up by the defensive side. 2 players taking control, but they're too late.
And
the sprint is hurt. The sprint is hurt. They now know there's players coming behind them. They've killed Patty on site as well. Everything's falling apart. Look at Les set to step out of this smoke, although it fades, and he backs around the corner, not wanting to give the advantage away.
The problem is as well, the wall isolated them. Allowed Kiko through, but left Nats behind. It's turned this 2v5 into an even tougher scenario that, yeah, I think they just have to duck out of there. Their aggression wasn't anywhere near as successful as they hoped it to be. Camo dropped immediately. The trade not found either. And then Padatek not able to do anything within the site. Vitality are looking to keep their break back squeaky clean. That's the thing, they saved their finances for this round to make sure that they could come in as strong as possible.
There was even opportunities at the end there, Tom. The 2v5, Safe is caught in the open, swinging out by Kiko, I think was still full HP. And Safe, despite being 21 health from the fight earlier, is able to drop Kiko to 27, instantly you call for the save. There's no way. One guy basically alive against 5, play for next. And even now, barely getting away with the weapons that they had. 11 to 5, 6-round gap. And for Vitality, closing this out. Well, in a lot of cases, Tom, it's a formality with this sort of a gap. You need to see one of the biggest resurgences, big turnaround for Team Liquid.
And that has not been the story of the day.
No.
Whoever has led in that first half has closed out the map. We have seen it throughout the series. For Liquid at this stage, it would come down to digging deeper than pretty much any of them ever have had to before.
Not ready yet.
To look for that trophy, look for that championship. Otherwise, Vitality will have that trophy. And sure, for some of the players, Safe, less. Durka, they've had trophies, but for Vitality, it is not a cabinet full. That's a good start, though. With weaker weapons on the board, an aggressive Kiko is going to give them an advantage.
At least the one found and a big player in the form of Safe. Durka, he has slipped through, but he's spotted. Okay, Nats is wise to his trick. Spike has been dropped as well. Maybe a drop in the ocean. But it is starting, or will start, to add up if they can continue to put these rounds on the board. For Vitality, 2v5, it's not like they're in a position where they have to save economically, but unless there's a big mistake made by Liquid, someone walking through a smoke with their knife out, you wouldn't see that. Unless you're on bind. It should just be the save from these attackers. Which is a tough call to have to make with like a minute 30 on the clock.
But that's the thing. It seems like the plan has been
30 seconds
try and
left.
earn up any orbs that they can find.
Not ready yet.
Trex is still going to be moving in, but look at where the spike is. This is not about winning the round. It's about making things that little bit more costly. And I think realizing, okay, there's a multitude of players here. The value isn't really there anymore. For Liquid, there is value in removing these weapons. They will still be able to purchase into the next round, but immediately the Vines utilized. He knows they're under pressure, but this crossfire set, well, I don't think they're going to gamble too many more weapons. Okay, they really wanted to try and take those guns away, and that's actually more costly than I would have liked for Liquid.
Yeah, they're not in the best of positions, especially needing that massive climb back, but I guess seeing the value of potentially dropping those weapons and making that road a little bit easier, paving it slightly and avoiding the pebbles. 11 to 6. Again, a very steep climb back for Team Liquid, but not out of the realms of possibility just yet. Coming into this round, though, jeez, it's going to be chaos. Look at those ultimates.
That's the thing. There's so much available for either side. In fact, there's a world where Vitality could have every single ultimate. But I want to see if Liquid can almost stop them in their tracks. It's an aggressive start to the round, already looking to push up that north side, which was being watched by Les, but he's got to keep an eye on it while also setting up his smokes. That means that this defense has been able to push far further than expected. The problem now, though, is their guns are going to dissipate. Durka leading the charge, hasn't actually been able to find Nats, who tries to dance his way out of there. Les, in the meantime, has held that flank down. Already looking like a nail is in the coffin here. Kiko waiting. He's going to try and smoke them off, try and find a gap to get them back into this round.
It's starting to get to the point, Tom, where it's not even a nail in the coffin. We're starting to cover it with dirt at this point. The climb up for Team Liquid. We wanted it to start here, or continue here, but instead, an interruption. And seemingly no chance, but Kiko gonna give it his best whip anyways. Found himself one, but now he's left alone. An ace needed. Time dependent as well. And at this point, getting out of here is not gonna be a possibility. 12 to 6 again. Liquid need to double the rounds to find themselves neck and neck. That will get them in overtime. One slip, one stumble, and this is over. They get to sit on the sidelines and watch Safe Super Team lift that trophy.
Well, the thing as well is now, you talk about that last round, hunting down those weapons and the failure of it. They're actually going to have pieces missing. Kamek left with just a pistol, a Guardian for Padatek, and they did use themselves an ult here and there in the last. Vitality set, poised to take this one over the line, but they are not rushing for it. They are waiting with anticipation, expectation for their opponents to make a move. Try and stop their checkmate. Durka, though, he's already spotted the first. Does he expect the second? He does not.
Well, it is Nats to find the first. They see him there. Know that there's going to be some support alongside him, and the brakes are pumped with that smoke. After it fades, they'll have presence inside of A main, but right now, Nats is repositioned to try to deal with that. They haven't got utility to fire through unless maybe we're going to see a Brim Molly to open it. But Nats is waiting for their aggression. Instead, it's around to main. They're going to make this a much more direct approach. Orbital Strike, Rolling Thunder, available and online. But off-site play for Team Liquid just to avoid that.
They got to try and get past what is an abundance of ults. Nats is going to double up. He's going to get the information. No, there's no secrets. And the leader looks to try and take this one over the line himself. Keep them in this map. Les already back into the site. Kicks has found a kill, but getting out of there should be impossible somehow, though. This has come back to a 1 versus 2. Les still standing.
Orbital Strike.
Hoping to try and get back into a position. He also has himself a Molotov as well. If he wanted to try and play from further back, trying to bait them into these fights, try and push them into a position where they have to face him. There is that molly, but he expects someone close. It may not deny this defusal in time. He needs to swing it, and while Liquid, they do cling to life, just about.
By their nails on the cliff's edge. Might not be pulling themselves up just yet, but they are holding on dearly.
How is this even close, though? That's the thing that's so devastating.
Yeah.
Like, you're looking at Nats basically clean up and leave his team with 2 players in the site and an orbital strike on one of their heads. Like, how does this even become competitive for a second?
Well, again, orbital strike goes through. Player swings in. Why? Why is it happening? And I think we look at the position that we're in. You're 5 maps in, you're deep, you were 2-0 up. Now, Vitality are pulling out all the stops. They're winning out these early rounds, and then the panic sets in. Kamek's opened this one up, though. It's Durka down. It's A main aggression denied, or at least stalled for a moment. Somewhat neutered without Durka at the tip of that spear.
There's only one ultimate left in hand. Vitality have been utilizing them over the last few rounds, throwing them into play to try and get this one sorted. That's a nice flash, and Les may just try and do it all on his own. Kamek, though, matches him man for man, pound for pound. And well, the last man is on the wrong side of the map. If he tries to go through this setup, he knows he'll be spotted. And with the spike still down in A main, there is a world where he retrieves it.
He's got time. Plenty of time. Kamek low. Camo tagged. It could be possible. Some isolated fights, but really you just look at Camo. He's jump spotting it. You move towards A main, get spotted, rotations come into play, Kamek's looking at you, Armageddon's online as well. There's no easy way out there. 20 seconds left. Rotation to B site needs to happen already. We'd have to have the knife out and him just sprinting. So yeah, he will just save this weapon. It's the right call. And I think especially it's easy to lose sight of that 5-round lead at this point, but you're in a grand final. Got to play the numbers.
It would be nice to be that guy that takes you over the line, and well, I feel like in this round, Les came pretty close. But it was Kamek that just did an incredible job, like being able to re-swing and I think find 2 players off that alongside his team.
1 enemy remaining.
That could have easily been the death of Liquid, but they're still fighting. We've said it throughout the tournament so far. They were a team that, okay, we didn't expect them to beat Foot. We didn't expect them to beat Heretics. We definitely don't expect them to beat Vitality, but that has been their story. They made it to Bangkok. They earned their champions points, but they are not satisfied with a 2nd place. They want more, but they are under pressure once again. Durka leading the way.
He dropped, but he's found exactly where Kamek is. Utility there to stall out the rest. Nice shots. Trex landing it onto Kamek, but Camo still needs to be taken down in the site. So does Patatech, but they find them quickly. Now the site has been overrun. Kix has got Rolling Thunder primed and ready. For Team Liquid, already with a disadvantage, it gets worse. Trek steps through the smoke, eliminates Kiko, and leaves Nats. Your IGL, your leader, will time to lead by example. That trophy calls out to Vitality, and they answer the call. Safe's super team comes out on top, 13-8, and a dominant 3-match streak to close out your kickoff grand finals.
Yeah, if you tuned in halfway through, you might have thought this was a dominant series, but it started very differently. Liquid came out of the block swinging. They proved there is a reason that they are in this grand final. And then Vitality spent the rest of the series proving why this team was so hyped up. You bring in stars, you bring in people like Durka and Les. The fact is though, this squad have done more than justice to themselves. The most matches played, definitely the most maps played of any team in this tournament. And they got better and better and better as they went along. They could have easily been the team lifting that trophy at the end of today after the first 2 maps we saw from them. But their opponents, Mitch, they dug deep.
Vitality, we've heard it before. Oh, Vitality's building a super team. It didn't always look quite as good as this though.
Yeah,
many
T1 built a super team.
They did. Many have built a super team and many have failed. But this one, this is the real deal. Give it up for Vitality, your kickoff champions.
It's crazy to think that a few months ago we were talking, hypothesizing, how successful could this team be? On paper, there is no doubt. They had the pieces. There was no questions that the people on the stage right now are champions, are winners, are people who can get to be the best of the best. It was, is it going to work straight away? Is it going to work off the bat? Is the coaching staff going to be the people that can bring these players together and build a team that can win? Well, after a few weeks, they have managed to lift the trophy, something that many teams who have played within this region, played across the globe, have failed to do. That's something that this Vitality squad are going to take with them on their journey, take with them to Bangkok, where, I'll be honest with you, there are plenty of teams that we look at as threats, but this squad on their day, I genuinely believe can beat any of them. And that's the thing, there's been a few teams in the past of EMEA where I go, okay, I have faith they're going to do damage. Well, they've stolen players from some of those teams and put them all together and gone, hey, have some belief in EMEA once again. I think this squad is going to be one to remember.
Without a doubt, it could be ushering in a new era. You better get used to seeing those colors down on the stage. I'm sure loving it. We got our 5-map grand final, but the way we got there, Tom, certainly unusual. Lots of one-sided halves and then warming up into a BO5. Like we said when we started it out, don't worry at the start. You'll have one-sided games, but it gets closer as it goes on. Well, gee, I was a little wrong about that. The reverse sweep, though, it's always beautiful to witness.
I think as well, it's like, it's not even that they lost the first 2 maps. It was a 9-3 half, a 9-3 half. They started slow in every map, and you kind of look at it and go, oh, this isn't the Vitality I've been watching. Like, you even think back to their game versus Heretics on Haven, even though it ended up as like a closer game, I think they were like 7-1, 8-1 up. Like, they were so far in the lead, and then they cooled off a little bit. In these first 2 maps, it was like, oh, they're getting obliterated. It's like, who's this team? What's going on? And Liquid, I think, shocked them. Then you saw the sort of prep that had gone in behind the scenes. The thing I really loved was going into that Lotus and going like, okay, this team is going to play this way, this is how we beat them, and they did, and it worked to perfection.
It was the
and
first
I think
domino.
The further we got into the series, the more you could see the sort of like the ticking brain of this roster that wasn't just like, yeah, oh, it's safe, he's the puppeteer. It was every player going, I'm doing this, this leads us to this, we're going to do this. And that's, we kind of expected this team to go like, I can just kill everyone. And okay, Durka did that on Fracture. That ace is something I'm not going to forget for a long, long time. But at the same time, you kind of sit there and go like, there was so many layers. There was so many good individual plays, but then great team rounds as well. And that's why I'm genuinely excited for this team going forward. It's not just a roster I go, I'm on EMEA and now they're going to play someone in Americas and I'm going to cry. This is, oh yeah, they're going to smash Americas into the ground.
And I mean, the best part about it is we have all of these situations. We're talking about these players, your safes, your Durkas, your less, up the top of the scoreboard. But then, depending on the game, we've seen tracks, we've seen kicks, and it's about the impact they have behind the scenes. It really feels like when it comes to roles, this squad has taken some of the best players in every role and thrown them together. And then you have, on the other side, for Team Liquid, to give them some props, players like Kiko, really, I even said in one of the moments, like, two fantastic duelists, Safe and Kiko. And even seeing him on a Brimstone, the guy is a duelist. The way he plays, the way he fights, it's so much fun to watch him play this game. And he delivered here in the final. Even though they lost, he was tied top frag in that last one.
Well, I think that's the thing. If you told me after the first couple of games that Liquid would be our representative, I might have cried. It didn't look good, but they spent time, they adapted, they put the work in, and I'm looking forward to see that they will take things from this series and hopefully learn from it too.
Well, they eliminated 5 teams, so Team Liquid will have a lot of targets on their back when we move on. It's time to go down to the stage, though, and hear from Team Vitality. We have got the post plan with Yinsu standing by.
That is right, Mitch and Tom. I am now joined by the super team of EMEA and your winners, Team Vitality. First of all, massive congratulations, everyone. And Faded, you didn't get to do the trophy lift. Can we just get you? I didn't see you do it.
I did it first.
Oh, you did first? Oh, my bad. I thought I missed it. I was like, we got to get the coach on it. All right, okay, that aside, I have to come to you first. Safe, IGL, captain. And I remember when you, after everything that happened on Team Liquid, I remember the first time you played against them, when you beat them, how emotional you were, how much it meant to you to be able to prove to your old org, your old team, that maybe they made a mistake to let you go. And now you've managed to deny them a trophy. You beat them in the fashion you have. You're the best team in EMEA. So talk me through your emotions and this journey that you've been on.
Emotions? I don't know. I don't feel like I have specific emotions to this. Like, it's nice that we beat Liquid, but also, I mean, I said it before the season started. I said Liquid's going to be a good team. Like, I felt it. I even was telling the boys when we were practicing, I'm like, they're going to be a good team. They're going to do something. And I mean, I'm happy that they're doing well now, you know. When you leave your ex, it's hard. But I'm happy she's doing well. Yeah.
You've evolved. Growth. I love the growth we've seen in you.
I'm really happy for my ex.
And how about winning another one? You know, you've won one already since the partnership era?
I mean, at the end of the day, 1 year from now, people are going to look back and be like, who won kickoff? So kickoff is just a stepping stone, I feel. We're talking about the future. We talk about Paris. We talk about like longevity, and I think that's where we're aiming. So, I mean, nice. We won kickoff. Cool. There's so much work left, no?
I mean, Vitality fans, it would be nice if this team can win in Paris. Am I right? Hey! I know my audience. Next, Durka. Can you ever just give us like a non-stressful, normal best of 5 final? You know, you win it easily. It's always like a very, very exciting. I'm definitely not complaining, but how is it that you're able to keep reverse sweeping teams, the comeback? Do you think this comes down to your personal experience?
I think it's just experience, yeah. Like I've been in this situation many times, like against Les one time, and then against Heretics, like in the finals last year, and I think I've done it many times, or like played a lot of maps, so it's kind of like experience, and you know how these things goes. And even if you win 2 maps, it's like not always over, because if you think it's over, like you can lose 2 maps instantly after.
Do you ever get tired of it? You know, having to make comebacks, having to reverse
I
sweep?
would be more happy to play 3-0 maps, then you can get to chill at night. But like these are a bit stressful, but they're also fun probably to watch.
So at what point did you believe in this? When you were 2-0 down, when things weren't really going your way? Also losing Haven is definitely a hard one for you guys. So how did you actually pull this off?
We were just confident in our maps. I think our map pool is strong, and even though we lost like Split and Haven, which we wanted to win first, but like it's fine. We have a 3rd map, let's play it, and then we started believing it into it, kind of like. I think we just took it slow round by round, and there's like nothing to stress about unless you're like out of the stage already. So it's like while the game goes, you need to try hard.
This is for any of you, feel free to answer. What were the vibes like after? Because we saw some, you know, behind the scenes, we have a camera, we see some bits and bobs, but we can't really exactly deduce exactly what it was like. So maybe Faded, what was it like back there when you were 2-0 down?
I think one of the biggest things is these guys never give up. They never quit. And the vibes, like, Safe is a vibes merchant. At the end of the day, he is able to keep the motion steady. He motivates the whole team. You know, his harsh words are not taken as negative. His harsh words are things of encouragement. And a lot of the times he's creating a positive environment around him. So that in itself, it's one of his traits of leadership that I admire a lot. Like, he's able to keep the boys calm. And I'm gonna be honest, like, even being down 2 maps, like, I didn't stop believing, because these guys didn't stop believing. They knew what they needed to change, and they knew what they needed to fix. And it was a fight, but I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. Like, these guys never give up. So.
Beautiful reverse sweep. Anything you want to add there, Safe, to what your coach just said?
No.
Fair enough. While I have you here, Faded, while I have you, Ascension last year, I know that was a bit of a rough, you know, there were some rough times for you, especially how the expectations were for your team at the time. Did you ever envision that fast forward, not even 6 months, you know, just like 4 or 5 months, that you're going to be in a different region, in a different country, on a very different stage and lifting one of the hardest trophies to lift?
To be honest, no, I never imagined it. You know, there's a lot of things to Safe, especially, you know, being one of the first people to believe in me, alongside with a lot of the organization. You know, everyone from the top, from Neo all the way down to, you know, the managers and all the staff, like, everyone just had such great faith, and, you know, I couldn't just let them down. But I'll be honest, like, the interview I had with Safe kind of like cemented it for me. I just knew he was a real dude. And from that point on, I think it just shows, you know, what kind of synergy our team has.
So he's the reason you wanted to come here?
He is one of the main reasons why I want to come here.
Oh,
yes, 100%.
Thank you for that, Safe.
Yeah.
We love that. We love that. All right, okay. Kicks, I'll come to you next. I'll just go down the line. Now, when it comes to, do you have a mic? Do you have a mic? Yes,
I
you
have
a mic.
microphone.
Lovely. When it comes down to this label of a super team, I'm sure maybe you felt it a little bit. You are surrounded by all the superstars. You know, this is a super team, and maybe you were overlooked a little bit in the narrative. But I think you've managed to earn that title. I think you are also one of the superstars. I don't think it's just down to you know, the players next to you when we talk about this super team. How much confidence does that give you to know that in such a short amount of time in your career you've managed to achieve this and to be playing with some of the greatest players we've ever seen in the game?
I mean, for me, like, this label of a super team didn't really matter to me. Like, a lot of people had this expectation that the 4 people around me will have to, you know, put in work or whatever, but like, people don't know what's happening on the inside, and like, from day one, everyone had trust in me, and it's like, they didn't treat me like I'm some guy that's below them or like more inexperienced, you know, like, we were all brothers from the beginning, and that really helped me just be confident in myself. And like, I feel like it's been showing, especially recently. Like, I felt really comfortable and everyone has trusted me. So like, I feel good in the team.
What would you say is the most rewarding thing about this journey? And especially, you know, giving last year, making a final, losing it as well, and then coming back and being even better?
The most rewarding, I don't know.
Winning.
Winning.
Probably.
We're winning now.
Yeah, winning's nice, right? Feels good. Feels good. All right, okay, we'll go to Les here next. Now, the only player to ever win 2 trophies in 2 separate regions. I know Narrate nearly edged you there. But, of course, coming over here and being able to achieve that, it is not easy, Les. It's definitely not easy, as you will probably experience in a different region as well. How would you compare winning it this time around compared to 2023?
I think it's more hard to my individual because I'm changing my language, right? But to compare the tournaments in VCT America, was a little more hard because it was more long, the tournament. I won the VCT one, not the kickoff, so like kickoff is so fast.
Yeah, it almost feels like harder because how much you have to play and how quickly things change as well. I think a lot of your teammates have shared why they joined Team Vitality. So I wanted to ask you, why did you come here? Why did you move region, take this risk?
It's a complicated question, right? But like it was a project, I think. Like I was talking with Dirk before, like we were planning to play together. So, and Safe went to me with a good project, good ideas. I like it. We did some tryouts. I saw his move because I needed to see. Because I play against him one time and it was a stomp. Sorry. So I didn't know if he was good or not. But after the tryout, I saw that this team is amazing, and then I joined.
I need you to come and talk to my landlord or something, Safe. You know, you can get anything done. Everyone is here because of you. I absolutely love that. And Sadak has been on the desk today, and I have never seen someone have so much loyalty and trust and just rave about how great you are and how much he thinks that you guys can definitely win this trophy. Today, one of the things he shared with us is that when he saw the Fracture was the final map, he said that you will be one of the reasons that Vitality can do this because you love this map. In the past, you've even told him that you could call on this map as well. Did any of that come out today on this Fracture? How are you feeling, especially on Brimstone?
I think he was being sarcastic because I hate this map. Like, for me, it's the worst map in this game. But I understand a lot about this map. So we create together. This map was Safe, Trex, Faded, and me. So I have some ideas in this map. So I was really confident.
You like the Brimstone?
I like it. The old dog. I like it.
Okay. All right, Trex, here we go. I don't think it would be unfair to say that you might be the best player, if not one of the best players that just kind of got a little bit unlucky when it comes to winning the trophy. Now, you've finally done it. What are the emotions that you're feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, the feeling is good, obviously. It's my first trophy in my career, the 5 years. And yeah, I mean, it's especially good for me because I did it with Safe. I'm playing with Safe for 2 years now, and this is the 3rd year. So yeah, I mean, I'm just enjoying my time here. Yeah.
How challenging has it been? Because 2023 there were some issues going on, and then we know you couldn't join us for kickoff as well last year. It just felt like you constantly had to jump through a lot of challenges to get.
Yeah, I mean, last year I couldn't join because of some issues, and then I joined for splits, and it was good. But yeah, I mean, in the end, finally I could join this year, and I proved that I could actually win it. Yeah. So, yeah.
I don't think anyone ever doubts you and your abilities. But why do you think that it's taken for this kind of environment for you to win? Because you've also been on good rosters before.
I mean, I think this is the best roster I ever had in my career. So, yeah, I mean, it's finally I'm finally getting what I deserve, I think. So, yeah.
And lastly, how do you keep motivated? How do you not give up? Because 5 years and not having a trophy and, having to play LCQs, having to grind through everything is not easy.
I mean, I think I'm still, hungry for, actual global tournaments, because this is a Europe tournament only. So, yeah, I mean, I just want to win the actual international, and, yeah.
I mean, I feel like you guys are probably one of the scariest teams going into Masters Bangkok. I'm glad you mentioned it because in just a moment, we will find out who you'll be facing. The draw show is happening right after this. Before we go to that, though, who do you want to face in the first round? You have 4 choices. Of course, I believe that you can only face the 2nd seed from the other regions. Do you have a team in mind, you guys in particular? I'll start with you, Faded. I'll start with you. Who do you want to go up against?
Probably one of the American teams. I have a lot of respect for.
So
you
Sen?
know, yeah, Sen or G2. I mean, both Josh and Cap are amazing coaches I've looked up to. So being able to head against them is probably an honor I would like to have. So.
Did you yoink that comp? Was that yoinked from G2?
No comment.
All right, Safe. What about you? Who do you wanna face? Trace?
Whoever Daniel wants, whoever Faded wants to face.
Oh, I really was hoping you would say Trace.
No.
No, not Trace. Oh, okay. Durka?
I think Sentinels. Yeah.
The self-explanatory, right? The reasons.
Yeah.
Self-explanatory. Kicks?
Whatever Durka wants.
So Sentinels?
Sure.
Okay, Les?
I think EDG, the actual champions.
Nice. Great answer. Great answer.
Their first seed, little bit.
Yeah. You might face them a bit later. Probably face them a bit later. And Trex, what about you?
I would say G2. I saw Leaf yesterday said that he wants to face us in the tournament, so yeah, I would say G2.
Do him a favor. Unfortunately, it can't be the first round that you face G2, but maybe we do see it at some point. Thank you so much, you guys. Massive congratulations for today. Thank you to the fans as well for coming out here. And thank you to you guys for staying with us. Do not go anywhere because it's time to throw this over to Kakuka for the Masters Bangkok Draw Show.
Hello everyone, I'm Kakuka and welcome to the Masters Bangkok Draw Show. Over the past month, teams across the entire globe have been battling to make it to the top 2 of their region, leaving us with 8 teams coming from Americas, China, EMEA and Pacific for our first Masters event of the year and our first event ever in Southeast Asia. Today, there will be no buys for the first seeds in this tournament because all 8 teams will have to compete in a Swiss format group stage in order to secure playoffs. We're drawing only the first matchups of the Masters Bangkok Swiss stage, and the next matchups will be decided by another draw following the first round results. So before we begin, let's go quickly over the rules of this draw. The teams have been separated into 2 different pools. In Pool A, we will have the 4 first seed teams from each region. And in Pool B, we will have the 4 second seed teams from each region. Easy, right? Firstly, we will be drawing and placing the first seed teams, and then we will draw their opponents from Pool B. So every first seed will be drawn against the second seed. This second seed must be from another region, since no regional matchups are allowed in the first round of Swiss. If we are to draw a regional matchup in the first 2 second seed draws, then the team drawn from the second pool will be placed into the next eligible slot, and we will draw a new team to battle the first one. If a regional matchup is still possible by the 3rd second seed draw, so basically when we only have 2 teams left, that second seed will be placed into the only remaining eligible matchup. So, for doing all of this, obviously it's not going to be me doing it, so I'm joined by Servan from our competitive operations team to do the draw. Welcome.
Hello Kakuka, hello everyone.
How are you feeling? Good? Did you like
Ready.
the final?
Excited, yeah.
Okay, let's kick it off. Let's
go.
start with the first one.
Okay.
So we have our board here, and the first team from the first seed and the first pool
going to be G2.
I'm gonna place it here. Second one
team?
from that Pool A of first seeds. First we place them all and then we give them
It's
an
gonna
opponent.
be EDG.
EDG. Okay. Third one.
Left. And it's Vitality.
Vitality. Okay. Last one. That leaves us with.
Normally it should be win.
We checked.
Yeah, DRX.
DRX. Okay. Time to see who their opponents are going to be. We move on to Pool B. And for those second seeds. So
Let's
G2 will be going up against in their first matchup in Bangkok.
Against Trace Esports.
Trace Esports. Okay, so EDG will be going up against.
It's Team Liquid.
Ooh, Team Liquid. Good luck, Liquid. Vitality will be going up against Oh, you wanted it?
Sentinels.
We gave it to you. Sentinels. So that leaves
the last one.
But there is a problem here.
We have like a matchup.
We have DRX that we'll be going up against T1. So I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
We baited you. Faded. So we changed. We moved Sentinels back. And we put T1 against Vitality. Only for a second there, you were doing it. But, you know, that concludes the draw show for the opening round of Masters Bangkok. Let's go through the matchups here. We have G2 going up against Trace Esports, EDG going up against Team Liquid, Vitality going up against T1, and DRX going up against Sentinels. And whilst these are the matchups, this is not the schedule. So be sure to keep an eye on our socials so you know when each match is happening. Thank you so much, Servan, for helping me.
Thank you. Super excited for these matchups. Thanks for having me.
And also, thank you for enjoying kickoff across the globe. We will see you again, coming to you live from Bangkok on the 20th of February. Take care.
In just a few days, Vitality and Liquid will fly the nest to face the best teams that this world has to offer. But only one of them can leave as the best of EMEA. Team Liquid have map up, taking Vitality's choice and moving on to Haven next.
Yes, Poppy. Yes, Poppy. Yes, Poppy.
So easy, see? See, this guy? Okay, anyway, it's so easy to play against this.
Liquid find themselves 2-0 up in the grand final. Who would have thought it?
Well, it looks like it might just be highway robbery down on that stage.
This is the team we wanted to see. This is the roster that people paid to see today. Individually superb, safe back at the top of the board.
And another big round for less to close this out. We are going the distance. No robbery today. We get every map we deserve. That trophy calls out to Vitality, and they answer the call.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done.